And then we can send everything to Discord. And we just wait for one person to come in so that I can say, and then, oh god, what's this? Get out of here. Oh hey, it's Bazu and Edith. Welcome to the party. You guys are just in time for me to now look at this confirmation and then turn the stream to public. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. Even though I've done this a couple times before, and it's not actually that bad. But I hope you guys are doing great. Welcome to the party. You guys got your snacks, your stacks, and your clacks. Aw, I'm sorry, Rad. Bam, 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 public. Bam. Bam. Also, I have slow mode on so that I'm anticipating quite the rush. So please bear with it. Hey there, Jelly, and Leonore, and Samuel, and Yipo. And... ooh, sorry. Stream security rate is currently slower than recommended. Excuse me? Oh no, I might have to die for a hot minute to fix this bitrate issue. Ah, it's fine enough. If I start to die, then please let me know. But hey guys, I need to commenters on these shorts. Welcome to the party. You guys are just in time for me. for Donkey. Can't wait to who's next in the story. Nice, me too, me too. Welcome, Bells. This stream was incredible. Such high quality animations. I really loved it. Thank you. Loved the new video. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It was, well, as I'll talk about it, it was quite the journey to put together. Wow. It was like 10. Dang. Wow, I didn't think this many people would come in so fast. But we're waiting a whole lot, just a little hot minute. The hottest minute in all the land. Oh, that's fair. Actually, I'm gonna quickly end the stream for a hot second. Like not end it completely. I'm just gonna change a setting and then hopefully come on right back. Unless it ruins the stream, then I'm gonna cry. BRB. Yeah. All right. Hopefully that didn't ruin too much. Unless it did, and I'm crying. Oh, is it smooth? Is it chunky? Okay, it looks like it's coming. It's all back. Yeah, give it a moment. While it hopefully recollects itself. Okay, fantastic. I guess I can start. Hey there, Aaron. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back to my own stream. Hey guys. I hope everyone's Monday. Oh right, it's Fun Day Monday. Oh man, I hope everyone's Monday has been coming along super great so far. I hope everyone's been doing fantastic. I'm gonna swap over to the goods. Welcome everybody to the Densle live stream, or the Densle director's commentary. I'm gonna be pretty much spending the next couple hours talking about all the fun nonsense that went into making the last video. You're free to throw up questions and stuff, and I'll answer them as best as I can. No stories / lore related questions, please. Oh my goodness, I can't answer those, but I can answer any technical / creative questions that you might have throughout this discussion. Monday sucks. Tabusi, come on. It's the best day of the week. You get to wake up and go, Monday. Hey. Hey, I'm a Wolf. Welcome to the stream. And it's always a good time. It's great. It really makes you feel like a Garfield. Can you hire me? No, I can't. I don't have the money to hire anybody other than myself, and I'm already underpaid. But yeah, I hope everyone's been doing great. I hope everyone's excited about the week. I know I said that already, but I'm gonna swap on over to the director's corner. Yeah, I guess. Hey guys, so here we are at the director's corner where I'm gonna be pointing stuff out and talking about stuff as we go. When do you start? Well, right now, technically. We're not gonna watch the video, at least not fully, because I'm assuming you guys have already seen it. So we're just gonna assume I'm just gonna assume you've already seen it. So yeah, we're just gonna be talking about some nonsense. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the screen. I literally put this together like an hour ago. So we have the video. It's about you know, Isabelle's doing a thing. Where's my text? Isabelle's doing a thing and she's talking and stuff, and everyone's all like, "Wow, Isabelle, look at your face. You're made of clay. It's crazy." Oh god, I actually don't have I have a script, but like I didn't finish writing it, so I'm I'm just here kind of spitballing things. So I guess I can go in general order about like all the various steps for it, like writing, storyboarding, and blocking, and animation, lighting, rendering, editing / compositing, sound, and then some fun gossip / Q&A if I ever get there. So this short was is number 7 out of 10. So there's 3 more in the series that you can expect, and throughout the writing phase of this, I thought it was going to be fine. And then I did town meeting, and then everyone was like, terraforming. Oh my god, the next one's going to be terraforming. And I'm like, it's actually not gonna be terraforming. It's gonna be a bit not terraforming. So I'm sorry guys. I hope everyone enjoys it, but I tried to make it worth it with like the clay scene and whatever this nonsense was, and then all this other garbage here, and you know I try to make it fun so that you know you didn't feel like you were gypped when it comes out and it's about a dog having a sleep, but we're getting there. We're gonna get there. Don't fret. How did I even write this one? So this video was actually supposed to be significantly shorter than what it ended up being. Like I kind of like wrote it in like notes, and then I made and then I wrote like an actual like standard screenplay for it, because this one's super dialogue heavy, and so I'm like, it's good. Well, let's just write a script for it, like an actual like screenplay looking nonsensical script that actually looks like a movie, because we got to do that. I wrote it out, and then I kept expanding on it, because I'm like, all right, we got this. We're getting this bit, which was always going to be there, and then but we also get the part with Luna was originally going to be, I think, shorter. I think they were just going to mutter to each other for a little bit, and then she was going to do this thing, and then go like kapow. Wow, what a funky nonsense. It was gonna be this, and then this was supposed to be significantly shorter. It was pretty much gonna be her going like, "Oh wow, this is pretty funky," and then like immediately going into this big Isabelle here. But it's fine. Oh, hey there, Sorcy. Sorcy. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But welcome to the stream. And to everybody else that's also saying hello / welcome / hey, I'm glad you guys are all here. Yeah, there was this bit. This shot was going to be shorter, but I'll talk about that later in animation. This wasn't supposed to be a thing. I'm pretty sure. I really wanted this portal effect. I thought that would have been really fun. And then this whole Wisp sequence was supposed to be not this long. It was literally supposed to be like they come together. Wisp immediately touches her head. We retell the entire dream, but from a different angle, and then all this nonsense again. Ooh, I can't wait to talk about this shot. This is gonna be cool. And there's all this nonsense. I don't think I was originally going to put this scene in, or at least the first draft of the script didn't include this, but I'm like, oh, I kind of need to explain Wisp to a degree, at least how he operates in the story, so we'll do something like this. I think it'll be pretty fun. And this kind of then kept getting longer as I was working on it, so I'm like this all this nonsense. I'm like, oh wow, we could do a thing where Wisps is on an island. And I'm like, what if we had the camera do this? And I'm like, well, Densle, can you actually pull this off? And I'm like, no, but we'll figure it out. Anywho, so yeah, so this was supposed to be a lot shorter, but what was going to be involved, this scene was gonna be there. I don't actually fully remember, but just imagine this video, but like not 8 minutes, but actually like 2.5. That's what the original intention was supposed to be. But I storyboarded it out. I did the writing for it, and then I was like, wow, it's a bit fast. We should probably do a little more talking. I got a question. Do you work professionally? How long have you worked in animation? So I do work professionally, but as a layout artist, like for film and television. So I don't do any of this actual stuff for like an actual job. I'm more of just like a fancy camera animator. So like I don't do any of the rendering. I don't do any compositing or lighting or sound or any of that stuff. I'm literally just a guy that would set up stuff for other artists. But it's a job that kind of does a little bit of it, that needs to kind of know a good bit of everything else, so that it can, so that you can give all the other artists the best kind of the best kind of work that they can get or that they need. So the short answer is technically yes, but not doing anything that I do here on YouTube. except for technically camera animation. So it's related kind of to a degree. You understand how you're not more popular? Oh man, neither do I. But I also don't really deserve the popularity. So feel free to share me around. If you do, awesome. If you don't, that's also fine. What was I doing? He's another representative. He isn't the mayor. He pretty much is the mayor. Like, the way they treat you in game is like you're pretty much a god on the island. But anywho, yeah, writing went pretty okay. It slowly expanded out more because I needed to do more stuff with the story as I was working on it. So come the storyboarding phase, I already like the video went from being a short to this, and I sat there going, oh baby, it's gonna be neat if I can pull it off, but also how am I gonna pull this off? that's a lot of work. Some more work. I've worked in animation for 8 years. I've been even close to this good. That's fake news. You're probably significantly better than I am, but also very cool. Was the stop motion actually clay animation or was it animated? It's all animated or 3D. Like here's the animation for it. Isabelle doesn't have any proper skin here because the shader for it is kind of incredibly complicated for the engine that renders these preview images. But at least to make Isabelle's face. But yeah, it's all animated. I animated myself. It's in 6 FPS, but we'll talk about that in animation. Writing, I don't have much more to say about it. We did some writing. I wrote all the characters and all the story and the thing, and it's all good. It was a good time. We loved it. What 3D program do you use? We use Blender, which is the free open source 3D renderer. Animation, rendering, compositing, modeling, sculpting program. It's pretty good. I love it. It's why it's what I do. I'll make all these videos in, aside from DaVinci Resolve here. Yeah. Okay. I guess I can move on to the next bit, which is storyboarding. All right, this is where things start getting pretty cool because then you get to see all the fun secrets. So storyboarding these videos is not complicated to any stretch of the means. Like I literally try to make storyboarding as easy as possible, and by doing so, since I'm using game assets from Animal Crossing, I pretty much have most of the sets that I'll be using kind of already pre-made. At least if something's indoors. Outdoor stuff I could just block out very roughly with like the general intent of what I need to see or what I need to work with, and then move on from there. But for the most part, storyboarding is super duper simple. I don't do any drawing or anything. I literally just take the assets or like the objects and files and stuff from the game and the characters from previous videos that I've already have rigged or whatever, put them in T-pose, and then have them just standing still with like very simple everything to waste like as little time as possible. I'm literally just I'm using this entire step or stage to kind of get an understanding of like what my limitations are going to be for this video and like how things are roughly going to play out once I actually go through with them, because like you can write anything. You can write the coolest darn looking script with the most amazing sequences possible, but like if the characters can't actually do it and if the sets can't actually like facilitate such actions, then like you gotta do it you gotta do something else. How do you do the voices? Okay, okie dokie. That's in the sound, but I will definitely talk about the voices a little later on. But the quick gist of it is I made an instrument in Cubase, this music program that I use, and would just play out their sound bites and then automate those to sound like how they do. But more on that later. Yeah, so like storyboarding, I'm literally just using it to just test the idea, just to see how it's gonna go, to get things on like inside of Blender so that I can actually like get an idea of compositions and frame or camera angles and like what I can't do with the characters and stuff. And it's all supposed to be as rough as possible. Like if I'm like, we're not doing any camera animation, we're not doing any actual character animation. It's literally just I'm T-posing all the characters, taking screenshots of them, and putting that in the editor, and then that's it. We're rolling. In fact, I don't even have the text isn't even supposed to be here. This is literally supposed to be just blocks of this, and then like scene descriptions. Explaining what's going on, so that when I come back to it a little bit later, I'm like, oh, that was what I was trying to do with Mask Boy looking at a thing or some nonsense. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Quick pause. I can actually read all your comments because I'm totally not ignoring them. Ever use Cinema 4D? I did in the past briefly, but I never really got the quote-unquote hang of it. So I never did much in it. But it's a pretty good time. What software does Densle use? He uses well, okay, it's a bit of a list if you want to know all of them, but the animations and rendering and all that stuff are done primarily in Blender. They're edited inside of DaVinci Resolve here, which is this editing program that I'm using, and then I use some other programs for music and small shot fixing here and there. But for the most part, just Blender and Resolve. Are you this mean to your Animal Crossing pals in real life? No. Contrary to popular belief, I am not Mask Boy. He's just a character, and I treat my babies as little angels. Okay. So yeah, please do not assume that I Dongle himself am the guy, because I would cry. It already makes me cry making these videos. So yeah, storyboarding. It's super duper simple, super easy. It's literally just characters in sets. I'll usually actually kind of. I was gonna say I use this time to also make sets as well if I need to, like Luna's house here, which isn't actually in the game in any way. I just needed a set for her to be in, and I'm like, wow, what would Luna live in? And then made this house. But I also needed to fill it up with a bunch of furniture for the where is it? For this shot, because without it, without this room being filled with a bunch of nonsense, then like this shot wouldn't look as interesting as it did. But that's fine. So I'm like, so sometimes when we're doing storyboarding, if I know I need a set to look a certain way, then I'll also might stop to just build that set and then storyboard it within it. Or sometimes I'll just do it later. Like I think all this stuff I set up first because I needed to look developing for it. But then the inside of Wisps shop, I'm lying to all you guys. All these sets were already made in the storyboarding phase apparently, but I at least had an idea of what I wanted, so I just made it first. And then unlike the back over there, like what's going on with that town hall, bub? But yeah, it's a little bit of prep, a little bit of blocking, a little bit of knocking and nonsense, and it's all delicious. Do you have a Patreon? I do. If you look in the description, there should be a mega link. And actually, just a link to the Patreon. I think it should be there. Feel free to join. If you do, awesome. If you don't, share the videos. That's just as useful. First video made me cry since I had Molly. Lolly? She's my favorite. That's why so mean. Come on, he's just a boy. What is the hardest thing to render in your animations? Oh, probably this shot. Actually, probably the where was it? This stupid shot. The freaking the wow nonsense. Well, don't worry. I'll vent about this a little later if you stick around. Yeah, there was that shot, and then and then also these mask boy shots, these massive shots, which I'll also talk about later if you remind me later in the rendering phase. But the quick and dirty of them was the way that I had to render them was referencing in a previous version of the shot, and that brought a bit of problems. I also had to add in I added in smoke in the last minute and volumetrics to make it seem a little bit more interesting, and that was pretty cool. But these shots were having a heckin' time with denoising, because if you freeze frame and zoom in and then go step by step, it looks all warbly and gross. And I'm like, I could fix that, but that'll take forever, so I'll just not. And then we made the rest of the video. Yeah, some of those shots, and I think probably I was also really worried about doing this tunnel effect, because I didn't actually know what it was going to look like for most of the production until I got to rendering, where I'm like, I need this to look very wild, like very chaotic, but like, you know, how do you plan to make something look chaotic? So I spent a couple hours just kind of adding a bunch of effects and stuff and making it very shiny and bright, and then adding in trees to help break up the brightness of things so that it was not super stroby. Added some other these door effects, this warbling looking nonsense. I made like a cylinder of that to be little wavy things in the background. You can't see because it's a blurry mess, but like yeah, right there, this stuff. See, so it looks like she's going through hoops. Those were added to help. Lights were added in some other We'll talk about it later. Don't worry. But it was a time. It was a time. Are there any Easter eggs in any of your Animal Crossing episodes? Yeah, all the time. Well, maybe not like an egregious amount of Easter eggs, but there's always fun stuff to find. What was I talking about earlier? Storyboarding? Yeah, storyboarding's not that crazy. Although it's pretty gross. Where's that? What is that tunnel shot? Yeah, like this. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do a tunnel shot. So I'm like, I need a frame of her standing there, and like a frame of her moving forward, and then in the room, and then Wisp talking, just doing his Wisp thing, and then Wisp is all wispy, and it's all a pretty good time. I didn't and when doing all the storyboarding for all this, like I was very much setting myself up for not necessarily failure, but like to do things that I had no idea how to do, like the room building effect here. I kind of was like, we'll figure it out later. we'll just figure it out. And the dream transition sequence, even all this clay stuff, because I'm like, oh, I want it to be stop motion. I have no experience doing stop motion, so that was neat to give future me to figure out. Can you give us a hint of what the next video is going to be? Terraforming. It's the next logical step in the story. But I think it'll be really fun. I could turn the light down. Nonsense. Sorry if it's loud. What else? What was I gonna say? I think I talked enough about storyboarding. We're gonna move on to it's all rough. Yeah, I just use it to visualize all my limitations and stuff, etc., etc. I wrote down some bullet points, but I stopped at blocking. So after blocking, we're freeballing it. Blocking is pretty much storyboarding 2.0, kind of like it's in this stage where I do camera animation, usually try to final the camera animation, or at least figure out more of the complicated camera animation stuff. Better way to phrase that would be simple camera animations I will final / just fully animate, because they're usually not anything crazy. But crazy camera animations such as this, or actually, believe it or not, this shot, and stuff like this, or where was it? Or this dang shot, kachowie. It looks so much cooler black and white. Yeah, big camera moves and big complicated camera shots I'll usually just very roughly block out, kind of just to figure out whatever various technical things I need to understand in order for me to achieve the shot that I'm looking to do, and then I'll just rough out all the various steps that I need to take to achieve it, and then I'll refine it later in the animation phase, once I have a better understanding of like what I need to do in that shot for the greater good of the narrative, and that's always a fun time. But anywho, blocking, we do character animation slightly, and it was actually in the blocking stage that I did most of the stop motion animation, because the blocking is already in step tangents, or like the pose to pose kind of frame rate kind of looking thing, so I'm like, well, I could just do it here and then figure it out, and just quote unquote refine it later. So the stop motion was done in blocking, but refined a little bit later, and that was neat. I also have to do all of the hard work here, because this stage is also when I need to make sure that almost 80-90% of all the assets and rigs and stuff are finished / renderable, because after the stage is animation, and trying to swap assets later while doing animation and rendering is troublesome, to say the least. So I usually I'll usually storyboard it, and I'll go, cool, the story works, or it looks like it'll work. I'll then take a pause, and I'll go and make sure that all the characters are finished, all the sets are finished, as much texturing and rendering stuff that I need to figure out, or that I need to have figured out for later, is also mostly done, so that when I actually get into animation, I don't have to worry about things needing to be updated. Very time consuming, to say the least, because we also have to make sure that every single shot, so every single one of these blocks is a shot, and each shot has its own file, and I can show you exactly what that looks like. Each shot has its own file, and each file is broken down, or each shot is broken down into different stages. So we have animation, which is pretty much just blocking to fully animated, and each one is a blend file that needs to have the set, the characters, everything that the shot needs to get the final image. In this case was this desk, so I just had to make sure I had the set ready to go and no characters or anything like that. But like, say I need to do this shot, I have to make sure that, well, wait, what shot number was that? This shot. All right. Going to lighting, but I can't render it because that'll probably crash the stream. for a shot like this, I have to make sure that everything that I need, that I'm going to need to render, is also in this shot and ready to render. So in that case, I need this mask guy here. I need to make sure that the roof that he's peeling back is fully rigged and peelable, which in our case it totally is. I can literally take this roof and go, give me that rare. Oh god, give me that roof peel. It's kind of jank because I only needed to peel it up just very slightly, but roof peel. Beautiful. Isabelle doing her nose, and Mask doing his I'm gonna get yous and what have you. So yeah, blocking is where a lot of the technical nonsense has to be figured out, so that it's not a nuisance later on. That's probably a very poor way of explaining the entire process, but like, yeah, we're doing all the not fun technical grunt work to make sure that the rest of my life is easier in the animation and lighting phase. And it's a pretty good time. This is probably the phase that I hate the most because it takes forever. It takes forever. But once it's done, then like a lot of the tedious work is finished, like camera moves, character posing, a rough pass on timing for all their actions, so that I can better edit the video together and figure out how long a shot needs to be and stuff like that. But it just takes forever. So you can put the shot prop and set list within the shot file in the timeline. That's useful if you have multiple people picking up animation rather than checking for asset lists externally. So unfortunately I can't do that. I'm just being very diligent about keeping track of what shots what, and using this to coordinate all that. So from this is where I'll manage all of the files from, and for those that aren't familiar, this program is called Prism. It's a project manager, and I use it to structure and organize the entire video. This is where this thing keeps track of all the file versions, all the file types, all the temporary frame renders, as well as final frames, and wherever they're stored on my computer. So this program here just lets me keep track of all the file management that comes with working on something of this scale, and I take all of the stuff that this organizes, and then just manually bring that into Resolve here, and then just keep track of versions and stuff inside of here manually. It does have a plugin that lets this talk to this program, but I've never used it, or I haven't tried playing around with it yet because I don't actually have a good reason for it. I just haven't tried it yet. I'm kind of scared to because it's new and confusing. But yeah, how do you get the sounds like the characters talking? I make a custom instrument that plays all their sound bites in a program such as Cubase, and I essentially just play them like an instrument, trying to make them do the and then pitch shifting that, or automating some pitch shifting so that it sounds like they're actually doing other vocal inflections. And then I'll take that and then bring that back into Resolve, where I'll cut it up even more and do even more pitch shifting. I hate it so much. It's one of the worst parts of doing sound, but your kids love it. I'll actually show more about it later in the sound stage, or yeah, when I talk about doing all the sound and getting all this nonsense understood. But sit tight, my sweet little babushka. I love your ear animations. Thank you. I'm glad you do. How hard is to translate video to different languages? We're working on it. We got English and French, at least for this particular video so far. What was I talking about? Blocking. Yeah, blocking's no fun, but it's very crucial. Like, it's one of the most important parts, because actually blocking is pretty much what I do professionally, which is shot setup and camera animation. So my actual professional job would be me taking these files and making sure that rigs are in them, that cameras are placed where they're supposed to be, that cameras are moving and looking at the things that they're supposed to be looking at, and just doing all the back end technical grunt work that needs to be done before the next artist can work on the shot. In my case, the next artist is just me again, but I want to make sure my future self is working as painlessly as possible. So if that means going into these shots and making sure that they're hitting all the poses that I need them to do, so that when I open up animation, I go, oh sweet, I already know what they need to do. Just I need to refine it and make it look nice. Then we do that here, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, the blocking phase is also where I go and finalize all the character rigging, where I make sure sets are renderable and looking as good as they can, make sure I get all the props / tools that I need to do, and that takes a lot of time because I have to navigate through a disgusting amount of files to make sure that I have everything that I need. But it's all good. We do it for the greater good of you, my dear sweet chaps. Important to be kind to yourself. We are both in terms of the amount of work I give myself and creative relaxation. Yeah. 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 I'm gonna quickly pause to read the chat. Wow, you're so good at it. This is how you do it. Amazing. Yeah, thank you, Poppy. It's a good time. Seriously, I want Mask Boy in Happy Home Paradise making very vacation home hells. Why? Don't do that. Thank you, Robin Hood. That was very generous of you. I really do appreciate that. You saying how long and tedious blocking is and that you hate it. Also, it's what I do professionally. Yeah, it's a bit of a thankless job, but it's quite an important one. And doing it for myself is also not as bad as I'm actually making it out to be, but it is very tedious and it is quite time consuming. So, but I'm like, but I have to do it because it makes working on it easier. It's a catch-22 app, but it's all good. I thought the language in Animal Crossing was made up to some extent. If I'm not mistaken, I think in the English version, or in most localized versions, it's English text, or the characters are speaking the English letter representation of each word that they're saying, and then it's only different in, I think, Japan, where they have a whole different recording dialect where villagers will speak kind of in Japanese. But for the most part, it's generally indistinguishable, just babble. But in game at least they're speaking to every letter. In this particular video, I only made them speak to every word, except for Nook. He just babbles at the end. But yeah, it's a pretty cool process. More on that later. I guess I can move into animation for animation, even though I didn't really talk too much about blocking. Was there anything neat to just mention about blocking? Oh, it was actually here where I kind of also figured out how to do the this effect, which is just geometry nodes, because Blender has. I can open the shot. Let's go, baby. Oh god, that was in sequence 4? Question mark. Yes. Yeah, because there's gonna be another shot in between these, and I decided to just combine like 3 shots into one, so that I didn't have to do it. Like this was gonna be one shot. This transition was gonna be one shot. And then what Wisp says here was going to be another shot. But I didn't do that. I'm like, well, just do it all here. Bun that noise. So this was, we figured out, in the blocking stage, we also figured out some of the effects stuff that I needed to do. So like the disintegrating. And yeah, it's just geometry nodes. In Blender 2.83, I think. I forget when they introduced it. They added in this super duper crazy feature, which is geometry nodes. And then because of some guy that I follow on Twitter, he was like, "Hey, internet, you want some cool distortion looking effects?" And I'm like, "Oh, you heckin' know I do, brother." And he's like, "Here's the nodes, bro." And I'm like, "Hot diggity dingoes, Batman." And then I took that setup that he made and then applied them to all the furniture and characters and stuff, so that we can do this very gnarly looking effect. One moment, which loading the shaders. Come on, yeah. So all this big setup, it just takes their geometry and just blows it up, and then with another thing in the scene, I can kind of control. Where is it? I need the thing. I need the set. Room effector. With this other thing that I can animate, we can have it do a thing and be all ka-chowie, wow, kerslamo, wow, amazing, and then that gets hooked up to some textures that make it so that you can't see the little shards while, like, if they're out of position. It's a lot of stupid science. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we figured out how to do some of these effects for this shot, and then the later ones as well. Like, I think this shot was used as a test bed for this effect, because I needed to do it here. I needed to do it on Mask Boy here, but not in blocking, and as well as one more time here, so that Isabelle manifests the airport. So I'm like, I gotta figure that out, and we did. Story writing me was like, "Dongy, I'm making you do a big thing," and I'm like, and I'm sweating out of all my orifices, and I'm like, how do I do that? And then we get to it, and I granted not super elegantly, but we figured it out, and it was pretty cool. Why is your name Densle? Because it was a screen name that I made up some years ago, and then the channel started popping off, so I'm like, well, now I can't not use it, and we doubled down on Densle. Those Bandai toys with the aesthetic absolutely slaps ass. Is there a real reference or a specific inspiration for this style of video? Not really, actually. I just kind of thought it'd be fun. Like, I don't actually know where I got the idea to do the stop motion, or yeah, pretty much the stop motion I just kind of thought of doing early on, because I thought it'd be neat. No, actually, because I get a lot of comments about people thinking that these videos look like stop motion animation, despite them having no real relation, visually at least, to stop motion. So I'm like, well, we're gonna double down on that with this dream sequence, and just make it legit look like stop motion, and people thought it was cool. Everything else is just the peak of my animation abilities. So like all this animation work, at least the way that it looks, is pretty much the only animation style I know how to do. Which isn't that super advanced. I use a lot of noise modifiers and stuff to make it look like they're moving more than they actually are. I guess we're talking about animation now. Hey guys, welcome to the animation sequence. Yeah, I pretty much I wouldn't really classify myself as much of an animator, because like I just do it for fun, not really professionally necessarily. But does I have the fingerprints embedded in them? Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I have a confession to make about the clay clay look though. I just ended up buying a clay shader that had a bunch of parameters and stuff, and I just tweaked them a bunch to make it look like how it did. So I didn't make it from scratch. Somebody invented the wheel already, so I just reused it. But yeah, all the animation, I I just kind of do it the best that I can, at least with how much I already know. Every video I try to make it a little nicer, but I'm pretty much learning animation and how to be a good animator as I make these videos because I was never formally taught animation. Well, I kind of was, but at least not on this kind of scale. So every episode we just take a stab at trying to make it a little nicer. But yeah, for the most part, I animated everything myself. We just literally open up the blocking files, and I would just take their keyframes that I've already kind of done or made, and then just made them transition between the two. Like, okay, all right, here we're gonna do a super duper quick animation demo. Hey guys, welcome to Animation Danimation. Here I am with myself, and we're gonna we're gonna show you all the various steps that I'm probably not gonna animate, but I'll show you what it'll look like. So we have Isabelle here. This is a file that broke actually because her rig controller just disappeared. Let's move to this one. All right, here we got Isabelle here. She's got one pose, another pose, and another pose, and she just says hello. So I'm like, well, we need her to do a thing. We just kind of need her to lean in and then lean back out. So I'm literally just gonna like set them to Bezier. So instead of it snapping between the keyframes, it smoothly transitions between the two. But this looks weird. We can't have that. We need like holds, and we need you know, leading actions and stuff. Like whenever you kind of speak and stuff, like you lead with your head for the most part, says the expert pro men. So we gotta do the same. So I'm like, well, first we're gonna add some holds. We're gonna take this first keyframe and we're just gonna put it somewhere here, and then maybe move this one so that this is being held. It's not being held. What are you doing? Keyframes? It's not working. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a fraud. All right, there you go. We get a hold. So now she's not moving, and then she moves in between here and then back again. We're gonna copy this keyframe, put it over here, and keep doing that repeatedly, so that because sometimes Blender doesn't actually take the right keyframe information and doesn't make a proper hold, but like it's supposed to look like this, but it looks like this because I think something somewhere is probably borked, but that's fine. Actually, I'm gonna clean this up a little bit, so I don't mind everything that I'm doing. We're gonna do this, and then this, and then this, and then good enough. So then yeah, so she's doing the action, but it's looking fast and jank. So we're gonna take this keyframe, maybe make this a little longer, maybe make this a little shorter. I think this shot is actually ended up making longer anyways, but it's fine. So yeah, so now she's kind of like doing a little bit of the action and looks pretty decent. And we're gonna take like her torso, we're just gonna offset that just a little bit so it starts earlier, and then do the same thing with her head so it starts a little earlier, maybe make that slower. And then usually I always make her do a thing where she moves her head down first and then up, so she's like, hello. But this looks kind of jank because I'm butchering this super hard. I'm very sorry. But you get the idea. We do like she's moving pose to pose, and then we're just trying to make her look nice in between the thing. We're just trying to make the transitions look nice, but I am not doing that justice in the slightest. So take all these teachings with a grain of salt, and a couple other ingredients needed to bake a delicious pie. But yeah, so she does a thing, and then maybe make this a little shorter. And then we maybe make all this stuff a little slower or something. And we're pretty much doing this for like 17 hours a day. I'm just going from shot to shot, going like, oh yeah, she's looking a little stiff. Can we maybe give her a little bit of a little oomph? And then director me goes, do we have the budget for that? And he goes, maybe if we get rid of the entire lighting department. And then director me goes, well, that sounds like a terrible idea. Who's gonna light the video? And then he looks to me and he says, well, you sir, you're gonna do it for all of us. And then director me says, that sounds like a bad idea. And I'm like, why is this hand doing it? Because there's no keys on it. Oh my goodness, I'm a fraud. You get the idea. Animating, it's a good time. What you were a good video you already made? I was showing you how I animate. We pretty much open the shot up. We have some very rough blocking poses, and then I just spend the time making them not blocky poses. And it's a good time. We make sure that her ears are moving, we make sure that her hair is moving, we make sure that her shoulders do some nonsense. Sometimes her tail is in frame, so we got to make sure that moves. And then we also then put a layer of noise on everything so that she's always kind of warbling a little bit as she moves, and it's not super static all the time, etc., etc. We animate. It's a good time. It's a delicious time. Anywho. We do that for pretty much every single shot, and some shots are easier than others. Like here, it's just her torso up, and then Luna is not really animated. She just kind of slides past frame. This shot I hated to do because the body mechanics are not my cup of tea, but she does a thing. And then this shot was pretty fun because I'm like, it's animation-wise, it's literally nothing. She just jiggles her head around. And it's going to be completely sold in the compositing phase where we do all the lighting and effects and all the warbling nonsense. So I'm like, she just needs to move her head and open her eyes. All this nonsense, pretty fun. I could probably pause the music for a minute. All this stuff, pretty fun. It was literally just took all the furniture and just made it go. Yeah, furniture, and then Isabelle and her ears. Oh my god, Isabelle's ears. Guys, I hate animating Isabelle's ears. they're so much. They're just ears. But they're massive. She's like a bunny. But with ears filled with water. But I wanted to take advantage of the fact that they're big and probably pretty light, so I had them flutter around a lot more in this sequence, a lot more than I've ever animated them. So that was fun. But this shot was a time because the camera's like parented to her, or with her, but also to another system that lets me do the spin around. I'd like to also quickly point out, everybody really enjoys this flag, but this flag is pretty much in every other video. I'm very surprised it took the majority of viewers until this video to see it, but I'm happy that you now have. This was all camera animation, and then some door, and then Isabelle doing a but twice. Beautiful. And then some door, and then this shot was bonkers. How did I even do this? Who is Mask Man? Is he gonna reveal behind the mask his story about his life? Wait, are you asking, is he gonna take his mask off and then talk about his entire story? Because that doesn't sound like a fun video. But also, that's a story question. You're gonna have to wait and find out. The shot composition makes us look at the flag. Oh, I know. But you can kind of make it out in most of the other videos, but that doesn't matter. It's just a fun gag. It's fine. Get this shot. What did I even do? Ooh, yeah. So, okay. Okay, actually, I'll just open up the shot. This was 380. Oh man, you guys are in for a treat. 380. Pow pow. All right, so it's gonna look kind of hectic, kind of just by itself, but it makes sense. Okay, so I split the shot up into two kind of scenes. Scene one being this entire tunnel that she kind of passes through. Like here is the set from the beginning, like where she is. Don't mind this wall. It's an effect thing. What animation software do you use? We're using Blender, the free open source software. So yeah, Isabelle here. So how long does it take for this stuff to render? Usually a couple, like less than a minute per frame for most shots, like 20 or so seconds or so per frame. But some of the bigger shots can get upwards up to a minute and a half. I spent about a week rendering stuff, but that was but mainly just rendering stuff at night while I slept, and coming back to it in the morning, going, "Wow, it didn't render correctly." But yeah, it usually ranged from 20 or so seconds to about a minute or so. But I was also rendering all this on a 3090, which now is currently dead, and I'm trying to harass Gigabyte about to fix. So we're currently on a 1070, which means that these shots would actually take 5 or so minutes per frame to render. So some time. Do you have an animation degree? Technically, yeah, but it was many years ago when I acquired it, and what they taught me in school, isn't necessarily the most useful knowledge that I use today. Using Blender 3, yeah, I was actually. That's how I was able to get these renders in the seconds rather than the minutes. For the last video, it was usually about a minute or so to render each frame. But Cycles X nicely shaved off 30 or so seconds to a minute per frame, and it was pretty delicious. Some shots obviously took longer than others, which is always usually the case. This shot, for example, I think was pretty easy going. Like I think it was only a couple seconds per frame for the most part, because like all this is pretty simple. All this is just motion blur, and then and looking in a tunnel. This is what the tunnel looked like, by the way. Here it is with textures. Come on, you can do it. Did I actually do clay for any of the claymation shots? No, sir. We did all of that in 3D with Blendy, with Blender. Do you use Cycles or Eevee? We use Cycles because, and it's literally specifically because the face shader setups that I have for all the characters. So essentially my ability to animate their face and their mouth requires a shader that Eevee can't compute correctly, at least currently. We get this pink nonsense here because the shader node for it is past its computational limits. So I have to render it with Cycles so that I can actually see their faces. I'd hit render, but I don't trust my computer / the stream to make the frames look nice. But yeah, this whole shot, it was pretty much just I made a big tunnel, and Isabelle and the camera are parented together with an object with a light source, I think, attached to them. Yeah, I guess it's outside of the thing. That's not useful. May I know which computer are you working on? My own. I built my own machine last year when I was doing inboxes. Yeah. Which was your favorite animation you've made out of all the shorts, not counting the big one with all of them? I want to say probably this one so far, or maybe the collector. but also none of them at the same time, because I'm proud of all of them for different reasons, but also hate all of them for different reasons. So all of them, my babies. Do you use grease pencil or do you only do 3D? I have no knowledge on how to use grease pencil. I've been telling myself that I'm going to learn at some point in my life, but because I really want to do 2D animation stuff at some point. But I also don't really have a reliable tablet, and 2D and grease pencil scares me. But someday. Yeah, this portal effect. It's gnarly. We have she just kind of does a wow kind of nonsense thing, and then it renders looking all bonkerdoos. And it was animated with Isabelle just standing. Come on. So I just parented Isabelle and the camera to this object that come on, let me get this object that shoots forward, and it was rendered in 2 parts so that I could comp it together, because if I just left it as was or as is, trying to keep everything together, then we would see this big tunnel in the background for the door, and I'm like, that looks ugly, we don't want that. So I rendered it twice, to do once for the build up, and then again from this point onward without the tunnel, so that I can then I comp those back together so that they oh no, resolve, please. And we comp them back together so that we could do this door transition, and it remains looking all spooky and coolio. Wow, very poggers. Anywho, back to the thing. Isabelle's animated only from the waist up, and we just used a bunch of noise modifiers to give her shaking, and we just keyframe those to stop when she gets to the door. So the whole thing's in file, and it's a good time. Coming from 2D, 3D is scary, buddy. 3D is great. 2D is scary. Drawing all those frames, my goodness. And yeah, so let me have Wisp doing his thing. Some fun thing I like to complain about: Wisp's arms are so short that they actually can't go anywhere past his body. So here he's typing technically, but his hands actually are nowhere near the keyboard. Like, they pretty much end right here. And he, we just added typing sound effects because to help sell the effect. But so like the whole throughout most of the video, I'm like, oh man, Wisp is gonna be so easy because he doesn't have legs, because I hate animating legs and people walking and stuff. That's just not. If I can avoid it, I always will. And I thought Wisp was gonna be fine because he doesn't even have legs. He's just a ball wearing a hat with some little arms. And it turned out to be not the case. Making a flying ball look cool was at least to me challenging. Like the notion of making him look weightless was something that I thought I could do easily, and then I got into it and I'm like, oh, you're gonna be difficult, huh, bub? Fine. But we made it work. Some shots look really nice, some shots don't. And then like his little hands, I didn't rig them super correctly, so like they don't bend the nicest when he moves, but we made it work. In the animation stage, I didn't have any of the 2D stuff done, like the board here, or like the big sign for him, and then like and his awesome PowerPoint presentation. I thought. Well, I have it here in this version of the animation because I had to go back and I had to animate this, or the 2D graphic, render it out, put it back in the scene, and then readjust the scene's timing so that I could actually have enough time to like look at it and see what's going on, and then we have Wisp come up. So this shot was actually supposed to be shorter. If I go into the blocking phase, it was supposed to be like this. He does it over and then comes up almost immediately. But this version is a little longer. So I'm like, yeah, longer. and it's pretty delicious. You don't get in trouble for sort of copyrights? So far, no. But fingers crossed, never. And then Wisp comes along. He's all like, wowie. And it's a pretty good time. Some of the animations yesterday. Oh, wow. I'm so glad you're here. Kelsey? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's an honor. Out of all the shots, this one's my favorite for some reason. It's just so smooth. It actually worked. And then this shot was supposed to be, yeah, 3 shots. Like it was supposed to be 3 separate shots. But then when I was blocking it out, I'm like, oh, we can combine them all together. Can save a bunch of headache. Yeah, and then okay. So this is where things get funky. Not actually, because I'm gonna keep saying that a lot, even though things aren't actually getting any funkier than they previously were. But Blender has this feature called linking and appending, which for anybody who's used Maya before is kind of like its version of referencing, but it's not as advanced. Like it can kind of do the same thing of like if you were to update the reference file, then like the linked representation of it in your scene also gets updated, but that gets complicated when you're working with things with versions. Luckily, Prism makes that kind of okay to work with, so we can deal with it. Linking is really neat because it lets you take specific parts of a blend file or of a previous file and put them into your scene. So in my case, I knew I was going to be reusing the stuff from the dream sequence from the beginning, all of this animation. And I'm like, I think it'd be really neat if I animate all these in a way so that they look good by themselves, but I can also reuse them and to see them from a different angle when Wisp comes back, or when Wisp and Isabelle come back. So this animation of Isabelle here is literally is the same animation from the beginning, or from the beginning shot of the sequence, and all of this stuff is just us seeing those same shots, but just from a different angle. So I'm just reusing animation from earlier, which is why she starts moving here, but then it kind of freezes because I didn't actually animate past like 30 or so frames. But yeah, I'm like we're reusing stuff. Screw doing things again, except for some shots, like this one, they freeze because it's longer than it's supposed to be. This shot I had to reanimate because the first time we see like this angle with Mask looking at Isabelle, there's a lot of cheating going on in terms of perspective and stuff to actually make it look the way that it did. Let's go and see it. Let's go and see it. Yeah, so like you can't actually put. Well, the character's hands can't actually, like, their arms aren't long enough to actually go in front of their faces like this. So his arm is stretching really grossly outwards. Isabelle is, I think, scaled up a little bit to make to get this to fill the frame like this, and Mask Boy's pose in a way so that he doesn't actually get in the way. I can just open the shot actually and just show you what it looks like because it's pretty egregious, but fun nonetheless. Where are you? Bam, 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 bam. Do you storyboard for your animations? I assume you weren't here for the beginning, but yeah, we storyboard. They're very very simple. Literally just screenshots from Blender, with reusing the assets and posing them out as need be. Very rough, very fast, very photo-y, and storyboardy. But yeah, Mask Boy, he's doing this. This is how the shot was set up. But from the camera, it looks pretty cool, with a little bit of parallax going on, and yeah, it was a good time. It just looks very strange with his arm. And we're doing a ton of this stuff throughout the video, just like cheating things and stretching things where need be, just so that it looks good in camera. What was I talking about? This reusing animation. So yeah, so some of these shots were reused and some of them I had to redo, like this one, and this shot. Ooh, I get to talk about it. Okay, so hey, did you guys watch Into the Spider-Verse or whatever, the animated Spider-Man movie? And you remember how the internet just kind of went absolutely buck wild over the fact that the Spider-Man swing in different frame rates when Miles Morales is learning to be the Spider-Man, and then when he gets comfortable, he goes from 12 FPS to 30 or whatever. Yeah, we did that here too. With I very much wanted to redo that or reconstruct that thing, that idea. So when it got to when it came to rewatching the dream sequence again, I'm like, oh, I thought it'd be neat if the characters that are in the dream or in the that they're watching back, they remain in stop motion, being animated at 6 FPS, but Isabelle and Wisp are in 30, which is evident from like this shot and this shot. But this shot was very special because and this one too technically was very special because you can't render characters with motion blur if they're if to achieve the stop motion looking effect. At least I couldn't, / the way I went about it made it so that I couldn't, because it's very easy to get streaking motion blur looking nonsense when it's after you finish rendering it, because they're moving from pose to pose and all that stuff, and Blender still has to calculate the motion in between those frames, and it's a lot of nonsense, brings problems. We can't animate or we can't render with motion blur to make it look stop motion, but I can render these guys with motion blur because they're moving smoothly. So for these shots, I had to render them in two different parts. Once for the characters, so that they're so like we're once without motion blur, and then them separately with motion blur, and then comped back together so that they look like they're sharing the same space. And this shot was particularly special because Isabelle here, stop motion Isabelle, has to pass in between two different frame rate versions of herself and Wisp. So I had to render this shot out without motion blur, and then them two with motion blur, and then just comp them back together so that I can do this one particular effect, which I planned out to look cooler in my head, and then I did it, and I'm like, well, I'm still happy with it, but you can barely even see them passing in between them, but it's cool, it's fine. This shot reuses the first version, the first time the first file or version that we see at the beginning, but I had to restructure the file in a way so that I could take Mask Boy and the buildings and stuff, but not Isabelle, so that I could reuse it for this shot again, and not have her fly towards the camera. And that was a fun challenge to figure out. But yeah, so yeah, we're reusing a bunch of the dream sequence stuff, just so that we can have Isabelle and Wisp look at it and go, man, that's whack. Man, that's pretty whack. And then they dissolve. Ooh, then we get to this sequence. Okay. So I don't actually know how to begin talking about this shot, because it was really complicated, at least by my own standards. I like the idea of like a lens flare, kind of like a bright light of like indicating Wisp is so bright in the distance that we can see him, like kind of in this black abyss looking thing. And I thought, wow, if we do that, then it might be neat if we have the camera whooshing by big masses of islands. So we set that up, and then but I'm like, okay, well, if we're doing that, then we're gonna have to like go over some land and actually like get to our subject. So I'm like, okay, well, then we're gonna need to make a beach and like an island kind of thing, so that the camera can go over that and then move towards where it's supposed to go. So but I'm like, but I also want it to be one continuous camera move. So the camera has to be zooming, and then it gets to where it's supposed to go, and then it slows down considerably, and then does a 360 spin. With the trees being used as buffalo wipes to different for different little vignettes of things, and I didn't actually know how to do that. Okay, well, actually, that's kind of a lie. Like, I kind of had an idea of how I could do it, but I didn't know if it was actually going to work, because I'd never set it up in Blender before. Like, I've done this before on actual like shows and stuff that I used to work on, at least once or twice. And all those times I did them in Maya, and I'm like, I've never had to set up something complicated like that in Blender. Let's go. So I did it, sat down for an evening. Well, actually many evenings. I ignored this shot for a while because it always scared me. And I just chipped away at it for like a period of time. I'd come back to it every day or every other day or whatever, and just kind of like keep figuring it out. I'm gonna need islands. I'm gonna need big black reflective water. I'm gonna need a big massive land. I'm gonna need trees. I'm gonna need characters. I'm gonna need Wisp, good old Wisp, and it's gonna be a time. You're gonna have to figure it out, my dude. And I would yell to the ceiling because I don't even have my own answers. But eventually we did. So how it works is like, and this is going to be a lot of technobabble for those that aren't familiar with Blender, so I'm sorry. The camera is parented to a thing called an empty, which is kind of just like an object that the camera can attach itself to, and that object is animated flying forward at breakneck speed, and then we animate it just slowing down and then getting to the center here. And then there's another object that it's parented to, that the spin kind of that does the spin, because trying to animate a camera moving forward and then moving in a circle is not easy, or it's not there's better ways of doing it, at least by my standards. So I break up the actions between different objects. So there's one object that brings the camera to the center, and another object that takes that and then spins it around. And then we just make it look smooth. All this stuff, since the characters aren't animated, and I didn't want to animate any of the characters, I'm like, well, I can just animate them disappearing when the camera spins around different trees. So once it gets to here, Tyrone here just gets shoved under the ground, and same with Wisp. And then this other girl, Sasha, comes up. She's supposed to be holding a net here, and I didn't have the net ready yet, but yeah, I was also going to put in a bug, but I didn't, because I didn't want to get a bug. And yeah, so when the camera spins around, we just use that as we just use that to shift the characters up and down in the scene, so that we can get them in and out of frame during the spin, and it's all neato. These specific 3 trees were hand placed by me. Everything else is procedurally placed. We just use geometry nodes to scatter a big forest, which I actually probably could have made a lot smaller to save on render time, but we didn't do that. We worked inefficiently. But then came rendering, and I'm like, oh no, there's a very specific detail that I want to be in this. I want Wisp to be the only light source, and that kind of doesn't work if he's shifting around, while the trees are moving around. Like it would make it so that once we get here, this bright light source would just kind of would appear here, but then disappear once he passes behind the tree, and it would just make lighting look all weird and funky. I need to show you what the solution to that would be, but it's more of a lighting / rendering story for a little bit later. Just know that this shot it took many moons to get going, but yeah, we figured it out slowly, and then it looked pretty decent. And then we just added a bunch of sound effects to make it sound cool. But it was a good time. It was a good time. We had all the we just made a forest. We made Wisp do a thing, and I didn't want to animate anybody actually moving, so I'm like, we can just make it all little maquettes and or vignettes, sorry, and it'll be pretty neato. And then all this stuff, Mask Boy, he moves very slightly, just a little head up looking thing. A lot of noise is used to make his motion, or to make to give him a little bit of sway / little bobbing in his stance, so he's not actually perfectly still. Oh, and then this part where he's all like, "Oh no, he took something from me. I've been robbed." So I didn't have fire for quite a while. I really wanted to use the little like weird spirit smoke effect that is in the game, but I couldn't find the files for it, like the actual like frame image sequence for that flame. So I got a good buddy of mine to help out with the fire effects, and he came out of nowhere and was like, "Dongle, I got you, man. We get you. Here you go. Get your fire," because he actually has some 2D animation experience, and I did not. So yeah, my good buddy, he animated this fire for me, and I said thank you very much. I think he's watching the stream, and I just want to say, you're amazing. Never change. Thank you so much for your hard work. It was very appreciated with the fire. So yeah, I didn't have fire for a while, so I just animated. He is a pretty cool guy, yeah. So I just animated the sphere, kind of just like there for general blocking, and to help with where his hands would be. Super simple shot, just him going like a mage, and then disappearing. This effect is the same effect that's used for the town hall materialization or whatever, and the airport materialization effect. It's just reused to put on him. I wanted to make it look nicer, or like more clay-ish looking effect, like warbly and gross and kind of blah 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 blah. But I couldn't get that figured out in time, so I'm like, okay, we'll just go with the pixelization looking effect. Oh yeah, and then Wisp crying. I wanted to do this so badly. I'm sorry if this is sad. It made me sad. But I'm like, if it makes me sad, I have to do it with him. Just do it a little. I love it. Yeah. And then I had plans for a dissolve, but like a custom one that I was gonna do, and but I didn't know how to do it in Resolve at the time, so I'm like, I'll just do a fade. But then some other time later, they're like, you can do it. You can put effects on those transitions, and I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. How many people working on this team? Just one. It's just me. and then some friends every now and again to do very specific things. But yeah, it's a good time. We make it work with a one-man squad. We got all this nonsense. Oh, and one of the problems actually that came with doing that transition looking effect, like all this nonsense, is the fact that because of the way that it's set up, means that everything that is going to have that effect has these like really sharp edges on them. Like Nook here is all kind of like blocky looking ish. It's not super duper smooth, and I couldn't get that fixed the entire time. Well, I could have if I took another swing at it, doing it a different way, but that would have taken time, and I didn't want to waste that, so we just left it and hope that nobody would see it. But now that you are being told about it, enjoy. How do you sell flames? I don't know. You just bring them to the shop. Those behind the scenes absolutely favorite party videos. Oh, thank you, Evelyn. I hope you're enjoying your time. So then they talk, and then all this, I tried to make sure that all the camera angles were from like waist up, so that I didn't actually have to animate any of her feet. Like we can't see your legs. It's a medium shot. This chair is strategically placed so that during her spin, I don't have to actually have to animate her legs doing a turnaround. Screw that. And same with this shot, she just kind of does a whoop and turns around. Wisp floats. He doesn't have legs, so that's fine. Except for this shot. There's a very tiny step right there. And this shot, or this kind of Inception looking shot, is all in file. I made this this big tower of sets that the camera would just whoosh through. So it starts at the bottom, and then it comes up, and then there's them, and then it comes up again, and then we pass them, and then we get to the top again. And then I just used my rendering quote-unquote abilities to make them all seem like different spaces that we transition through. And then yeah. Oh, this shot that was actually supposed to be different. We were supposed to come up to it. And then it was gonna cut to a shot where the camera's looking outside, or the camera's outside looking in through the window, and Luna was gonna be here, staring through it, and we could hear the theme song a little clearer, and then it was gonna cut back to like the whoosh whoosh whoosh, and then going back down in layers or whatever. As some of you might have guessed, this is a reference to Inception. Inception does a thing in it where, if you haven't seen the movie, they go to deeper like dream levels or whatever, and each time, or each lower level that they go, time moves even slower. So, and as represented in the music, because the film's score is, or at least the main theme song is this French tune. I forgot what it's called. That's just slowed down to this egregiously slow rate, and then reorchestrated to sound like an actual song. And I wanted to do that in this video, so we do that here with the theme song. It's not super smooth, but that's what happens, and that same effect is also used, well again later on here at the end, because it becomes a siren, like a time's up, pup. But we also use that here at the beginning with a custom version of KK's Dream Cafe that I put together myself. To do the same thing, where every kind of stage that they go, it slows down a little more, and then but we orchestrate it a little bit differently with each stage, that it actually sounds like a song rather than just like slow noise. Yeah, it's pretty neat little. Wait, this is a sound detail. I'm way ahead of myself. So yeah, we references, we do them here. I like films, all right, so we recycle the things that we see in films, and also for other contexts. This sink into the chair line is from Get Out as well, because in that movie there's a part where the main character sinks into a chair, and it's pretty cool. That's kind of a spoiler. I'm sorry if you plan to watch the movie, but that needed to be stated so that you understood the reference. Yeah, so then they talk in the animation phase. I didn't have Wisps disappearing effect figured out yet. I'm like, I'll probably just do that in comping later or something. So we'll just have him do a cool backflip, buddy. Do it. Yeah. And then the whole scene falls apart again. Nice. And then she wakes up. We recycle the set from the beginning again, and Isabelle's all talking. They're talking, and then it's all well and dandy. This is, I guess, I'm going to point out a little bit of an Easter egg that I wanted to show more of, but didn't actually end up doing because I changed some of the framing, there's some of the compositions later on. But on Luna's table here, there's a book that actually says Summoning Wisp 101. I thought it was pretty funny. But I could, like, I spent all this time making this book cover, even though it's not that great or exciting, with the hopes of, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put this in the scene and everyone's gonna, like, lose their minds because it's gonna be a bunch, there's, like, lore, wow, so cool. And then this is the only shot you see it in, and you can't even really read it. So I'm sorry, guys, but technically, story wise, yeah, Luna and Wisp are friends, so they so she brings them out every now and again. But yeah, we get that scene, and then we do the end credits, which, according to my metrics, most of the viewers don't actually end up seeing, which is kind of funny, because, like, it's very suspicious when the video is like still has quite a way to go, but it's already saying goodbye. But hey, to each their own, unicorns. And credits. We get our little cliffhanger end credits scene where Nook is on his laptoping away, type it, and then it goes, oh shoot, a letter from upper management, and he just kind of does a big old sigh, gives him one of these, and he gets his phone and does one of these, and he calls one of these boys, and then guess who it is? It's Ramen, bringing a phone to Mask Boy as he's watching a big wall of content. And then they have a phone call, and they talk it out, and then it's all good. And he hangs up on him, and it's a good time. Animating this was pretty simple. Same deal. The hardest thing to do was probably this shot, because Raymond just friggin' zooms into frame here, and I had plans of making him look smoother, and I just never did it. So my bad. But yeah, he comes into frame, and then getting this constraint system working with Mask reaching down to grab the phone, and then but also remove itself from the platter. That was a good time to figure out. And yeah, this vibrating effect, I thought, like, it's really easy to do. Like, it's just like 2 keys, like, just of it doing the kind of thing, and then, but I like the way it turned out. I thought it was pretty funny. We don't see Nook's feet or legs at all. I actually, for a long while, I thought Nook didn't wear pants, so he's not wearing pants throughout any of the other videos, and then one comment brought that up. It's just like, isn't it strange how he's not wearing pants? And I'm like, wait a minute, does he? And I looked it up, and then yeah, he's supposed to be wearing shorts. So I'm sorry, kids, but next video he will definitely be sporting his beautiful shorts. And I'll get I'll get that going. And I'm sorry, but we don't see his lower half in this because Nook's rig actually looks disgusting sitting. His legs don't look nice when you bring them up to put in sitting position. So I'm like, we're gonna hide it in lighting. We're gonna hide it in medium shotness, and we'll just never see it anyway. So it doesn't. For this particular video, it doesn't matter. And they talk. Yeah, he pretty much just hits a couple poses, and then I just added a bunch of noise modifiers to make him jostle around a little bit. And then Mask Boy does literally nothing. Like, he's just noise modifiers on his head and his torso, to make him move a little bit while he's waiting. And then he does the beep. And then Nook doing the Nook, and then he falls in a chair. It's pretty gripping news or sadness, I guess. Yeah, nothing super actually crazy going on in this. Most of the fun gossip to talk about is in rendering, which, you guessed it, is it next? It's next. Hey guys, welcome to the rendering and lighting portion of the video, where I talk about all the different lighting and rendering problems that went into that happened during the creation of this video. And I hope you guys have brought your snacks, because well, nothing else really interesting is going on other than I'm just gonna talk. I'm just gonna begin. So, the opening sequence, as everybody wants to know, Dongle, did you actually do stop motion animation? And the short answer is no. I didn't. I animated this in Blender, and then I bought a shader called Clay-Doh off the Blender market for, I don't know how much it costs, but I bought a shader, and that shader has a couple options to do clay. Like, you can add procedural cracks, you can add fingerprints, you can add the frame shifting, the kind of warbling kind of shift effect on it, and stuff, and it's pretty simple. At least I thought it would be, until I actually started putting it together. Actually, yeah, we can use this shot as an example. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if I need to hit render to actually see it, but I don't know if it will actually ruin the stream. So if it does, bear with me. Bear with a whole bear. Okay, we're already off to a bad start. Up, stream, how you doing? Okay, come. We're getting it. No, not really actually, but oh my god, this graphics card cannot handle this. I'm sorry. But clay effects, very neato. Actually, I can do this in Eevee. It works on mask. Hold on. We're getting the goods. Use CPU rendering. I don't know if that'll do any better. It will be remarkably slower, and might also break up the stream. But I just realized that I can show Mask Boy at least, because how the effect looks like on him, and then I can show the texture setup for Isabelle, and explain why it doesn't work for her. But give me. Actually, we'll wait for this to do a thing, unless it froze. Come on, Blender, you can do it. I believe in you. You want to say Mask Guy is now one of your favorite fictionalized characters? Wow. That's an honor. But thank you. Okay, I'm gonna let this load as, oh no, poor experience buffering. What are you doing? Performance. Oh god, yeah, that's terrible. So this seems kind of a lot for this graphics card that I'm using. So we're gonna have to so the stream might die a little bit whilst it loads, but once it does, we'll be in the money. We'll be in the money. We'll be printing high amounts of American US currency, and it'll be cool. Here, did you think this would be as successful as it is now? Absolutely not, Thorn. I thought I was going to do one and it was going to get viewed by nobody, and then I was going to go back to doing the other content that I was doing, which was like music video stuff, and then I would remain at 10,000 subscribers for the rest of my life. But it didn't. It blew up, and now we have a series with almost 200,000 people waiting patiently for the next one, which is always bonkers to me. Like I wake up in a cold sweat every night because I'm worried about letting you all down. Not true, actually. Don't worry. I'm a healthy lad. But so yeah, clay shader. It looks like this, and it looks pretty delicious. Blender's having a bit of a conniption. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, but this shader looks and performs. Where is it? It's this big old Uber note here that comes with the thing. Ooh, thank you so much. It's almost 2 a.m. in Norway. Gotta sleep. Love your work. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Hope you have yourself a great slumber. Thanks for coming around. Yeah, the shader for it is pretty big. It's got a bunch of nonsense to it, and we have to put it on. We have to put one on for every one of his body parts. Super inefficient to render because the ideal way of doing it would just be to make a lighter node procedurally. I would show what the node setup looks like. It's big, complicated, but I also don't want to show that on a stream because somebody made this. But it's a very computationally heavy node for the most part, and I have to apply that to every part of his body, at least just for specific characters, because I need them to be animated, and this was just the fastest way to get that result. At least the result that I wanted. Isabelle is very special because she has a face that needs to switch, or like both a face and a mouth. As well as the rest of her skin. So as you can see here, her skin is kind of just like is nice and smooth and diffuse and everything, and it's because this is her node network for her entire body. There's some just for her. There's a part just for her. What is this? Her body? Her eyes? No, do the thing. This is your skinsies. What is this? What is this? You're hurting me, Blender. You're making me look like a fool in front of all my friends. Oh, because this is cycles. So yeah, so we have to cut up her texture into parts, and then join them all back together again, and then run that through the shader node for this, so that we can actually render, or so that we can like apply the clay look effect to her entire body uniformly. And it was a time. It was definitely a time. Thank you, False Jest. I really appreciate that. I got a dip, but holy cats. Cats. I just want to thank you for existing. Thank you for existing as well. I'm honored to have you around. So yeah, we take her character or her mesh here, and we split her textures up into sections. Like there's a part just for her hair, there's a part just for her, or texture just for her body, texture just for her face, and texture just for her mouth. And then we also use this thing, which kind of splits up her body into little islands or little like sectioned off chunks, and we can use them as a mask to slowly blend everything together. It's too complicated now, never mind. Where we get her eyes, and then we get her mouth, and we add those as well, and then we can put all those together, and then we get the clay that we can only see after it's rendered. So throughout the entire animation phase, I'm literally looking at this just to make sure that her mouth and her eyes are animated, in accordance to her body and all that stuff, animation and what have you. And then when it comes to rendering, I have to look through this node to see what it'll actually look like fully. And Blender does this cool thing wherein it's in the node tree setup, so this whole network just figures out what we see on her skin. You can set it up so that we can only see it in two different ways, once only in the render and once in the viewport. So I can actually work with this, but in my final rendered looking view, it would look like this, and pretty neat, etc., etc. Words, rocket science, you get the idea. Rendering is fun. All the claymation was all done in Blender, and yeah, that's where it was born, and that's where it died. Actually, the characters were textured in Blender, but all the background sets and buildings and stuff, those are all textured in Substance Painter. I bought that some time ago, and I'm like, I need to learn this and use it. So I've been doing small texture work effects and stuff like that inside of that, and then bringing that back into Blender to render. I recently learned about node networks when learning DaVinci, and I have a newfound respect for those editors. Yeah, nodes are bonkers, man. I love nodes, but also nodes. I first met Isabelle back in New Leaf. Yeah, because I think New Leaf was her introduction. So yeah, we have that. Lighting wise, so this was actually the first shot that I rendered in this entire video. Oh no, actually, is my stream looking okay? Is it choppy? Is it gross? Or is it coming somewhat clear? YouTube gives me just, it's poor, and I'm crying. But I'll just keep talking. I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, this was the first shot that was rendered. I didn't actually have an idea of how I was going to light this sequence, but I knew I wanted it to be moody. And I opened the shot up. I literally added one light, and I'm like, what if it did this? And like animated doing a sweeping light. Oh, it's not choppy. Thank you, name. Fine on my end. Thank you, Bailey. I think it's fine. Thank you, Daxus. Your voice is soothing. Thank you, little misty-eyed. You guys are all beautiful gems. Yeah, I animated a light just kind of sweeping across the desk, and I'm like, oh wow, that looks pretty funky. Let's keep going with that. And I did the next shot where I tried to do the same thing, where like we couldn't actually see the light source like necessarily, but something in the scene was sweeping across the set and illuminating things. And I just kind of was like, yeah, I kind of like that spooky looking effect of like spotlights and lots of shadows, but also like, yeah, pretty much just spotlights. So I'm like, let's double down on that effect and just keep it going. So then the next couple shots was just all trying to like remake spotlight looking kind of things, like as if we're looking at like a set kind of thing, like an actual like physical tiny set. And we kept that going, and we just did this kind of stuff where the light would be coming from outside, but also from over her shoulder here, but also somehow lighting her up after the fact inside the building. This shot we used some negative lighting so that we could cover we could keep his face in black, which is why we see this kind of like this weird black inverted shadow kind of effect on the edge of the building. It's not his shadow, it's just light being removed from that portion of the frame, and then him remaining in that sweet black abyss. I think I overused rim lights too much in this, but it's fine. We roll with it. This shot, I was actually it was not really supposed to necessarily, but I wanted to do an effect where she turns around and sees that the windows are disappearing, because there's supposed to be a window here, there's supposed to be a window here, and there's supposed to be a door here. But I ran out of, not necessarily time, but care in the world for actually doing that effect. I'm like, I'll just remove them and just have her say that they're gone, and then have him do a thing. Actually, this was pretty funky because there's a spotlight parented to the camera so that it looks like a flashlight looking effect. But as Mask brings his hand closer towards it, his hand gets closer to the light source, which ends up spilling light everywhere else in the scene. So that was a fun challenge. Like you can see over here on the left side, there's this kind of pinkish spill, and that's because light is hitting his hand and then bouncing off the walls, and that's what the camera would be seeing. I saw it and I'm like, I should probably address that somehow, and then I never did. Oh well. This shot I really liked because I thought it looked pretty neat. We just paired a bunch of lights together to, around Isabelle so that we could move her in the scene, but she remains in the same lighting condition. And then just one general spotlight kind of blasting into the little set thing. And this shot, wow, it looks pretty neato. Out of all the shots in the sequence or in the episode, this is probably one of my favorites. It just ended up looking really good to me, at least. And I'm like, yeah, pretty cool. I love it. It's great. You sound smart. Nah, that's fake news. I don't know. I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just speaking words. But I love this. I covered her with a bunch of lights, covered him with a bunch of red lights, and the lighting scheme technically doesn't actually work. Some lighting professionals would say, "Oh, those colors they clash, they contrast." To which I say, probably, but I like how it looked. I think it looks pretty neato. And this is going to be important for later because you'll see later. We reused a lot of the same lighting setups to do this shot. Every time we see Mask, he's always kind of in like a reddish hue kind of looking effect. With Isabelle not. And then this shot was funky because I had to animate lights with Isabelle so that we could always see her in every in all of the frames. So Mask Boy's lit up to look all nice and ominous, but then she's lit very specifically so that we could actually just still see her in his hand. But also when he throws her, there's lights that come on out the side as well, so that we can actually still make her out floating away. And yeah, that was fine. How did you model it to make it look all handmade? I didn't. So the models are from the game files. I just took the rigs that I've made from previous videos and I just gave them clay textures and made them look like little toys because I thought it would be cool. And it's a good time. Oh, thank you, Sleepy and Baby Doll. And Monster Crazy and Poyo, and I guess everybody for watching and being around still. On this shot, so I originally didn't have this kind of hazy looking effect as well as the smoke. It was originally just going to be these buildings kind of floating around, with Mask just kind of like gradienting to black or whatever, but that ended up looking really boring. So I'm like, how can I spruce this up? And I'm like, light rays or god rays. And I also have a subscription to this other program called Embergen, which is like a smoke simulating program. I literally opened it up, went into the presets section, and I'm like, wow, a tsunami whirlpool thing. Export, and then put that into Blender, and then made this and spruce it up a little bit. These buildings, I actually tried a pass where they all had their lights on and also rays of light coming out of their windows and doors and stuff, but it ended up looking too distracting, so I decided to scrap it and just go with all the buildings being off. But yeah, Isabelle here being to light Isabelle was pretty wild because the camera is connected to this weird constraint system so that she's always on screen at all times and not like going too fast or too slow, or at least with set up in a way so the camera kind of lags behind a little bit, but she doesn't completely go off screen. But with that, we're seeing her from the front and then the side and then the back. We need a lighting condition that remains consistent across her entire body as she passes by the camera. So I had a lighting setup that was pointing towards the camera at all times while she's shuffling away. So all the lights just spin around her as she's going, so that all the rim lights stay in the same positions and all the and everything looks consistent and not weird as she passes by, and so on and so forth. And I thought that was pretty neato. Take care, Thorn. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I hope you have a great rest of your day. The last year was actually insane. As you come so far, you're getting better and better. No, thank you. I really appreciate that. Does Nook pretend to betray Mask Boy? I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. This sequence pretty simple. I pretty much made one lighting setup for one, like in this shot, and I just reused it for all the other ones. Because of Blender's funky lighting or linking situation, I can make a lighting setup once and then export it in a certain way so that it updates in all the shots moving forward, so I don't have to reset it up with every single one. We also did some color grading stuff after the fact to make it look a little more roomy/homier. There's a little bit of fog in the scene, both for light coming through the window, like a light rates thing, but also just to make the room feel a little more soft. Don't ask me why I did it. I set it up because I was like, oh, I think films do this, and then I did it, and it looked pretty decent. So I'm like, I'm rolling with it, baby. But yeah. Will this be archived? It will. It'll be in the live stream archive, but also probably re-uploaded to my second channel, Densle 2, where you can watch other directors' commentaries or other behind-the-scenes content that I put up there. Because it's, it's there. What else was I talking about? Yeah, there's lighting setups to add rim lights and stuff to keep them, to separate them from the background. It's kind of intense, not gonna lie, but there's some edge lighting for Isabelle here, and also for Luna. They talk, they speak. Then there's this shot, which is pretty funky. Which I'll also talk about later a little bit during the compositing phase. This was rendered twice. Once for a general version, like a general base of the shot, but also again with just Isabelle and the bed, so that I could fade out the background while she's kind of falling asleep a little bit. And that second layer of the rendered path that has everything in it, we just distorted that and put that underneath a layer, like this layer of rendered footage or whatever, to make it look all funky. There's a spotlight, or all the lights in the scene don't actually, like, I didn't actually animate any of the lights getting dimmer. I had one setting which was all the lights on, and then another setting which is with just this single spotlight. You can actually kind of see it in the before the fading effect. Like this light on the floor here is from that light, and I think kind of a little bit here too. So I was supposed to turn that off, and I didn't, but wasn't really that noticeable anyways, so it's fine. And then there's this shot. So this was funky because I rendered it in 3 passes. Once without the background, or without Luna in it, so I could have just a clean background. One version of Luna doing this without any distortion effects or without any of this purple lighting or whatever, and then once again with glowing eyes and the purple and all that stuff, and we just merged them back together and did a little transitioning with distortions and stuff to make it. To make that, and then we added a bunch of other nonsensical effects to add this duplicating looking effect and a bunch of blurs, and there's all this hazing around the edges and stuff like that. I'll talk about the compositing for this afterwards, but it was rendered 3 times, and then all 3 versions were spliced back together. And a quick pause to read your sweet words, babies. Do you have Easter eggs? Are you going to point them out in the commentary? I've been pointing them out a little bit, and sometimes Easter eggs are just unfortunately sometimes Easter eggs are also lore bits, so I can't bring attention to all of them. But for the most part, yes. Love your vids. Thank you very much. I want to see most of the scenes at different angles. Buddy, like, they don't look that nice from different angles. They look weird. they all the shots are made to camera. But it's a good time. Do you work in the animation industry? I do. As a tracking / layout artist. So I don't actually do any animation stuff or anything like this. It's a different caliber. It's a different type of work for 3D / studio / film, but it's pretty much just a guy that sets up stuff for other animators and stuff, as well as a fancy camera animator. At least that's what I did professionally. Over here on YouTube, I do an entire studio's worth of work by myself. It's a fun time. I felt like Lunacy was too short. I got jump scared. I'm sorry. My brother, when I was showing it to him before, was just like, "Buddy, you're gonna give all these poor kids nightmares," and I'm like, "Yes," but I apologize. But it's cool because at least it gets to this. It's pretty neat. So this next shot, if you freeze frame it, there's actually like a pretty good bit going on. What am I drinking? Just a cup of water. So the room kind of gets really bright, and her bed actually disintegrates. Like I actually put an effect on the bed so that it disappears during the transition. We also see Luna briefly, and all the furniture begins to rise. On the it was kind of too fast, but I set up this whole thing so that the walls would actually like dissolve upwards, and Luna actually disappears during the transition. But it's all ended up being way too fast to see, and that's fine by me. So yeah, we just do a transition between two different rendered versions. But everything was pretty much in file, like this version of the set and this version of the set, and then we're just transitioning and animating transitions between the two. Oh, let me get to this sequence. Oh man, so I had plans of making the furniture here actually also dissolve. Like it would float away and then just kind of and disappear. But I didn't end up doing that for time, and because I didn't really want to do that dissolve effect again. But we did it anyway, or we have it here anyways. All the back, like I didn't actually also know what I wanted to do for the background of the sequence. I'm like, I know it needs to be ethereal looking and very whimsical, but like, I don't know. What do you dream about, Isabelle? Like something. So I just kind of tried a couple different options, and I ended up settling on trying to remake a smoky nebula effect in the background. Just big wafts of galactic smoke that we would end up seeing. But I kind of botched some of the tutorials, so I didn't end up making the effect that I wanted. But I got this good enough, and I'm like, well, I could just probably make it various gradations of pink, and that would look pretty neato. And we did. We rolled with that. It was pretty. I think it looked pretty good. Thank you, Mina. Do you have plans for other AC's animated series animations? Not technically, or not currently planned. I think once I'm done at Animal Crossing, I might take a bit of a break from it for a while. But the possibility of it coming back is not off the table. Yeah, let me turn around. We got these Bigabelles. Bigabelles, massive Isabelles that are the size of whales that she's falling in between. I did mention this in animation, but this shot's set up in a way so that Isabelle actually isn't moving at all. Same with the camera. Everything is just animated to move past her, kind of. So she's pretty much static, and then the whole set is moving around her. There's also this fun predicament where her face textures were linked between her, like the actual actor Isabelle, and then these big copies. So at a point while making these, there was a if I were to animate her face doing anything, that all the other Isabelles would also animate their faces as well. And I contemplated keeping that in, but something stopped me, and I didn't do it. And then there's this shot. with these massive Isabelles. So I had to re-render this like the day, like a couple hours before the video was released, because I noticed that there was duplicating geo on this bottom left Isabelle and this big massive Isabelle in the center. I had accidentally rendered a version with other instances of Isabelle phasing through each other, and I'm like, I could keep it in. No one will notice. No, I'll notice. I'll remove it. So I quickly got the shot re-rendered to fix that problem. And that was pretty cool. There's a portal on the back of Big Abelle's head here that she's kind of going towards. I was also contemplating doing like a pillar effect that would, like, that's kind of like indicating that it's like sucking her in, kind of. But that ended up just looking not that great from this camera angle. So I just scrapped it and left it. I'm also abusing the heck out of depth of field. I love depth of field, man. It's great. Look how blurry she is. Yeah, so she freaks out. We reuse a bunch of the same lighting setups and everything like that. Make like the raw renders, which I can show you. Actually, which I can show you. Actually, look super duper. Super like not that bright. But I added a bunch of other stuff, like a different color grading preset, some glow, some blur, some other glow, and yeah, and it was like a mess. It was like a nice bright mess. And that continues. Let me do a nice white. This sequence, I was contemplating removing this bubbly bubblegum looking kind of stuff and replacing it with actual like smoke, but then I actually thought about the logistics of making actual smoke and said I don't think that's worth it for this one-off, and also the rest of the sequence. We reused the same houses from earlier. They're all clay-y, but they're all blurred, so we can't really see them much. Trees, we all love the trees. I had so many other ideas of like things quote unquote flying around for this sequence, that I didn't set up early enough, and then decided not to do later on. So a lot of this stuff is like I kind of put in the blocking phase, and then with the intention of adding more, and it just didn't actually add more. This socks and TV gag wasn't actually in the original script. I was putting this together, and I'm like, oh, this shot looks kind of boring if she's just doing nothing and like floating down. So what if we have her see her socks and see a TV show? So I got that in last minute. Can I give you a hint of the next video? Terraforming. It's happening. I don't know how, but it's happening. Oh, this is all another problem that I actually had plans of fixing, but never did. We can see her feet protruding through her shoes through some of the shots, and I could have fixed it, but I didn't. Anywho, so she lands, and then so this whole sequence, or this whole set, was inspired by Luna's dream place, like where she goes to, or where she brings you, like, but it's all like very deep blue, very deep purple, pink, kind of like very reflective looking wavy effects. I tried to recreate it, but it didn't end up looking, or I couldn't get it to look as nice as I could. So I decided to take elements from it, which was like the wavy effects, but also double down on the smoke / like cloudy looking thing that I was going for. So the floor here is made up of a wave texture that's actually transparent and is being lit from underneath with one big massive light, and that's actually illuminating or helping to illuminate both Isabelle as well as all this cloud nonsense to get these like underlit looking lighting effects. And then we animated some other stuff floating around, some of the trees, some of the buildings and stuff. And I was gonna make some more references to other videos in this, but I didn't end up doing it. Well, we have one technically. And then it's a clay building. You also have some light rays coming out of the windows. I kind of wasn't a huge fan of it, but we did it anyways. And it came out looking pretty cool. Will there be any type of treasure islands in the videos? Probably not. Not gonna lie, because the base video is already gonna be a heckin' ton of work. Did you ever think you could create something like this? Absolutely not. I set all this nonsense up with the intent of figuring it out later on, and that's pretty much how I've been working this entire time. I'm like, I'll write stuff that I know I can do, and then little bits of things that I know I can't. That I know I don't know how to do, but would like for me to figure out and to see if I can make work. And if they don't end up working out, then I'll write them out and write something else in. But for the most part, I stick to my guns of like, well, no, we're figuring this out. Even if it comes out looking like butt, we're doing the effects. Thank you, Mike, for subscribing. I'm really glad that you came across the channel and are hanging out. How do you do this? Oh no, that's a loaded question, Grishan. But with a lot of time, essentially. I leave my schools and you go to public schools, so I'm making an animation for them. Nice. I hope it goes well. Do you have any advice for future animators? Oh no. I'm not a motivational speaker. Use reference, kids. You stand up and do and act out the things that you're trying to animate, so that you know how the body moves. Don't feel bad about the gap where you think you're not improving, because you always are. It's literally impossible for you to get worse at a thing that you're actively practicing. So yeah, don't keep at it. Make little things, make stuff, because you gotta make stuff to make the goods. You're gonna make stuff that looks like crap for a while. That's okay. That's all part of the process. Eventually that crap doesn't look like crap anymore, and you go, that's actually pretty neato. And then you can share your friends, and then your mom puts it on the fridge, and then you go, you can't put a hard drive on the fridge, Mom. And she goes, watch me, and then uses a magnet, and then it destroys your entire laptop. That's it. It's cool. Don't worry. Art and learning art and being good at anything, even animation, is a process. It's going to be slow. Just take your time with it and be patient with yourself. Eventually you'll be as great as you want to be, so long as you keep practicing. Do you have your own island in the game? I do, but my island is pretty hot trash. Who's on the flag? It's that meme of that woman yelling at the cat. I think it's from like the Housewives or something, but I could be wrong. How many tutorials did you go through? Ooh. Hold on, that's actually a pretty good question. I guess let's see. Maybe like one for the maybe like one or two to figure out the clay. Another to learn a little about stop motion. Another to learn about some lighting stuff and volumetrics. A bunch of texture tutorials to figure out some problems that I come across with characters and rendering. A ton of compositing tutorials on how to actually composite, because I did a lot of it this time. I say a ton, but I actually only mean like 3 or 4, just to kind of get the gist of like something that I need to do. But there was a ton of DaVinci Resolve tutorials, because I needed to figure out how to do like figuring out like more of its features and how to do some other things with it, like compositing in Fusion, or doing color grading in the color page, or general audio work in Farlight. I learned how to work with power bins. That was pretty neat. Power bins being a collection of folders that carry with you across different projects, so you can always reference them. Yeah, I watched tons of tutorials for almost everything. If I don't know it, I look up tutorials, and if they're not good enough, then I just try to figure it out as best as I can. And if I can't, then I'll work around it and do something else, if that makes sense. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff, like doing the warbling looking effect on the ground. That's from, I think, a Ducky tutorial, like a Ducky 3D tutorial on using effectors and stuff, but connecting them to different effectors so that you can animate them and then do a bunch of different warbling things. The flag is animated all procedurally through a couple different modifiers that I came across from couple different tutorials. Ooh, this portal, this friggin' portal effect, like both this light stream, these lighting effects, and then and this energy looking effect is from and this portal itself is from a guy named BBBN3, I think. He's just this Blender artist that just makes a ton of wild looking stuff, and he released tutorials on how to make this, and he released a thing on for making this portal, and then and I'm like, yoink. What else was there? How to do this, actually, yeah, there you go. How to do this text effect. I'm going to talk about this. Oh my god, it was such a revelation when I came across a tutorial that explained how to make this inside of Resolve. Because before I was animating all the text by hand in the last video, and that was a huge pain in the butt. But then I finally came across one that was like, here's how to do, here's how to make text, or how to make a box, like a procedurally scaling box around your text, and from that it opened up this whole other can of worms of like, but here's everything else you can do with it as well. And I'm like, holy garbanzos, I can use this to make the text thing and save like 3 days worth of time animating. Oh my goodness. And a lot of tutorials. I watch tutorials for pretty much everything. If I don't know it, I'll look up the tutorial, and if the tutorial sucks, we'll find another one. like another fun little story was during to do this effect. I'm like, oh, I want to know how to do psychedelic looking nonsense. So I just looked up a bunch of After Effects tutorials on how to do psychedelic looking tutorials, and I came across this one that was so obnoxiously terrible. Like, the result that it made, that it was teaching you how to make, looked really cool, but it was one of those tutorials that was like the announcer was a text to speech talking thing. It was packed to the brim with like memes and dubstep cutaways, and like all the jokes in it were pretty terrible, at least by my standards. Not an actual knock on the video, but like the whole presentation of it was just very egregious and not fun to follow for me. And I'm like, ugh. But you're giving me ideas, so thank you. So that's a time. Yeah, tutorials, they're a good time. Look them up. Trying to chat the answer. How do you make an entire project alone, or do you source out audio or other parts of the project? Well, there, Joe Harper, I'll have you know that. Well, I do it all myself. I've like my whole general YouTube career has been me making videos from scratch, but like all the components of them like myself. So I've had off tangents where I've done music and sound effects, and off tangents where I do animation, and now I'm just combining those back together again to do this series. So all of it is just a one guy project that I just do myself. I do all the music, and I source all the sound effects myself, and I do all the animation and visuals myself, and it's all very time consuming. I wouldn't necessarily recommend you to do this, but it's certainly possible if you ever wanted to try. But asked this, but when will the next series come out? Okay, Mike? I don't know if you're talking about the entire, like the whole next series, like after the Animal Crossing one's finished, or the next Animal Crossing video. But I have some plans in store for a little bit of a breather or a breather content between this when I get this finished and the one that I have hopes of doing afterwards. But we'll see if we actually ever get there. Who knows? No, I was gonna say something sad, but nobody actually wants to hear that. Well, it's a journey. We're all coming along together. How many rabbit holes have you fallen through while watching all those tutorials? Too many. But sometimes those rabbit holes you think are deep, but turn out to be 2 tutorials, and they're both not that great. And you're just left going, huh. But sometimes they're deeper, and you find a lot of really cool stuff that you can reference and use for later. Like I follow a bunch of Blender artists on Twitter, and they all always post a bunch of like tiny tutorials and like node setups and like things that they've made and little blurbs about how they make them. And I'm just like, oh, that's neat. Save. That's neat. Save. That's neat. Save. I don't know when I'm gonna use this, but we'll keep that in the back burner. And it's nice because then you eventually build up a little repertoire of like things that you can make, and effects and stuff that you can more comfortably tackle knowing that somebody else kind of figured it out for you, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's always a good time. How long does it take to write all the dialogue? Not super long. So well, now I'm just getting into the editing part of it, and I'm not done the rendering part of it. Oh no! But to quickly answer that question, I had all the dialogue pre-written already. Like I wrote that all back in the writing phase. So when it came to actually putting it in here, I made a procedural little text block, and then just would write them in. Now do a dance, and so doing the text was just a matter of just writing in little blurbs of text into these things. And the dialogue took a little longer, or the actual sound effects for the dialogue took a little longer, because doing dialogue or doing the sounds for the dialogue is quite time consuming. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Bam, 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 bam. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with answering every question that I've seen so far. How do you make yourself keep motivated to do big, ambitious projects like this, like you've made, like deadlines or anything? I try to give myself general deadlines. Like I know how fast I can work for the most part, so I try to structure deadlines around that. Like nowadays, these videos come up to about 2 to 3 months or so to make, which to me seems pretty reasonable for me to achieve. And throughout that, I split up these big projects into smaller steps. So those steps being the writing phase, the prep phase, the storyboarding phase, the blocking phase, and then the animation, and then lighting, and then rendering, and then editing. So it's very much like I'm looking at the whole of it in very tiny parts that I then break up even further during the day. So like on a day-to-day basis, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go in, maybe try to figure out this text thing, and maybe try to figure out lighting like 1 or 2 shots, or animating a couple of shots here and there. And then at the end of the day, we get up and do something else. And then that takes me however long that it takes. I try not to rush myself necessarily. Like I do, but not unhealthily amounts, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's just a lot of self-discipline. Coming back to it every now and again, or at least a little bit each day. Or coming back to it, having it, but also giving yourself space to breathe if you're not feeling it. I don't know. I was going somewhere with that entire sentence, but I lost my train of thought. When did you get into 3D animation? Technically, back in like 2015, but also technically back in like 2009. I briefly played around with like 3ds Max, and that went okay, but I didn't really touch it for a while until I like actually got into school, and then my first actual studio gig, which was around back in 2015. But since then, we've been doing it. We've been doing it. What's your favorite part of the animation process? I'd say probably lighting. It's the most fun to me because it's taking a thing and making it look as pretty as possible, and that's great. Because you can animate something to look as well as like as amazing as you can, but like if it looks terrible, if it's lit incorrectly or with little amount of care, then like even great animation can look really really bad. So so blocking and animation I'm never really too worried about, because it's like once we get into lighting, we're gonna make this it's gonna look amazing. And lighting is just really fun for me because then I get to figure out a lot of like abstract stuff, like, oh, what's this door effect gonna look like, and what's this portal what's this gonna look like, and all that stuff. And it's, although stressful at times, very fun to see it all come together. Yeah, so I'd say lighting. Kapow, ka-chow, kapow, ka-chow. Our top tier, great work, thank you. Just joined. What did I miss? Pretty much everything, Mac, but I'm sorry. I'm talking about lighting. At least I'm trying to talk about lighting, but you guys are distracting me with your very good questions. Do you have a job, or is this full time? So currently I'm trying YouTube full time for a bit, taking a little bit of a break, and seeing if I can giving this a whirl. So hopefully the next video will not be as long to take out or to get out, but yeah, we're trying it. We're trying YouTube full time. Do you want to make a tutorial? Do you want to make a tutorial or want to recommend someone? Blenda Guru, Ducky 3D, CG Matter, and Default Cube, Curtis Holt, Shoddy Cast. So wait, is it Shoddy Cast? Ooh. Maybe, actually, I can't fully remember. There's tons of Blender teachers out there, and they're all really good. Ooh, CG Boost as well. Yeah, there's tons of guys out there. Literally just look up Blender tutorials, and you'll find an egregious amount. And I kind of want to make tutorials in the future, but like I feel like everything's already been taught, so I'm kind of thinking about teaching more like creative focused stuff. Like, oh, how do you actually like make a short, and how do you organize it, and how do you do it? Because like you can always because there's tons of content out there that's like how to use Blender, or like how to use Resolve, or like how to do everything in every program, but like there's not a lot of information out there about how to use them together to like make a big cohesive thing. That's something I've been interested in trying to tackle at some point. Did you do commissions or anything on your journey of becoming a better animator? Nope. I am not a guy that likes doing commissions, so I do it all for myself. Do you think about working with Nintendo to make an Animal Crossing thing? Maybe if they were to reach out, that'd be pretty fun. But I don't really have high hopes for them reaching out to a random dongle on the internet going, you want to work on a multi-billion-dollar IP? But who knows? What's the most stressful part for you to make? Blocking, I'd say, because it's the slowest, most time-consuming part of this entire thing, because it's where I need to make a lot of very important technical decisions that the rest of the project is going to be piggybacking off of. So it's very stressful because it's very slow, and I have to be very methodical about it. But once it's done, then I'm soaring. The rest of the episode is pretty easy to make or put together. Not a question, but I love your voice. You should do ASMR. Look here, Pokemon fan 5 Snivy. I have nothing else to actually really say about that. I don't get the appeal to the voice, but I appreciate everyone's a fondness towards it. A lot more people part of the Densle community. Yeah, that's facts. We've been at over 100 for the entire time, which is the first time ever, I think. So that's pretty cool. I'm very surprised that I've had the highest concurrent viewership on a live stream about me talking about how the video was put together. Very cool. Thank you for sticking around, everybody. On my way to bed, and you saw those pop-ups. I guess no sleep for me, buddy. You gotta get some rest, my dude. Your videos are your favorite AC content. You get giddy. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Do you use the original AC sound assets? I do. That's a sound question though for later, which is not next, but we'll get there. I'll talk about sound. Will the story end soon? So there's 3 episodes left, and after that, the series is over. It is done. I'll get to stand on top of the roof and go over, and then do something else. So there's 3 episodes left, and then whatever I do next. Will I ever get a face reveal? Yeah, 1 million subs. Make sure to smash that subscribe button so you can see this D turn into a face. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry, but yeah. The general promise is at 1 million, I'll do a face reveal. Amazing, he took a wholesome kids game and made it a psychological horror. Hey, you're welcome. I didn't know people wanted that, and then we did it, and it turns out people do. So we're rolling with it. Okay, hey there, random Halo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it could be taken out of context. Please don't clip that. Where your next project will be after you finish the present Animal Crossing series? I have plans. I already have the next series kind of on the back burner. I don't want to talk too much about it because it's very still up in the air and just kind of gas thoughts, but I have things planned or intentions that I'm striving towards. So, yes. Okay. I'm going to continue to talk about lighting. I don't even know where I was at. Portal effect. Big ooh. And then we have Wisp. I wanted to make this very specific detail, which since Wisp is a ghost and he glows in the game, I wanted him to also be a light source. So I put a bunch of lights around him, at least in these beginning shots, to make him seem a lot brighter than he was. But also, he has a spotlight that I put inside of his body, so that it actually so that wherever he goes, he also emits light, or at least more light than his body would originally emit. And because that's super duper important for for his story sequence, where he's the only light source in it. But we did that, so we'll get there. Oh right, and in the rendering phase is when I actually took a short pause to animate all the 2D graphics that I needed to do as well. So I cracked open my Affinity Designer spotlight. No, sorry, I meant the point light. A light that shines in all directions. He's a lamp. And so yeah, so I took a short pause to animate all the graphics so that I could also render them as well, because I needed them to be in shot when I hit render, that we would actually see these big boards and stuff. These were animated in After Effects. There isn't really a lot of 2D animation to really talk about, so I'll just cover it all here. They talk, they mingle. All this smoke effects on the ground and stuff is still the same general setup that was used outside, like behind Isabelle here and all that stuff, just scaled down to be in here. I was also going to have all the furniture and stuff kind of like a little like float and pop up, or like more shift around a little bit. Ended up not doing that, so they're all static, and I'm kind of sad about that, but it's fine. Oh yeah, this shot. I didn't talk about this during animation. This stupid move, that spin. I hated it. Well, I thought it turned out pretty nice, but animating it was not a great time. I'm not an animator, so I'm going in with camera animation technology / mindset. So I'm like, oh, I can just parent him to a thing and animate the spin thing, and then have him come out of it and do a yeah, which is exactly what I did. And that was very confusing and didn't actually answer how I animated it, but we animated it. It was confusing, and it took me some time. Anywho, Isabelle talks, mingles, and he does a thing. Very cool, very cool. There's a couple of shots here and there where I forgot to parent the light inside of him to his body, so he'd move, and his light source would not follow with it. I have a couple of rendered, but I don't recall what shots they were in. But we'll find him at some point. So he goes behind the desk and he types, and we have this Wisps awesome power representation. I just kind of like, okay, so I in Affinity Designer, which is this vector art program that I use, I took some stills of Susie from In Boxes, and I just posed her doing a walking pose, and then I vector drew that. And then, but I'm like, but I want this to be super duper cheesy. Oh, take care, Catwith. Hope you had a great time and a great rest of your day. I wanted the animation to be super duper cheesy, because I A, didn't want to spend a lot of time on it, but also B, I want to give off the impression that Wisp is like not an animator or anything. Like, he wants to make a nice looking PowerPoint, but is limited by PowerPoint. So I just made a couple different stills of Susie here and Wisp being a thing, and then giving her something expensive, because I have this gripe with the game where no matter what option you pick, Wisp just gives you garbage. So that was the whole joke for that. And I thought for some reason it'd be funnier if, instead of making a in style pile of garbage, I got a clip art piece of like a clip art image of some garbage, and then just put that in. I thought that was pretty funny. And Wisp talks. There's also this other problem with Wisp, which you can kind of see here, where his geometry renders with these weird cracks in it. And some shots I re-rendered to get rid of it, but other shots I kind of left it because it wasn't super egregious. But that happened, and that was a time. There's also a thing with his lips where, because his skin is a light source, or is an emission texture, it's emitting light. It doesn't account for his eyes, or his eyebrows, or his mouth. They have to be lit separately with an exterior light pointing towards his face, or else they come out looking darker, which we'll see later on in the show. But it's fine here because there's tons of light to help illuminate our boy. And who's TNT? That's Timmy and Tommy. I would have wrote their full name, but the sentence was already long enough, and I didn't want to write more. So I gotta be particular about the amount of words that I use, because if the sentences go on too long, then we have to shorten, or you have to lengthen the amount of time that the shot sits on what we're looking at, so you can have time to read the text. But if we make the shots longer so that you can have time to read the text, then they begin to feel awkward, because we're just staring at a character staring at another character for an uncomfortably long amount of time. So the text goes at a talking speed, but needs to also be informative enough to get their points across. So I have to I wrote it out, or what they would say, but would constantly change how they say it so that I could fit it in with the timings of the shots. Which does kind of suck, because some people just generally cannot read super fast, myself included. So I have to make this trade-off between either making shots long so that we can read them, or making shots feel like they're paced correctly, and have the text be kind of hard to read from time to time. But also, we're watching this on YouTube, which also has the benefit of a pause button. So in the future, feel free to use it if text is too fast. That's it. We're moving on. So they're talking, and then he slaps her forehead. This effect, I'm assuming nobody watched my video Patapons from like a year and a half ago or whatever, but in that video I used this effect in it as for this pot kind of exploding or sort of shooting energy out of a pot, and I had it. So I still had the file still for it, so I'm like, oh, I can repurpose that here. So I just made Wisps touch a little like one of these, and then he pushes her away because I thought that would be pretty funny. But I also needed an excuse to get Wisp away from Isabelle while the camera pans away, because him being close to her face looked really weird. So I've been like, yeah, we'll just do a push and get that going. All of this nonsense is all in texturing for the most part, as well as geometry nodes. I had a setup for the set which made it so that it would pull apart the polygons that made up all of the characters and all the furniture and the walls and stuff, and then I could export a certain amount of data from that from like its position or whatever for where the pieces of the wall were, and that could influence the texture. That would make it so that if it's not in its exact kind of like still position, then it would be invisible. So that's how we get this this dissolving looking effect, whereas it's moving into place, we begin to see it, except for Isabelle, because never mind, also Isabelle. And yeah, the Animal Crossing language, you're gonna have to stick around for the audio portion, because we'll talk about it then. Ooh, thank you so much, Natalie. Natalie? Oh, I think that's correct, but I'm sorry if it's not. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Animalese is reversed and faster English. Animalese, at least in English, is them speaking every letter individually, but at a rate of the text coming up on screen. So it sounds all garbled because it's just coming up really fast. But if you slow it down, they're speaking every letter individually. I didn't do that here because that would have been a lot of work, but that's how the game handles it. And then it pitch shifts it based off of the character type and the character's height. And as well as also does extra pitch shifting as well to make them sound like they're actually talking with vocal inflections and stuff. Very neat system. Very programmer oriented. Making it from scratch. It's time. Nice. But yeah, are you a self-taught animator? I am, for the most part. I do work professionally in the VFX and film industry and stuff, but like I don't do character animation or in any of this for the most part. I'm like a shot setter upper kind of guy that, you know, picks up some things here and there and then makes some slamming YouTube content after the fact. Anyway, yeah, so all these shots were reusing the dream sequence setup, both in terms of animation and set design and all that stuff, even lighting to a certain degree. I could also light those scenes as they were, and then put these characters back into the shot. I was gonna actually have an effect where they kind of like teleport around a little bit, and you'd be able to see like little particle streaks of them like zipping into the new locations and stuff. But I didn't know how to do it, and I was kind of stretched for time closer to the end of this, so I'm like, nah, I'll just leave it out, but and hope that people just understand what's going on. But we were so close to doing teleporting effects, and that would have been pretty neat. Pretty neat. You like that D from your logo? Oh, thank you. I pride myself on being a guy that took a letter D and cut it into 4 slices. So yeah, we're just reusing shots. Oh yeah, and then earlier when I was like, when lighting this dream sequence, the lighting scheme was kind of important, was because we also recreated it here as well, where every time we see Mask Boy is always lit kind of red, and Isabelle's lit not red. But this particular angle doesn't really work too well because light spills in from behind Mask onto Isabelle, and I could fix it if we had light linking or rendering it separately, but I didn't care about that, so we just let it bleed. But he throws her, and he goes, yeah! And then we get this scene again where it's the same angle from earlier, but Isabelle does a little tumble, or she goes, "Wah!" and it passes in between the two. Both versions of this, because this had to be rendered twice, have different lighting setups. There's one for Mask, there's one for specifically Isabelle, and there's one for these two as they stand there. Wisp doesn't need any because he's a light source, but Isabelle does, and it's a pretty good time. I kind of regret how much glow there is on this particular shot because Wisp is a white mess, but it's fine. And we reuse this sequence, and then okay. All right, guys, are you ready for this shot? What's your favorite KK song? I'd say KK Cruisin'. It's a pretty good time. Okay, so I'm pumped to talk about this stupid shot because it was nonsense. So there's a lens flare, and then all these things come by, and then we get into the thing like a lot, like it's like 4 seconds, but so much happens at the very beginning. We get this nonsense. So there's this it's all set up material wise so that these mountains emit their own light source kind of on their edges so that we can see them as they float by, as they pass by. So they're not lit with actual lighting objects, but the camera has a lighting object parented to it, and then there's another light that I animate kind of doing the sweep so that we can kind of get a brief view of the beach as we get towards it. But I kind of botched it a little bit because the light kind of does its own thing and lights the trees kind of how it wants. And then there's also a light parented to the camera from like at a very far distance that is what's currently illuminating these trees in the back here, which is why we get this kind of pulsating looking effect as we get near. It's literally because there's a big light that's moving with the camera that's just phasing through the trees, and we love it. There's also, so this shot was actually rendered in 5 parts because each one needed a different lighting setup. So there's this opening with all of us kind of coming towards the center here, but then right here it cuts to the next shot, which with Tyrone, and this has a different lighting setup as well because I wanted some trees to be seen, around the edges here, and then we get to the center. And we have Wisp as just the light source because I wanted Wisp being the only thing lighting things. But at least that was the plan at the beginning. I started actually lighting it, and I kind of like the idea of actually being able to see silhouettes of trees and stuff in the background. So I'm like, okay, we'll put some big boy lights in around the place, and then get them looking as good as they can. So we do one setup for him, and we do another setup for her, with the same thing, lights kind of spilling over the trees, but also some rim lights behind her so that we can actually see her, but lit kind of ominously. Wisp hiding behind a bush, pretty neato. This brief moment, who could that be? What a strange coinky-dinkle. More light spilling in the background, Wisp doing a thing, and then Mask Boy, what a great Mask Boy. So yeah, it's in 5 parts. So it's the opening here, and then him, and then the tree wipes across frame, and we switch to this shot, and then it wipes across screen again to this shot, and then again to this shot, which were all rendered separately with different lighting setups, and then comped back together. Actually, I can show that currently, like a little early because this shot was dumb. Where are you? It's sequence 5, sequence 6, sequence 6. Give me the comp, baby. Okay, so this program is called Natron. It's a node-based compositing software. Kind of like Photoshop with layers, except the layers are are going to be little squares, and we can choose how we order them anyhow we want. So each one of these boxes is a piece of footage. So we have like this opening bit, which is, where are ya? Which is the first half. Then we have this part, which is just his sequence. Then we have and they end roughly where the tree passes frame, because I'm also cutting them up a little bit, and then putting those over top of the next one that we then take and then cut up a little bit and put over the next one, and then merge them together so that we get like one continuous looking shot. And it's okay. It looks pretty complicated, but it's pretty simple. It's literally just me just cutting up pieces and then putting them together, or like a little puzzle thing, and we're just doing that 5 times for all the different sequences, or all the different portions, and it's all good and dandy. Except the first time I rendered the shot, it was super duper noisy. Like, and what do I mean by that? So, if we zoom in here, when you render a frame, Blender tries to they come out really grainy or very noisy, because there's not a lot of computational math to get all the light calculations that it needs to make a super duper clear image right out of the gate. You can if you just keep giving it more time and more samples, but then that makes your render times go from a couple seconds to a couple hours in a very short period of time. So in my case, I'm here trying to make fast images, or trying to make good images as fast as possible. But because of that, it brings in what's called denoising artifacts. So from a frame by frame kind of thing, we get this weird warbling looking effect, which is Blender's denoising system, trying to smooth out each frame as they come out, so they don't look grainy or noisy or weird. And I'm all like, okay, that's fine. We'll just clean it up after the fact, and then make it look all neat and dandy. But the result, or the things that I needed to clean this up afterwards, or make it look smoother afterwards, ended up not really working out super well. So I rendered this whole shot overnight, came back to see that it was ugly, and then the various other tools that I was trying to use to make it look not ugly, which is making it look uglier, and I'm like, okay, fine. So I re-rendered it again with just the normal way I've rendered all the other shots, and then but I in turn forgot to turn on Wisp. So there's a whole version of this shot that just doesn't have Wisp except for the beginning, and I said, oh, that's no good. Wisps is kind of important and integral to his own story, so we should get him in there. And I re-rendered it all again, but forgot Wisp on for the last section for Mask Boys here, and I'm like, I guess we'll never catch a break. So we re-rendered it again, and then recomped it all back together again, and then made the shot. So it was a good time. I thought I had more to talk about with the shot, but it pretty much was, I split up into 5 little pieces of cake and then put them back together again. And I spent like 3 days working on this shot because it just wasn't looking nice and wasn't working. Like, it took forever to animate. It took forever to set up. The file for it is very heavy because was that a grass particle effect? It's really clean. Thank you, Ada, because it's all grass. There were tons of trees and everything because I wanted to make the background look full. I wanted to make the background look full, so I needed a bunch of trees. So the shot's really, really heavy to both open and work with. And it's kind of confusing to like set up renders for, because you have to like turn off a bunch of stuff and turn back on a bunch of stuff. I tried organizing it so it was just like a nice, simple, like, turn this off, turn that on, turn this off, turn that on. But that ended up causing problems and stuff, and it was a nightmare, absolute catastrophe of garbage piling on top of itself until the shot was finished. Ugh, big wowza. But it was a fun time. The end result looked pretty nice, at least in my own opinion. And yeah, then it does what it's supposed to do, which is tell a story about Wispy Boy. Yeah. And then the rest of the shots were all pretty simple. There's literally just one or two light sources just shining on his face. Same thing. This shot. Oh baby. Alright, so earlier in the live stream I mentioned that this fire was animated by a friend of mine, and they just gave me the frames to it. I then took that fire and made it glow, so it actually became a light source, but also added a second little sphere in here to also act as a little light source, but also to make it look like a little wisp soul kind of thing. And then just had that be the only light in the scene. And I thought it looked pretty kick-ass. But and then Mask Boy turns away, so he animated some fire kind of turning away from him, and then some fire kind of dying out, and we just reused all the lighting and dissolve effects from earlier, and then so we could use that as a nice wipe to reveal Wisp, about little baby Wisp, and he does the What software is this? This program specifically is DaVinci Resolve. It is a non-linear editor where I used to edit the video in. There's a free version, which is probably the best free video editor out there, at least in my opinion. And yeah, I use it to make the videos, or I use it to edit the videos. Wisp cry. Oh man, that little sad woo. I'm so sorry, but I wanted to do that all the way from the beginning of the video. I'm like, I need Wisp me doing a little cry sound effect, so I made a little synth of him doing a woo. It made me sad, so I think it worked. Yeah, and then we dissolve back with some dissolve animations, and then there's this shot. So we do the same thing that we did with Mask Boy here. This kind of dissolving looking effect, but we apply that to the airport. But I needed the lighting conditions to change because we're kind of like in this black abyss looking place, and then going to a lit kind of area. So as it's transitioning over, lights and stuff in the physical lights in the scene start turning on, and then even out there in the background, this black that they're surrounded by, I just animated that to turn yellow and bright, and then added some glow to help sell the effect. But essentially, just during this, just lights are turning on, and prepping us for the lighting condition for this sequence. Do you prefer to using that editing software, or would you use Final Cut Pro or Premiere if given the opportunity? I love this. Well, actually, no. I pretty much dislike all video editors because they're all great, but also terrible in very particular ways. I've used Premiere in the past, and I wasn't too big of a fan of it, despite it being like the next biggest best boy thing. I haven't tried Final Cut Pro since like 2013 or earlier, so I don't know how it is now, but it looks pretty good. But I'll probably stick by my general mentality of it's probably amazing, but I'll find something to. But like, I don't know. I don't really need it. That's pretty much the ballpark I'm in with Resolve. I used to use Vegas Pro and I loved it until it started not being that great, at least in very specific ways. Like it crashed a lot. It was super unreliable, and my computer was just having conniptions running it. And then I moved to Resolve, and then kind of the same deal. Like at least the computer at the time was having trouble running it, and it just wasn't really doing it for me. But I'm like, but it's free and I need it. And then it kind of started winning me over with some of its features, and I'm like, great. Well, guess I'll just keep going with this. And then I run into a bunch of walls that like for example, let's say you have a piece of audio. You can keyframe the volume and the pan, but you can't keyframe the pitch or the speed effects of it. With a video, if you hit Control C and then Alt V, you can bring over every single attribute that you do to a video, but you can't. But you can only bring over volume and the plugins for audio effects. So if I have a pan setting or a pitch automation thing or a speed change or actually, yeah, pretty much any of these, I can't copy and paste those over to other things. And I'm like, Google, why? And everybody just kind of, the whole internet just kind of shrugs and just like, that's just how it is. That's just how it do be, boy. And I'm like, that's fair. I tried using Premiere for an actual clientele work of some sort, and it was just a pain to use the entire time. It was, at least in my experience with working with it, it was just really slow and also crashed a lot. Took forever to render. It just didn't handle anything nicely, and I'm like, I want to love you, Premiere, but I can't. This all sounds very doom and gloom, that I hate all editors, but that's not the case. I'm just particularly sounding very negative towards them, and I do apologize. All of them are great. Final Cut's great. Premiere is great. Resolve here is great. Just they all have very, very particular pros and cons that don't seem to overlap. Like, Resolve is super speedy, but like it's really cumbersome to do certain things in it. Vegas is super speedy, but it crashes a lot. At least in my experience. Premiere is really cool because with its integration with pretty much every other Adobe product, and that's great. But the workflow that you have to do in it, it's just not my cup of tea. Yeah, it's a time. I'm just pooping on these softwares. I'm sorry, they're great. We're moving on. So we have the thing. Give it. We have the things and their lighting, and then I didn't really know how well to light it or whatever, so I just kind of put lights everywhere. I tried referencing the game file or the game lighting condition for it, but it wasn't the most informative in terms of like what the lighting positions would be or where lights would be. So I'm like, I'll just wing it and we'll make it look kind of nice in its own vein. Yeah, we just kept going. We just kept rolling with it. She does a spook. Oh, and Wisp talk, and she talk. This shot I kind of really liked for some reason, even though the color scheme kind of goes against itself. But Wisp is giving off some light to her left side, and then the rest of the scene is lighting the right side. And I thought it looked kind of nice, pretty delicious. Oh, and then there's this sequence. So all this is in file. They all have their own lighting conditions, which are pretty much just them covered in rim lights, and then comped a little bit to give some interesting background detail. With this scene, I literally just copied and pasted the lighting condition from earlier in the video and put it here. So very little work being done. Back to the same lighting conditions. They talk, he do a thing, woo, and then she cry. This shot, I just made sure that the background was all white, because I was going to use that to explode the glow part of it later. Pretty neato. Same lighting conditions from the front beginning of the video. Just now we can actually see this light ray, and we can see Summoning Wisp 101. Get over here, chat man. No, wait, the man layer. Wait, no, it's this way. It was Wisp is summon a Wisp. Pretty neato. Anyway, and then we get to Then we get to the ending sequence. Okay. So I wanted this to... I wanted the lighting in this sequence to all come from Nook's laptop. Like just a single light source just from his laptop, because having the fluorescent lights on kind of made the entire room look too diffuse, and it didn't really look that nice. So I'm like, lighting, put on the laptop. You can kind of see it here. There's a shift in lighting to imply that he got a pop-up. So I just animated a light, kind of just do a thing. and was that a stroke? It might as well have been. And then we have this shot which is the same thing, just a light source on his laptop, but the texture also emitting some light so that it can actually glow and kind of do a thing. We put a little light on his phone so that so that it comes across his nose when he brings up his phone. I was gonna put lights on the phone here, but that didn't make sense in the shot because we didn't actually see it. But how do you get all their voices? Laura, stick around for the next little bit, and we'll answer those questions super intently. Oh yeah, the screen. Yeah, I made a little a custom background for his phone because I needed to do animation for it. We also added some notifications and stuff for the icons, and when Nook comes up, the only two options he gets is accept and accept, because you can't decline a phone call when somebody calls him in the game. But Mask Boy's got him his own caller ID, and then that gets taken and brought to this wall, or this scene with a wall in it. Okay, so this wall shot, I knew it was going to be a bit of work because I had to get a couple people on board with this. I asked a total of, I think, 10 YouTubers or AC content creators if I could use some of their footage for this upcoming video, and all of them unanimously were like, absolutely, please do. It's I can't wait. And I'm like, thank you. So I just went to their channels, and yeah, I got 10 videos and then made one wall segment with a couple duplicated videos, and then I shuffled those around again to make a second wall segment, and then I just shuffled those two wall segments to make this third 4x7 block of TVs. So if you look hard, there's a couple dupes, but yeah, I just took a bunch of clips and then put them all here, and then made a wall. This was done in After Effects, and then I exported this as a texture, and then I put that on the wall, or I actually it's two textures, and I put them on the walls, and then just rendered them out in Blender so you can see it here, and it was a good time. All light sources? No, actually, there's only, so they're all emission textures so that they can just glow themselves. But Mask Boy and Raymond here are lit specifically by themselves, and because I really wanted rim lights around them to so we can actually see them and cut them out from the background. He's sitting on the froggy chair. I wanted to bring more attention to that by like also putting some lighting on that, but that ended up just kind of not working out super nicely. So I just said, we'll just not have it. There's a super teeny light or emission texture coming off of his phone, and then he does a thing. We get this weird problem here where some of the light is bleeding in from the back of the phone through his hand, because there's a little bit of subsurface scattering going on in his skin, and I saw it, and I'm like, I could fix that technically if I just re-rendered it, but nah. Can you point out Lex? I think it was this one and this one with his speed build video, but I could be wrong. How long did it take you to finish the whole thing? About 3 months, and yeah, about 3 months. So Nook talks to him, and they mingle, and then he says nothing, and he hangs up on him. What a jerk! Oh, what a poopy face! And then Nook does a yeah, that was a time. That was quite the thing. Oh, Moon's here. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time for me to finish talking about lighting. Yeah, so this whole scene was pretty simple to render. It's just one light source. There was a problem actually with his face, because he was getting this super egregious looking seam that was happening on the side of his face. And that was just coming from the very extreme angle of light and the not great texture setup that I had for his normal maps. So light was bouncing off it and causing this kind of like paper cut on the side of his cheek. So I just ended up making a little bit of a thing, a little bit of. Well, we can move into editing now, actually, because that's where the solution comes from. In the color tab, yeah. I had this whole setup, which essentially I just cut out a little piece of the video or the footage or whatever, blur it, and track it back into his face so that we just kind of smooth out that little seam, and it doesn't look, and it's not super egregious. But yeah, it's a good time. It was a delicious time. Yeah, we did all the thing. It took me forever to get these clips in. And the end result, it's kind of blurry, but it's fine. What else is there? Yeah, for most of the editing and compositing, I did a lot of it inside of Resolve here, because Resolve pretty much has this capability built in. So if I go to a shot like actually like this one, you can kind of see it. You kind of can't see it, actually. But as we travel upwards, there's all this distortion that kind of happens on the frame that grows as we shift upwards. That was done inside of here, where I take the footage and we do a little bit of displacing on it, and then we kind of mask that back in with a circle cutout, and then we merge them together so that we can actually we animate a little mask doing a thing so that it actually kind of the effect travels down where the camera goes up. I wanted to do more of that on these shots, but then I didn't because they took forever, or because the setup just took too long to do. So I'm like, yeah, bun that. Most of the quote unquote editing is just me applying an egregious amount of effects to things. Like this is what these shots look like before any work is done on them. No, that's fake news. Fake, is it? Yeah. Before any work is done on them, and then after. Wow, look at that, it looks the same. There's a little bit of distortion on the edges of the frame, make it look all dreamy. Ooh, dreamy. And that we just repeat that for all of these sequences. Look at all this blur nonsense. I kind of didn't know if I'd like it after the fact, and it looks okay, but it's cool. What else is there? There's this shot had a bunch of lighting effects needed for it, which actually wasn't many, but we had some glow and stuff. Pretty poggerinos. There's also this, which has an egregious amount of glow. Oh my goodness, blinding. We animated a little lens flare doing a boing thing because we love it. I think that sound bite is from Kingdom Hearts. Yes, it's from Kingdom Hearts 2. Anywho, do you have separate blend files for each scene? Do you make use of these scene features? Switch camera often? I have separate blend files for each scene or for each shot because I just haven't gotten around to actually figuring out that scene feature set. But also I just like the added ease of every shot being its own contained thing and not needing to worry about having to set up multiple shots in one file. So yeah, it makes for rendering them and organizing them a little bit easier on my end. But yeah, we do one at a time. I understand nothing. You don't speak English. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, compositing this guy. We did a thing where there's two shots and they're together. Did I do this in this program? I think I'm pulling a hard no. We didn't do anything in this program, but we added a bunch of glow. Glow. We all love the glow. I thought the sound effect sounded like friendship. Get out of here. What else was there? Yeah, so these guys were particularly special because I had to do them inside of this program. But to be very incredibly specific, we did them in where are ya? Where are ya? This shot, I think. Yeah. That's fair, Mora. Well, hopefully I'm not super confusing. Doing these live streams are a good resource for learning. Oh, great. I hope they actually help, because I feel like I'm just a rambling lunatic the entire time. How do you stay motivated throughout the process? I would think that you'd get tired and just stop making the videos altogether. I don't know. I really want to see these videos made. Like, the ideas to them are cool enough for me to like to just do, no matter how much time and work it takes. And at a certain point, you pass a threshold where you're like, well, I've already put this much time into it, so I might as well just finish it so that everyone else can see what I've created so far. Very much advice that does not work for everybody, but yeah, I'm very much driven by like the end result of things. If I think something is gonna look cool, then I'm like, I want to see it made. I want to do it, no matter how long it takes. So yeah, so like for this shot, the Isabelle, I said this earlier before, but because this shot is it's a stop motion shot, or sequence where Isabelle and Wisp are rewatching Isabelle's dream. Them two are animated in 30 FPS, while Dream, Clayabelle, and Clay Mask are animated in 6 FPS. Yeah, to look like toys. But this shot is where they clash. We get a stop motion Isabelle passing in between a 30 FPS. I keep wanting to say Nook, but Wisp is not Nook. Wisp and Isabelle. So I had to render this shot twice so that I could merge them back together again over here, so that I could do that at that effect. And I'm pretty proud of that, even though it's not necessarily that interesting, but yeah, cool. Will this be recorded? Yeah, this live stream will be archived and be in the live stream archive playlist, which can be found. Why is my cap lock on? Get out of here, Cappy Cap. Hold on. I'm getting it. I'm getting the thing going. Oh, why is it showing that? That's garbage. Hold your nuggets. I'm showing you where it is. If you go to the channel and then go to the playlist tab and then tab on over to live stream archive. In here is where all of the previous live streams ever held on the channel all reside. You can even watch my first live stream where I made a song. Wow, pretty cringe. But yeah, they'll all be live stream. All live streams are archived, and this particular one is also probably going to be re-uploaded onto Densle 2, where I put all the other dedicated behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, pretty neato. If you want to see other commentaries or comparison videos where I go, look at that, crazy, amazing, you can find them there. How do you make the icon turning around thing as you talk? Oh, okay. I'd show you it. Like I would literally bring up OBS to show you how I did it, but it's gonna break the interface of the program, so I can't. But there's a plugin that you can get for OBS that is a PNG switcher, and then another plugin that I also put on top of that, which is a noise react thing that does a little bob when I speak, and the two of them are just combined to do a thing. Literally before the stream began, I quickly tried to make this entire page, and it had to make these silhouette cutouts, and it was rough. But yeah, it's all just no BS. What else is there? Does making these make you think about the game differently when you play? Do you ever feel like the mask? No. I'm gonna healthily say no on that. But I make these videos because of certain things that you can do in the games. Granted, they're very much over dramatized, and you can't throw Isabelle in a dream in the game, but dream suites, that's a thing. That's fun, etc. Where was I going with that? I was going to say that a lot of these videos are motivated by things, game mechanics, and various tiny things that you can do in the game, and they're exaggerated to make these stories. So it's like, so I make them with the understanding of like what you can't do in the game already. So when I go back to it, I'm always like, oh wow, yeah, I have to run around to pick up my weeds, and I can't just, I don't know, pay someone on Craigslist to come get them. No, you can technically, but you get the idea. I hope, at least. That was confusing, I'm sorry. Who's your favorite villager / NPC? Jeremiah. Love that boy. He could take my kidneys any day. Do you have a channel where it's just you and not the animations? Because you have to see. Yeah, I guess let's see if you just not just in these live streams. I have a Discord where I hang out every now and again, play some video games and stuff. Link in the description. Oh wait, the Discord's probably been blowing up the entire time as people have been joining it. It's actually fake news. They kind of have, but not actually. We have a Discord, and that's a fun time. Thank you for answering my question. I can't get over how cute it is. Nice. I'm glad you're digging it. I watched the first video. His Animal Crossing shorts is town meeting. No, the first video is Lolly's crafting. Town meeting is just the last one, but I'm glad you're watching them. It's like if our game characters had a secret life like Toy Story. Yeah, pretty much. They're all just vibing, hanging out. As the game makes you assume is happening, time passes while you're gone, so we're rolling with that. Do you have any original animation? I had this one thing I tried doing once. Is if you look in the channel's video log history, there's a video in there called Fee, which we tried doing a thing with. Didn't really go too well, and now I am putting it on the back burner. But I pretty much have come to the conclusion that I'm not much of an original creator. I'm more of a remix artist kind of thing. So yeah, that's where I'm putting all my cake in. Delicious. But we'll make original stuff eventually. Maybe. Very talented. I can't wait to see more. Thank you. I can't wait to make more. Literally, I'm currently on a quote unquote break vacation, and it's driving me nuts because I can't work on a video. People will yell at me if I try to work on the next video. The human villagers is so accurate. Yeah, I love Jeremy. I did his vacation house in the DLC recently, and he's so cute. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Give that boy everything he deserves. How did you get into doing stuff like this? Oh no, that's the whole story. I always used to do videos. Like I started at a pretty young age, doing like Roblox stuff. And then that kind of phased out, and then I got into doing machinima stuff, and then that never really kicked off, and then I got into doing MapleStory animation stuff, and that went pretty well. And then and behind the scenes I was always doing music, so then I took a brief pause from animation to do music stuff for a while, and that did fairly okay. And then at some other point I'm like, oh man, these videos need to look good so that people actually listen to the music, and then started doing animation again. And then that ended up spiraling into me doing more elaborate animations based on music. And then I took a brief pause to do a full Animal Crossing video as practice to learn Blender, so that I could make better make better animated music videos. And then that popped off, and then now we're making an Animal Crossing series that is dedicated solely on making Animal Crossing animations with a little bit of music in between. That's pretty much the whole tale. I've always been doing animation and music, and now it's just actually being seen more. So that's pretty cool. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, putting glow on everything. Everything has glow. We've done a lot of tons of glow. We all love the glow. Ooh, this shot. Where did I animate this? I did this in After Effects, I think. I don't want to open up After Effects. That's a dumb program. This shot was pretty cool because it's a couple different things strung together, and so we got the base footage with Isabelle kind of just vibing, doing her own thing, and then we have this fractal noise which is displacing the footage, and then that's being masked out with this circle, which we use to blend the distorted version of it with the regular version of it, and that circle's animated so that it reveals more of the distortion as the thing progresses. But the video can't look like this. That's disgusting. So we take this other well, actually I took some black to make it darker. We re-rendered another version of it, which is just Isabelle kind of sitting on just the bed with nothing else behind it, and that we put back on top, and then we can fade in between the two of them, and that's pretty much the shot. Thank you for coming to Dongle's compositing tutorial school. It ends up looking pretty cool. All the dream stuff wasn't really anything crazy, because they're all pretty much just the raw renders from Blender. Yeah, nothing else. Nothing much was really done to them other than some color grading stuff and some lighting nonsense. All right, I'm briefly ignoring chat so I can finish talking about this one thing, and then I will read all of your sweet words. The text. Oh my goodness, the text. So in the last video, in town meeting. Town meeting. Densle here. No, get out of here, me. Town meeting. We have all the text here. Like you see that it whoops in both the text bubble and this name tag, and then the text types in from the center and then animates outwards letter by letter. And then this bubble is resized, and this name tag also follows along, and that slows down to a stop. And then hopefully you caught that in time and were reading the text as it was coming on screen, because it's gone. That text took forever. Like, the text for this video took so long to do because every aspect of it was hand animated. Like this bubble was animated. The position of this name tag was animated. The text was animated to type on letter by letter, which is just a preset. I'm not actually keyframing each letter at a time. It was animated to unravel itself, but also to move from the center of the screen to its final resting position of a readable sentence. So that's like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 or so layers of like animation, of hand crafted animation that needs to be done per text bubble. And this video had a bunch of them, and to make myself be okay with it, I was like, oh, we're gonna make it a character and we're gonna have it do its own thing. like, where is it? Where is it? Where are you? We're gonna have it animate and do a bunch of stuff. That's pretty neat. There's this sequence as well where Pietro starts talking and it fades behind the black bar here, but also when he comes back it's all dreamy and wispy. Ooh. And then during the fire sequence, where is it? It's all heat distorted. Ooh, because he's by the fire. Ooh, that's pretty neat. This video, I'm like, that's cool and all, but I do not want to spend 4 days doing text animation again, so let's not do that. Internet, can I do text another way? I'm gonna need a procedural, like a bubble that can scale based off of what I have typed in it, but I'm also okay with hand moving this this name tag into place. But I just need something to get rid of like that animation work that I had to do for the text scaling, because I'm like, it was fun, it was a fun one-off, but never again. And like for like most of the time of my research on like how to do something like that in After Effects, I was coming up with like, yeah, here's how to make like a perfect box or a perfect rectangle around your text. And I said, I needed it to look like a cloud, preferably a cloud that that warbles a little bit. Can I do that? And for the most part, Google told me no. So I huff and I puff and I harumph down my apartment street. My apartment street. What does that mean? So I was quite frustrated about that. And then I remembered that Resolve here has a thing called where is it? Called Text Plus, which is kind of like a text, like a text object that you can write stuff in, but also can add effects to, either whether that be animation effects or text effects or a whole array of things. So I'm like, maybe, but actually, yeah, because I came across a tutorial that talked about using Text Plus to make a scaling border around your text, and I'm like, maybe. What can this do? So I looked up a tutorial about how it works and the things you can do with it, and then proceeded to mop my mind off the floor after the mess that it made, exploding all across the room. Turns out you can there's this tab called shading, which lets you add like layers to your thing. So I can literally add the text on one, and then a second one which adds a like a bar that just automatically scales with the text. I can it comes with a bunch of parameters and whatnot for like color and stuff to make it whatever color it is, or also adjusting the scale and size of it and all that stuff. And you can have up to 8 layers of it. So I'm like, oh shoot, I can just put I can just rebuild it in this thing. That's oh my god, that's gnarly. So I do. With pretty much 2 layers, I just make it look like a bubble, and I'm like, hot diggity dingoes, Batman. We got hot. We got. I was gonna type we got text, but you get the idea. we dream. So I'm like, that's pretty neat. It can also do the writing on effect, but it doesn't do it from the center, so I'm like, nah, it's fine. We'll just not animate that, because it's another thing to worry about. But that in and of itself cuts out me having to animate the scale of the bubbles, and that was where a lot of the time was being taken from. I decided to just not have the text scroll outwards, which removed a whole layer of animation, and that was pretty cool. But I'm like, but it's static and it looks pretty butt. Can I make it do a little warble thing? And then I don't exactly know where I found this tidbit of information, but it also turns out that these text blocks are also technically just very fancy little like compositing little chunklet thingy things. And what do I mean by that? It means that I could open up this window and add a bunch of other effects to it that also get taken into account with the scale of the text. And in here I could also animate things like the scaling and stuff like that, but I didn't want to do that, so we just didn't. So you can like take you can like take the thing, and I'm like, awesome. Put a little camera shake on there, so I was doing a little bit of this nonsense. Put a little bit of waviness on it, so I was doing a little bit of this nonsense. Put a little bit of waviness again, so I was doing a little bit of this nonsense. Ooh, wavy text. And then we're gonna take all that, and we're gonna put the main one back on top, so the text isn't actually like warbling and looking all ugly. And then we can take a name tag. Oh no, where's my thing? We can take Isabelle's name tag and then just put that over top, and literally just go like zoop whoop whoop. I can't animate. Like, I technically could animate this if I wanted to, but that's effort. There was a pass in this where I had all the text kind of like popping in like I had in the last video, where they would just kind of scale in from the center and be like a little bubble, do the whoop kind of thing. But that ended up not being efficient, or that ended up not being a good idea when taking into account the amount of text that I have to put in. Like, all of these is all dialogue, that each need their own name tag positions and general little bit of speech. But I'm like, holy ham sacks, Batman, we saved myself like a week's worth of work. That's an exaggeration. It was like maybe 2, maybe 3 days of doing text. But this episode has like double, maybe triple the amount of text from the last one, since it's longer than the last one. So I'm like, if the text isn't scaling in from the center, that's fine. I'm totally okay with just having the text fade in, fade out, and actually be legible this time. So yeah, I think moving forward we're probably going to stick with this way of doing text, because it's just so much easier. So much, guys, it's so much easier. So that was pretty cool. So I pretty much got all the text done in an afternoon. And even if I wanted to also make it performative, I can still animate this as well. I just didn't, because that also would have taken a lot of work. But all the way over here, we had some distortion effects to it to make it seem like it's coming out of a radio or whatever. Same thing with Nook's part, where through the phone it's all warbly and gross, but then it cuts to perfect through the phone because we're actually hearing them. That details, wow. And that is pretty much the text, actually. Yeah, it was a great time, but it requires me to have to like make these assets beforehand in another program, and then bring those back into here, and then I have to like write what they're saying. So he says something like whoop, and I have to go back into each one individually, and then open up the thing, and then move this back, and then we have text on the thing. But it ends up cutting a huge amount of work down, and that was a huge revelation when I came across it. Entire project saved. If this didn't happen, the whole channel would have been deleted. Oh man, you have no idea. But that's pretty much editing, or in compositing, because I talked about all that nonsense prior, or through and through. So now I can take a quick pause and read your beautiful words. With so much difficulty imagining the story changes to make things simpler. You think, Caroline, but no, we brute force through it because for the vision. Though, like I was mentioning, I think earlier, there is a general problem with text, which is how long it should be on screen for, because I can't guess how fast it takes you to read things. So I put them on. So I have the text go at the speed of a regular conversation, with the hopes that if you need to pause it, that you will, so that I don't make shots longer and feel awkward, because we have to give time to read, Wisp saying, "I'm sorry, have we met before?" and him going, "Oh." So yeah, eh. If I had to still animate it by hand, I probably just would have and sucked it up and did all the text. But you probably would have seen a very stark decrease in quality as the video progressed. But luckily that didn't happen, so pretty cool. I love the work you do, especially the dark tones that you envision. Keep it true. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Have you ever had a dream where you all the time? You're actually educating me on all the things that come with animation. You learn something new every day. That's facts. Every day is technically school, so theoretically it's not wrong when I say it's a school night, kiddo. I'm glad you guys also enjoyed the story, me explaining the story behind the text, because oh man, that one's been in the fridge for a while. Will literally just popped in and say I absolutely love you all your work so much. You all make my day. Thank you, Max. I'm really great. I'm honored that you popped in to say hello and also speak some sweet words. Thank you. When a tutorial for text saves the entire channel. Facts. That's literally, like, if I didn't have to do this, I would have cried. Oh wait a minute. I think next up is sound. Ooh, everyone's favorite. Okay. Can you show the camera block? I don't know what you mean by that, but feel free to elaborate, and probably sure. I suppose my time is up, for I have broken my vow to only watch content containing a moose. I must repent to the moose high powers that be, lest I be banished. Oh, I'm sorry, Moose Watcher. But also, I totally get breaking your vow of moose watching to watch my content. Can you do a video showing your island? Maybe in the future. My island is very much not worth your time. Like, I keep telling it to people and nobody believes me, but everyone thinks that my island is probably some amazing looking thing. It's not. It's a half finished mess. Okay. Back in time to tell a young Densle you became the successful, would you believe it? Probably. I'd want a nice description about how I did it, because I'm pretty gullible, but at the same time, actually no, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'd probably believe it, or at least I'd say you're full of garbanzo burritos, and future me would say, what? Where did you get that language from? And then we proceed to argue about the origin of some of my catchphrases, and then he'd go away, and then I'd be left there thinking, maybe there was some truth to his wild claims about me being a YouTuber. Pretty we'll think about that. Okay, I'm gonna quickly be right back. I need to use the little boys' room, and also top up my water. So hang tight, my beloved little babushkas, and I will be right back. Why is the audio thing doing a thing? Be right back. Wow, we lost like 100 people. That's actually fake news. We lost like 30. But I said I'd be right back. I was just going to get some water. I'm gonna. Anywho, we're going back to the director's corner. Hey guys, I hope you guys I hope everyone's doing well. Oh wait, no, yeah. Next up is sound. Yeah. Oh man. Yes. Okay. This is good. This is what you guys all been asking for. This is it. This is what this is. I keep saying this is because I don't actually know what to say next, but we're in for a good time. So, sound work. How did we do the sound? So for the most part, actually, fun gossip tip, piece of trivia. There's 20 layers of excuse me. There's 20 layers of sound layers, and most of them are kind of redundant because I have to because some sounds can only be played in mono, while some can only be played in stereo. So to answer someone's question earlier, I use a mixture of in-game sound effects and real-world sound effects. I source all of my sounds from the website Epidemic Sounds if I don't have it in game, and if not, then we'll just make something up, either recording something myself or repurposing sound effects from something else into some other way, if that makes sense. This is also where I can talk about music. I produced 2 songs for this, which is this dream sequence song. And this was produced using Cubase Pro. We also made the Dream Cafe tune. Which transitions to this dreamy looking effect. Again, this is just a reference to Inception, because she's going deeper in the dream, and so the song slows down. So it slows down 3 different times to the slowest. And how is it animating live? What do you mean? Popping in to say, although I'm not the biggest fan of 3D animations, your content is awesome and seriously inspires me. Oh my god, thank you! I'm really glad you like it. I really appreciate that. You're gonna have to hit the hey. Oh, take care, Christian Gamer. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hey and hanging out. Hope you have yourself a great slumber. Oh, what was I talking about earlier? Yeah, we got some tunes. We also repurposed some KK slider songs as quote-unquote background music coming out of Wisps' computer. I usually cut up all the most of the music and most of the music to be diegetic, meaning that it comes from a physical source in the scene. So in this case, I wanted the song to sound like it was coming from Wisps' laptop or computer. So when we're away from it, it's quieter, and when we're looking at it, it's a bit louder. And when we're away from it, we can hear it panned to where it would be in physical space, which in our case would be to the left, somewhere in this area. And we do that with all the music, or at least most of the music, because I just think it's really fun. Yeah. And then we also use this particular scene here where he goes to set up his PowerPoint to change songs, because I kind of hate this song and wanted to use a different one. So we use the PowerPoint as a transition to the next song, because diegetic music can be turned off or on by characters acting in the scene, which is pretty neat to me, at least. Action movie or TV series. Yeah! So go to producer Densle with all the music. Thank you. I was a musician first, kind of. So I have music on the Spotify's and stuff. If you want to listen to it. Before I did all this Animal Crossing stuff, I used to make cover music, and now I just don't. Instead to do this. During the second dream sequence where they're watching it again, we're reusing the same dream song from earlier. I was gonna make another version of this because I wanted it to also do the same thing where it was diegetic, and only being heard while near the characters. So when we get to this scene, it's very hard to hear, but when Isabelle tumbles past, so does the music. And then that's the last time we hear of that song. And yeah, that was a pretty fun time. How long did it take you to make this? About 3 months. It came out in mid-November, and I started working on it pretty much a week or two after town meeting, and which was back in about 3 months ago. Hello, sir. Where can a fan such as myself find the music made in this video? In the link in the description, there's a Bandcamp link, or in every single video that has custom music, in the description is the Bandcamp link to where the songs are uploaded. You can download them for free and use them in whatever you want. But yeah, they're just on Bandcamp. How did you make them look like clay? With a shader that I bought. There's this other Blender artist made a like an all-purpose clay shader that I just purchased and reworked to be put onto our dear sweet gal and guy, and all the other set stuff was all retextured in a program called Substance Painter, where I did the same thing. I just bought another clay shader and then just applied it to all the different things and then tweaked the settings so that it looked nicer. Yeah, you know, it's a good time. You also watch my videos with your family, so I have post notifications on. So when it's upset, my family puts the video on the big screen. That's fantastic. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you. Are they all making a movie or a TV series? Yeah, well, this is pretty much a TV series, just significantly shorter. All right. Your character is reacting to your voice. How do you do that? In OBS, which is the program that I'm using to stream, there's a plugin that you can get, which is a PNG audio react switcher, which switches between two different images. I have one which is just me sitting, and then whenever I speak, it turns to this man in a suit pointing towards the screen. And then both of those are, and then that source, which I have literally, where is it? Where are you? We're literally right here, is has a filter on top, has another plugin / filter on top of it, which is on audio react, so that every time I speak, it increases in scale, and then we just combine both those things to make a little me doing a little talky thing. I'm a VTuber now, baby. We gotta pull out all the big stops. Next up, 3D Densle question mark. No, probably not. That's a lot of effort. So yeah, music. I make music myself. I live stream making this song or working on this song, as well as working on this song, a little bit. You can watch that actually. That's in the archive. Everything else, I don't really have much of a structure for like for quote unquote how I do sound. I pretty much just kind of like make mental note of what's going on in the scene and then just try to put sounds that relate. So like here we're in this home, and usually homes have like room tone and stuff, or like usually most indoor places have room tone, which is kind of like, you know, a very soft humming buzz kind of thing. So I just found one for a room. Actually I should probably put this up a little higher so you can actually hear it completely. So we just found some room tone for the atmosphere. I also there's a clock in the top right corner, so I'm like, well, I kind of want to bring attention to that a little bit, so we're gonna add a little clock sound effect. Then Isabelle has some bell sounds, I think. Yeah, we're gonna throw some of those in to also help accentuate her motions. Oh, and this clock sound, this clock ticking, also pans left and right based off the camera's direction. Because now it's panning left and then back to right, or center, kind of left. And then what else do we got here? Got some more mono sounds. So that's pretty much it for a room for the most part. And then there's vocals, or there's their voices, which I'll get into a little bit later. And we got some footsteps for when, or we got, oh yeah, no, because she's sitting on a thatched chair, so I wanted to have little squeaky noises for whenever she moved, to help just kind of cement her in the furniture. And then there's footsteps over here for when she moves across the room. And then some clothes rustling, some bell jingling, and some fabric moving, so that it sounds like she's moving onto the bed. There's a really teeny click noise for the record player, as the arm kind of like jostles a little bit to start moving. There's also some very subtle vinyl crackle as the needle kind of settles onto the vinyl, and then that gets mixed in with the audio or with the music. And then what else happens here? Then there's this big whoosh, which is pretty much just made up of all whooshes. Like, it's just a metric ton of whooshes that are all played either forward or in reverse, or just shoved together like a mess of whooshes. And that has a ton of reverb on it as well, so that it sounds a lot more ethereal or whatever, what have you. As a good time, I gotta go, but I was having really fun jumping in a live stream after my last class. That's fair. Take care, Mac. I hope you have yourself a great rest of your day and doing whatever else that you get yourself up to. Yeah, take care. Thanks for coming out. There's this fun little detail, little coolio detail. Let me just get rid of all these nonsense. Oh yeah, there's also some room tone for the dream, which is this weird soft, like, wind blowing effect kind of thing. You kind of can't really hear it, but behind the scenes is also muttering Isabelle, as kind of like she's like in her own mind kind of thing, so she's hearing her own thoughts. At least that's what I tried to do with that. And that lowers in pitch as she gets lower. We have this ding, which is that one of the emotes that you can do in game. There's a whole metric ton of whooshes going on. We love the whooshes, don't we, buddy? Yeah, absolutely. How long does it take you to animate in total? It depends. About 2 to 3 months. But yeah, it's work. It's work these days. Yeah. A bunch of big whooshes because you need a bunch of low, deep whooshes for big objects. There's some thunder and more whooshes. And then we're here. And then Isabelle does a chirping. Yeah, oh yeah, we found some game sounds for the soap opera. Or is it this one, I think? So we just had that pan left and right as that was going, and then some more whooshes for the camera whoosh motions. I made this little bell jingle because I'm like, oh, I need to find a bell sound. But the bell in your in-game is generated on the fly because you can change your bell sound. So the game files only have every single bell note, and like not necessarily in a musical order. And so I'm like, oh, I need an actual like little bell jingle. So I just kind of whipped one up in Cubus and made the little bell jingle, and I liked it so much I tried to make it into a full song, and that failed miserably. Ooh, this door sound is from Kingdom Hearts 2. I needed an unlatching door sound, and they're surprisingly hard to find. We got it. You kind of can't really hear it, but the door is actually also making this little twinkling sound. And you know, because portals are very twinkly, I guess. And then doing the thing. Whoa. Okay, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, if I pronounced the K, or if it's just Yana. But thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into these animations. They're such a delight to watch. Looking forward to to future work. Oh my god! Thank you. That's amazing. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh god. And then the portal scene. So I wanted to do this specific effect, where like sound isn't really traveling at the same rate as the character, kind of thing. So we're doing this thing where it sounds like she's going kind of through like water or something. So all the sound effects are cut to and are given a little bit of EQ so that they sound well. There's no high end, so so it sounds like they're just underwater or we're chopping frequencies off, so we're not hearing them all. It's not a clear sound, so it's and tons of whooshes with a door. We love the door. And then we switch into a different soundscape. This one just being pretty much almost the same thing, but also different at the same time, which is just another whoosh kind of a room tone thing, but less airy because we want the space to feel more enclosed. So instead of having kind of like big ethereal smoke or wind blowing, it's like very subtle. Actually, it's forest ambient noise apparently. So, but very quiet. And yeah, and that does the thing. Hated the dream sequence. Was it stop motion or something? It was animated to look like stop motion, but it's all 3D and rendered to look like clay. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of beautiful animations and my favorite game. Thank you so much for yeah. Thank you so much for your content making me smile. Hey Julia, thank you so much for watching the thing and hanging out. Take care. IpusiliX. That's quite a unique name. Have yourself a great day. The dog says woof woof. And that word says it's just a joke. Don't ban me or something like that. It's fine. Okay. So yeah, so this scene, pretty much not a lot going on auditorily. Pretty much just talking, typing. Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier, Wisp doesn't actually reach or touch the keyboard, so we just added typing sound effects to make it seem like he was. And Isabelle's is shocked about that fact. We're so captivating. Thank you, Caleb. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about the dialogue or how we do the voice work. This little chime thing is actually just part of one of Wisp's sound effects. I forget what he's doing in it, but but it's slowed down and just actually sounds like this. It's when he appears. Sorry, I think when you give him all of his things back and he goes full Wisp again. So So yeah, so I just took it and then slowed it down and cut off the beginning part a little bit, and made it the reveal sound effect for the for the thing. I thought that was pretty fun. Oh, apparently I also have a sound effect of him doing his idle world flying bit thing. I don't know if you can actually hear that in the stream, but yeah, we had the sound of him of his idle soul floating sounds, but I couldn't find a way to use them without it sounding weird if I were to loop it. So sorry. Yeah, Wisp is just a bunch of whooshes. Oh yeah, sweet. Okay, the PowerPoint presentation. Let's go. So, like I mentioned earlier, we have music in the scenes so that it doesn't feel super empty. But I also needed to change the song because I wanted the PowerPoint to just have different music. But we can do that with diegetic music because the Wisp can, in theory, just turn it off and switch songs. So with the PowerPoint, he switches it around and he turns on another tune, which is KK Fusion, as well as having little sound effects for his thing, which I put some effects on to make it sound like they were coming through a monitor. Oh no, Resolve froze for a brief moment. All right, we're still in the money. And then all this, and the music for it pans left and right so that it sounds like it's actually coming from the computer itself. Why did we suddenly grow 40 people? Guys, go to bed. They're talking, they're mingling, they're having a good time. Wisp does a thing, and then let me get this. Okay, so for quite some time, I didn't actually know how this was going to sound. I knew it needed to sound like something being constructed, but kind of backwards, but also not fully backwards. So yeah, I just kind of winged it and filled it with a lot of whooshes and some building material sound effects and some knocking and some reverse glass kind of crinkling or whatever, just to kind of fill the sonic space with a bunch of progressive sounding nonsense so that it made it look like the room was building itself, auditorily speaking at least. And it has to like abruptly end because it's pretty much building itself backwards. I thought it was okay. Yeah, it was just, it's just some stuff. It's pretty much mainly whooshes and then like wood crackles in reverse and risers and stuff. Yeah. Will we ever see Masco's face? I don't know. We're gonna have to find out sometime in the future, question mark. Oh, actually, for a long while, I didn't plan on having any sound effects in the dream sequence. But then when I got to doing sound for this part, it made it feel a bit weird if the characters could speak and the dream part of things kind of just had nothing going on with it, because they technically needed something to cue them to look up, which I thought didn't really work if they had nothing to hear, and it was just like lighting. Well, it probably would have worked with lights, but it didn't really feel like the most fitting thing. So went back, added sound effects to the beginning part just to make this part feel a little nicer. And if I had those teleporting effects, then that would have been neat because it would have been like pew 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 pew, like lasers. Then there's a really brief detail where the music from the dream sequence can be heard passing by Isabelle and Wisp. Very faint. It's a blink your ears and you'll miss it kind of detail. But that was that. Yeah, we used emotes and then a whoosh sound. Yeah, I love my whooshes. Okay, and then there's this shot which is supposed to sound ethereal or very, very woo, wow, magic kind of thing. And again, I didn't really know exactly what I wanted it to sound like, but I'm like, it needs to have a chime of some sort. There's a lot of big mass mountains passing by us, so probably some low gurgly whooshes. And and then we're gonna be passing over some trees and stuff. But I'm like, maybe water too. I just kind of kept throwing stuff in and then tried to make it sound like it was kind of neat. So the camera passes through a bush. Somewhere here. Right here. It passes through a bush. And we have sound cues to kind of help with that, or help see that. But there's no music. What the heck, man? Okay, in my defense, I was actually contemplating making some music for it, but I didn't end up doing it because I would have to end up making it slowly ramp up in being dramatic, because Wisp's story gets progressively sadder as he tells it. So the music would have to reflect that, or else it would just sound weird. So I opted to just not do music at all, because having no music kind of sounded pretty neat. So we just left it. Goes into the smallest details. Yeah, it's all audio, baby. The worst part of well, no, that's actually not true. It's a fun process. There's also these really tiny whooshes. You can't even hear them, but they're on every shot change to help with, or to make them seem more aggressive. And yeah, he took a thing, and then I pretty much just layered like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different like fire kind of pyro like sounds to make it sound really dramatic. And then some fire movement sounds, and then Wisp's little cry. All right, so this is technically a piece of music. Wisp's little yelp or little cry out here is a synth that I did in Cubase, just had to do like play a note or two, and just a little automation to make it, to do the pitch bending and what have you. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, everybody. It's I'm so sorry. But yeah, we had that. Are you implying that we looked them up on the internet? Oh, that's a lore question. I can't answer that. It sounded like whale noises. Oh, cool. So he talks some more, and then we do another destruction building thing. Sounded more fast. And we do the same thing with the music, where we take the airport theme song or whatever, but slice it up and pitch bend it and pan it around so it sounds like it's coming from some area of the room. And that really goes on for the sequence. Oh, and the cool part. So as some of you may know, I was doubling down on these Inception references, and one of them being that when you're 4 layers deep in a dream, songs don't sound like music anymore. They just sound like sirens. So this is the main theme song for Welcome Horizons for Animal Crossing, and because they're so deep in the dream, yeah, the music becomes more of a foghorn than it does audible sound. So I took it into Cubase. I just stretched it out so that it sounded really slow, and then cut that up into parts during the and as it's traveling up, it speeds up a little bit, even though you can't really hear it much because at this particular point in the song there's not really much going on. But when we get to the top, we get to hear what it's actually sounding like, because we're on the top level or whatever, and we just added a bunch of whooshes to help with the transitions. And then we go all the way back down, and then now it's just like a foghorn, like a really egregious like siren. And I love that. I thought it was so funny. Sorry, that was probably talking over me. I loved it. I thought it was so funny, so I just kept it in. And this just kind of fell into place, like with the song just kind of doing its own thing at this point, and then also kind of relating to how sad it is to look at. I like that. So then when she wakes up, we reuse the same soundscape as the earlier portion of the video. Clock ticking, room tone, some furniture sound effects, bed creaks and stuff, and her bells sound effects because she's looking around or what have you. Do you take inspiration from Inception? Heck yeah! Inception is a good fun time. But there's music now. It's the theme song playing from outside. But we can't hear it super clearly because we're indoors. And then they just talk about what's going on. And then we get the ending sequence, which I was also going to do music for, but decided not to because music didn't really feel super right for it. Same deal, room tone, typing sound effects, nothing too crazy going on. There's a pop up and then him saying, or then a little some speech that's supposed to say "you've got mail," but like in Animalese or whatever. You can't even distinguish it, but that's pretty much what I was modeling it after. He sees the thing, some furniture movement, emotes, phone blips. I was really worried about this vibration sound effects, like of it being on the thing, because I'm like, oh shoot, it's on like a piece of metal, so it should technically be very like tinny sounding, but I couldn't really find anything that sounded super close to it, so I'm like, I'll just go with whatever. So sounds for the people, the video soup that Mask was watching. I went back to those channels that had blessed me with the permission to use some of their content, and I pretty much just like opened up like one tab of one of their videos. So my browser would just had like 10-11 videos from a bunch of them, and all just playing at the same time, and I just recorded what that sounded like overlapping, and then we just panned that to the center and left and right throughout the thing, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty simple. We just had that in the background. Pretty simple. Nook talks, and they mingle, and we come back. But I didn't record a long enough take of that of that conjoined noise, so I ran into this tiny problem where you could make out some details of some people of some things that people would say in the audio, and if I were to loop it, that same detail would be heard again. So I had to like chop it up in a certain way so that it didn't sound like it was being recycled. But yeah, it was all pretty great and dandy. And then chair sounds as he just rolls back. All right, that's pretty much audio. Yeah, we just describe the scene in sound, and then try to recreate it as best as I can with whatever effort or whatnot. In terms of game sounds, I've also exported out a bunch of the game sound effects myself. So we have things like all the dialogue comes up on the screen. There's dialogue blips that you can kind of just briefly make out. And actually, I can do you one better and make this sound super loud. Yeah, I did this detail where if it's the first thing that they've said, then it makes a fresh pop-up sound. But if they continue talking, then it's as if you kind of tapped it or like tapped into the next chunk of text. You pretty much can't hear it throughout the entire video, but that's there. And we also used emote sounds, just kind of sprinkled in throughout to have some to add some extra flavor to their emotes and their reactions and stuff. Sometimes I went a bit overboard and added too many in the same area, but then reduced it later because I'm like, that's obnoxious. Let's not do that. Yeah. All right. Next up is what the moment you've all been waiting for. How did he do the dialogue? Oh my goofy goober. Come on, spill the beans, Dongy. Which I think is this one. Yeah, I'll sure open that one up. Oh no, Cubase, stop it. You can never have too many emotes. I want to say facts, but sometimes you kind of can't. But here we are in Cubase, which is the application that I use to do all the music and sound design in. Well, not all the sound design, but a good bit of sound design. In this, I made little instruments of all the characters and all their sound blips. So I have this plugin called Contact. Don't Google it; it's pretty expensive. But I use it for all things music related, and it just so happens to also work for this particular case. I made a little instrument for Isabelle's speech, which maps a sound bite to every key. Oh wait, hold on, this isn't actually sharing the thing. 1 second, let me get this going. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Apply. Give me that, and that should hopefully give you. Yeah. So we have just a big old keyboard that can play a bunch of different sound effects, and in theory, if I turn on one of my little desktop instruments here, in theory can just play it like an instrument. And that lets me essentially just have the more or less everything I need to make their voice, and then I'll go in and and I'll make, well, at least in this particular case, I brought in the video, and then just kind of timed where their dialogue begins from, and then would just make a little thing where they speak a couple words, and then we pitch bend it so that it sounds like they're doing some vocal kind of inflections or whatever. Yeah. I don't want to hear that. We want this, and we want this, and we want this open as well because we want to see it. All right, there you go. So like this is just her dialogue, and it's very time consuming because you have to like write out what she's saying, and then try to pitch bend it so that it sounds like she's speaking words. If not, then she's very monotone, or all the characters are pretty monotone. And it's a time. This is what I did in the last video, but I just made a big chunk of like dialogue ramblings that I just cut up in between things and stuff and whatever they were saying, and yeah, it was a pretty good time. How long does it take to make one of these videos again? About 3 months or so. There's a lot of steps that go into them. Let's hire someone to voice them. Oh man, could you imagine paying somebody to do this? Could you imagine getting paid to do that? Wow, that's wild. Yeah, so we did that for pretty much all the characters. We have one for Isabelle, we have one for Luna, and then we have one for Tom. Though I ended up coming across the fact that Luna is actually, she uses the same voice profile as Isabelle, but it's pitched down to a different octave. So we just have it. So if I were to just take this and then bring this back up to like 0 or whatever, she just sounds like Isabelle, which kind of made working on Luna not the funnest, because I can only do so much pitch bending inside of this program, at least in terms of like a note by note kind of thing. So I'd export this and then bring this back into Resolve, where I would then cut it up even further and do even more pitch shifting on it over here in the inspector. Bam, bam, yeah. So for someone like Luna, she's already pitch bent down, and I have like this really small window of like emotion that I can give her before she just starts sounding like Isabelle again. And I wasn't a super big fan of how she sounded coming out of the song. Kind of sounds a little zombie-y, but it's whatever. You guys will never know. It's fine. But yeah, that's pretty much how we did the dialogue. We build an instrument that uses their sound bites, and then we play like an instrument. And and we love it. It's neat. We can make them do anything. We can make them quote unquote say anything we want, and it's nice, clean sounding audio that I can then further manipulate to make it sound performative, which is a good time. This is actually specifically why In Boxes doesn't really have any dialogue in it, because I was in between trying to figure out this system and also trying to figure out if I could still splice together audio from the game sounds or from recordings and stuff, which turns out to be nope, for at least in my particular working needs. I could never find clean enough audio that from all the characters to make the rest of the series. So I'm like, oh shoot, I'm gonna need to like figure something else out for this audio here. And then during town meeting, I came up with this, and I'm pretty happy with, or at least I think it's a pretty novel solution for so far. Not the best, because it still requires me to have to like go in and draw in their thing, and then like draw in automation for what they're saying, and that's a bit of a pain in the butt. But after a certain point, I'll just end up amassing enough dialogue sound bites that I can reuse them throughout the series, because it doesn't matter what they're saying necessarily or how fast they're saying it. It's just this. So no one's really gonna know if I use this 4 times in a row. Actually, no, that's fake news. They would if I used it 4 times in a video. There you go. Which I actually did. The later half of the video, like I think I made custom dialogue up until like here, or like here-ish or so, and I just reused everything that I made before, but just resplicing it and putting it back into sequence. So like all this stuff is just the same stuff from the beginning, just repurposed. And then the Tom Nook stuff is from Town Meeting, which is why he sounds very babbly, very fast. Yeah, I just reused the same soundbite from the last video, which we got all of them here. No. Right here. Yeah, I got Tom Nook talking. We got Pietro talking. We got Filbert talking. We got Hippix talking. Which I'm pretty sure is just Pietro, but pitched a little bit lower, and then Isabelle. It's pretty neato. That's kind of it, actually. Yeah, I think that's it, actually. I think that's pretty much everything there is to talk about for the most part. Yeah, I guess now we could just hang out and you can ask me questions and stuff. excuse me, sir. Who is where's the video all about Goldie? And I go, ah, right. Next question. Where's the video about island hopping? And I go, ah, yes, of course. Next question. Yeah, hey, where's the video about what else? What's another thing you guys really want? About what's inside of Red's boat. Where's the video about where he gets all of his art from? To which I say that was a very close contender to being made, but I couldn't think of a good enough idea that made making it worth it. Anywho, yeah, lay it on me, guys. You got questions, I got answers. Assuming that they're creative questions and not questions asking me to dissect the lore or what's going on or to explain certain very specific things and details in the videos, because I'm not doing that. Thank you. Do you know the Muffin Man? Who doesn't know the Muffin Man? He's a pretty cool guy. He really makes us all feel muffin safe. We're gonna lower that down. We're gonna get some music going. Next. Ah, beautiful. 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 Will you ever make tutorials for how you use certain techniques in your videos, such as how you use Rigify on the character meshes? So at least for something specifically like Rigify, I don't really need to, because you can just look up any Rigify tutorial and just apply that to Animal Crossing characters, which is pretty much what I did. But there are a bunch of stuff that I kind of learned or came across that I would like to reteach in a different recontextualized fashion, like some of the water stuff I've been doing, or some of the face stuff or face animations, some maybe some lighting stuff. I don't know. Like there are definitely things that I've learned along the way that I don't see a lot of people talking about, or at least the tutorials that I watched to learn them are quite out of date. So yeah, I do plan on making some educational content in the future, but that would be probably most likely go on the Densle 2 channel. So subscribe to that if you're looking to learn how to do things. But these, it probably also won't come out until like I'm probably finished the series. I'll probably just collect. I want to make a big collection of all the stuff I want to teach at the end of it, and then just let it all go, even though it's going to be completely out of date at that point. But I want to make the videos first, and then education stuff after. Have you had Flurry on your island? I have not. At least I don't think I have. Not sure if I missed this. What program do you use most often when you animate? Blender. I animate everything inside of Blender. Let's go get this at it. Stop it! Get out of here. What's a good shot? Yeah, sure, this one. Yeah, we animate everything inside of Blender. It's where I do all the rigging and character rendering and everything, pretty much. We get characters and we got little wireframes and we animate them inside of here and doing the woo thing. Yeah, well, you see Mask, and he's like, "What's up, pup?" And she goes, "Hey, sit on it." And then he goes, "What?" But yeah, we use Blender, and then maybe a little bit of After Effects here and there, and Resolve here and there. But yeah. Oh wait, these are questions. These are rolling in. Okay, what was next? Is Town Meeting the last episode of the series? No. The next one was Isabelle's dream. That's what I was talking about for the last 4.5 hours. Yeah, no, there's more videos on the way. There's 3 left. And the next one is it's gonna be what everybody's waiting for. The big goes, the terraforming, the mask boy doing whatever. it's gonna be crazy. That's actually not true. I don't actually know how it's gonna be. And I do not want to get you hype. It could be the worst video I've ever made, so keep that in mind. Thank you. I'm just here, but the part looks claymation. A filter actually claymation. The claymation is all animated and rendered in Blender. I got a clay shader or a tool of sorts to make the characters look like clay, and I just animated them to look stop motion. That's how we did that. It was pretty good time. Can you make a video on how you make the characters? I will in the future, but currently you can rewatch live streams because I also gather and rig characters live on stream from time to time. So there's a couple of those that you can also rewatch if you'd like to see how I do those. Zip. Would you do Pokemon animations? Maybe. That's not off the table. How do you storyboard each video, and how long does it take to? Oh. There's a lot more of these. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm getting there. Don't worry. Don't you worry. All right, Mimsy. You asked how we storyboard. It's pretty simple. Inside of Blender, since I have most of the assets that I need, I just I make little sets, and I take all the character rigs, and I just put them into the scenes, and I just take pictures of them, and I put that into the editor, and that is all my storyboarding. I'm just visualizing the script with extremely loose images from Blender, if that makes sense. Like it's literally nothing super cool, but it's a good time. It's amazing. It's yummy. Wouldn't it be hard to follow for starters? It would technically, which I recommend getting familiar with all the things, because yeah, I know. Assuming you're asking about the things that I'd want to teach, I'd teach stuff that isn't already been taught before. Like if you want to get started with Blender and stuff, then like there's a world of tutorials out there to do that. You don't need me to tell you. Where did you study? The internet. Who is Densle 2 from Densle 2 channel? He's technically me, but he's also not me at the same time. He's his own man, but he makes his own content at his own pace. He's a pretty cool guy. You have a specific number of episodes planned or end game in mind for the storyline or lore? Yeah, there's 3 left. The next one is going to be the 3rd last, and it'll make sense when we get there. Get to know the artist. Is Densle your real name? Nope. It is a fun internet alias. What inspires you to begin making these AC shorts? I love watching them, and always excited to see what you do next. Pretty much just you guys watching them nowadays. Like if you guys didn't watch them, I wouldn't be making them. So the notion that like there's 100 and some odd people here that are watching me gush about how hard it is to make these, on top of however tens of thousands of people actually watch them nowadays, like that's a huge driving factor to like just keep making them as best as I can. But also, as you can see from if you look back at my older stuff, I just have a bit of a passion for making like animated content and overly ambitious stuff, because I just like trying to make quote unquote cool things. So it's a bit of both. I just like doing this kind of stuff. Like this is very much a passion of mine, but also you guys are here to watch it, so now I'm like, well, now I have to make them better and keep making them cool. So with that, thank you all actually so much for watching and being around and like being alive. I appreciate it, and I would not be here without all your sweet eyes. Which was your favorite game of Animal Crossing? I'd say probably New Leaf. Felt the most fun, or felt like there was the most amount of things to do in there. But like all Animal Crossings, you play them until you get burnt out, and then you never come back to them again. At least for me. So I bought a DS just to play New Leaf, and it's the only game I own for it, and I no longer use my DS at all. How did we come up with Densle? I was making a new RuneScape account. I misspelled Denzel Washington, and I rolled with it. And then I never planned on keeping this name for this channel for for a while. I just thought it was going to be like a side thing that I was going to do, and I'd probably make a new one at some other point. But then it started to grow a little bit, and I had to reach. And I came up to this fork where I'm like, do I abandon the channel and make a new name like Hurdle Flop or something, or do I just double down and accept Densle, even though you didn't intend for it to be like what it is now? And we chose to double down with Densle. Can we get a tour of our island? Maybe in the future, but maybe never. Will you do Smash Bros animations? I don't know. That's fighting. I've never been good at doing fighting, and I don't think I ever really want to be good at doing fighting, because fighting seems like one of the hardest types of animation to do, at least by my standards. But maybe, you never know. You never know. Who's your favorite AC character? Jeremiah. Love that little blue frogger-doo. Could you show us your island, please? Wait a minute, you asked that before, numerous times. Get out of here with that island talk. I'm kidding. I'm not actually that mad. Will you do? What will you do once the series is finished? I have some other stuff planned for the second channel. Once the series is finished, and then hopefully if this series goes well and that other stuff goes well, then and then I'll look into solidifying another series afterwards. But right now a lot of it's just up in the air since I'm not even done this yet, and this is going to take another couple months. But I don't know, more stuff. Stick around. Like I'm not going to stop animating or like making this type of content. It just might not be Animal Crossing anymore. So yeah, stick around. We like watching you. Thank you. I like being watched. I'm fucking Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here, though. How long does it take to make a video normally? About 2 to 3ish months. Hopefully a little faster now that I can do this full time for a little bit. But yeah, about 2 to 3ish months. Did you learn to do all this just from the internet? For the most part. Like I did go to school for animation, so like I do have a little bit of an art background. But in terms of like actual like technical skills, like how to actually animate, how to use Blender, how to do all, like how to render and do all the stuff that I do now, a lot of it's self-taught, and is building on the whatever knowledge that I had picked up during school and working in studios and stuff. But yeah, like I'm not an animator. I technically went to school for animation, but I didn't come out as an animator. I came out as a camera tracker and layout artist. And then I've just been doing all this kind of for myself, just in general. And yeah, we're self-teaching. It's a good time. It's a good time. Well, super amazing flyby and that turnip. That was amazing. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of slowly going through these as like from the top. Every time I scroll down, there's a little bit more, and I'm like, oh. But it's all boring. I'm getting to it. I'm reading your words, guys. You're lovely. What song is this? A song that needs to be skipped. I'm sorry. And this one too. Sure. Okay. Do you make your audio around what you animate, or the other way around? I don't know how you manage to figure out the pacing in each scene. It depends on what I'm trying to do. Most of the time, I animate or I make the video first and then do music for it later, because you can always change music on the fly. Cubase, if I'm doing something very specific, has a lot of retiming tools and like song speed adjusting tools that can help you better sync audio to video, because it's always significantly easier to sync audio to video than it is to sync video to audio. But for specific things like say in boxes with the montage / music video sequence for that, or or even the opening of this video, because it's cut to the music, I would start with a very rough version of the song that hits all the timing beats that I think I want, and then I would roughly go back and forth between storyboarding and tweaking the song a little bit, so I can make sure that I have a nice solid idea of what I want the song to be like and how I want that to influence the video. Those are very like specific cases. More often than not, I'm just doing it after the fact in the music/sound stage, and then making it as fun and as good as I can do it with whatever knowledge that I got, and it's a good time. I just been to show your shorts today, and to see you live in my recommends. Yeah, hope you're doing well. I just would like to say good job. You're very talented. Oh, thank you, Evic. I really appreciate that. Wanderlust. What a great tune. You should get the Zelda games for DS. They're fun. Oh man, I'm never playing my DS again. It pretty much just sits on under my TV as like a room ornament. And I also don't know where the charger is. But I know I have it. It's in a box somewhere. Do you draw in general since you're an animator? Are you strictly 3D? So I used to draw a lot, and then I kind of fell off of that some years later, and I haven't really gone back much since. But I always dream about getting back into drawing, and do on and off every now and again. The last big thing that I did, granted, it hasn't really aged the best in my opinion. Actually, I'll just pull it up before I bring it up. All right, so I well, actually the Wisp board I had to roughly draw out and then trace, but the Undertale stuff that I did a year or two ago, I drew and painted all the pictures for it. They're not that great. Please don't feel free to not comment on them at all. But we did some drawing, we did some painting, because I kind of wanted to learn this program called Black Ink. And yeah, we did a bunch of painting nonsense, and then cut them up and sync them to music so that we could do a music video for that. And it was pretty fun. It was pretty neato. And I haven't really done anything quote unquote serious since. I've been doing vector art pretty much exclusively ever since. But someday. Oh no, where was that question? Do you draw? It was that one. It was you, Floofiest Mango. Is the mysterious mascot supposed to symbolize the toxicity of the fandom? I don't know, man. You're gonna have to find out later. You're very inspiring. All your hard work shows through a great quality of your videos. You also sound like a very nice person. I wish you a lot of success in whatever your goals are. The woo emote and the popper emote. Thank you, Magic's girl. That was very sweet of you. No, that's it. That was very sweet. Thank you very much. What's your favorite snack or drink? Could you classify a cinnamon bun as a snack? What? And drink? I don't really have a favorite drink. I'm a really big fan of juice, and pretty much any juice, anywhere, any flavor, give it to me. Greetings from Colombia. You're absolutely amazing, and your voice is is really kind. Wow, I've never heard that before, but thank you for your awesome work. Thank you for your awesome comment. Yeah. Do you think you'll be animating for the long haul? Well, like what I'm doing here on YouTube, which is pretty much making music and animated content, is what I've kind of always wanted to do, or what I've been trying to like get myself to be able to do. In terms of like what caliber of that is always up in the air. Like sometimes I think in the future I might do more music related stuff with very simple animations, and then maybe switch over doing more animation heavy stuff with simple music. So like, but this realm of 3D and art is very much like where I want to be. And this whole Animal Crossing series is a nice way to flex those muscles and get that experience so that I can make whatever else I want to make cooler in the future. And so it's a pretty good time. But yeah, we're pretty much doing this for a while. For your fans, what's her fandom name? I haven't caught her. Please name. Oh no, I'm not good with naming fandoms. I pretty much just shuffle between babushkas and other forms of inanimate objects, like noodles, or all you're called certified dongles on the Discord. That's the thing. There's talk about Densle pencils some time ago. It hurts me to say that anyways, but the Densivilians? Oh no. Your videos are amazing. I found your channel a little while ago and I've loved your series ever since. Do you do YouTube full time? Yeah, we're trying for a little bit, seeing how it goes. If it fails, I'm gonna get a real job. No, that's what we're for actual YouTubers. Yeah, I'm currently full time for a little bit. I'm just kind of testing the waters, seeing how it goes. So yeah, expect content slightly faster. Not a lot faster, just slightly faster. Have you played the new Pokemon League game? I haven't played a Pokemon game since Diamond, Pearl, one of those two. And everything ever since, I've just been very casually on the sidelines, going nice Pokemon. Can you save this live? This live will automatically be saved and put into a playlist. What playlist, you might ask? If you go to the playlist archive or the playlist tab on the channel, there's a live stream archives playlist, and that'll hold all of the previous live streams. This will probably also be re-uploaded to where are you? Densle 2, which is my side channel where I post behind the scenes content. So yeah, you can find it all over there, in either the playlist or over here. It'll be saved. What's your favorite type of animation do you make in Animal Crossing? Or my favorite type of animation you make is Animal Crossing, of course, because I started doing Animal Crossing channel content, and then you found it and said, "Wow, this guy's a pretty good Animal Crossing animator. I'm gonna subscribe for more Animal Crossing content." And then now I'm just an Animal Crossing guy to you, huh? Is that what we're trying to say, Ender? To which I say, thank you for being around. Actually, I really do appreciate that. I'm unfortunately not a full-time Animal Crossing creator. I'm kind of just going through a phase at the moment, since you guys seem to really like it, and it's helping the channel grow. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's fine. I just hope that you're open-minded to anything else that I make in the future, because we won't be doing this forever. And yeah, bam. I'm an artist, and my dream is to go to art college and be a character designer for Pixar or Disney one day. You inspire me to keep trying. Nice. I wish you the best of luck on that journey. That sounds really awesome. Do you plan on staying on YouTube? Whoa, wait, what do you mean by that? Like, do I plan to move to like Twitch, or like? Or stop making YouTube videos and make my own website like dongle.com, and then you could watch all my content over there for ad free. I don't know. The fandom is dongles. Yum. Densle noodles. That sounds pretty spicy. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't really have much more to give you guys, other than well, actually, okay, so a Monday live stream at like 6 o'clock was actually pretty successful. So I guess I'll do more weekday live streams, because I need to kickstart the next video and gather a bunch of assets. So would you guys be down for another live stream where I gather assets and and basically just do this and show how to set them up and everything like that, which I've done in the past before. Like they're usually 8 hours of me just kind of going, and we click this, and we click this, and we click this, and we look this up, and we click this, and we click this to this, and then if we do this to this, and then everybody goes, wow, I don't understand a single thing you're doing, Dongy, but that's pretty cool. And I say, oh, okay. War of the Worlds 2005. Nice. Oh wait, there was a question from Floopius. Do you have your own worlds and characters for Luge after you're done AC content, or are you super into fandom content? I have my own ideas for things, but the likelihood of me making them is pretty low, to be honest. There's a lot more like spread/reach power in doing fan content. And at the same time, I'm also not the most creative guy when it comes to making original stuff. So the idea of remixing things has always been top tier creme brulee to me. So in other words, maybe not. I don't really know. Wherever the wind blows me. Everyone like start working in a studio or continue on your own original content. So I used to work in studios. Like how I got to this point was through working in studios and doing this on the side. And I'm now taking a break from that so I can try doing YouTube to see where that brings me. Yeah, no, I don't really want to go back to working in a studio, to be honest. They're great. There's amazing ones out there, and they all work on fantastic things. I find more fun doing my own stuff. But also maybe, because who knows what the future beholds for me. Dongy, the dongle. What do you think about a trailer using a basically slower and heavier version of Shades Trampoline? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. I'm sorry. Unless you were referring to me, then never mind. Gathering acid sounds so grown up. Oh, it is. It's super dry. It's pretty much me going, all right, guys, here we are in Blender. We gotta get Mask Boy here to do a sick backflip. So we're gonna rig him to be able to do a backflip, and then he goes, do one for us, my guy. And he goes, huh, and then he does a thing, and everybody goes, wow, that looks crazy, but also mega cursed. Don't ever do that again, Dongy. And I go, I'm sorry. Every time you speak, your character turns instead of being Densle PG. I'm very glad that you enjoy the commentary setup. I didn't know if I'd be able to pull it off in time before the stream, but I set it up literally earlier today. Yeah. Do you have a drink? We're very worried you're not staying hydrated during such a long stream. You want? I got water. What? Water. Delicious. Nutritious. It tastes like health. But yeah, no, we got water. Don't worry. You wish you could get into 3D, buddy. You can. Blender's free. The acquisition of assets is technically free. Resolve is free. Rendering's free. It just takes time. You just gotta learn some to take your time and because cool stuff happens in parts. No, that wasn't actually the most useful advice. It's all free. You can do it. Anyone can do it. Heck, I'm not even that smart of a guy, and I can do it. Like, one of the big reasons I'm making this series is to just show people that, like, you can make a series. It's possible. Granted, the show's been getting significantly more complicated the more I work on it, but you very much don't have to be. Wally's crafting was like 2 characters in a room, and both of them don't walk. So yeah, it's anyone can do 3D. It's just a matter of how much you want to get out of it. No, how much you put in determines how much you get out of it. It's just to drink water. He does. He can't do it towards the screen, or else he'll get droplets all over the monitor. But yeah, it's a good time. Oh wait, that's the touchy subject, so you don't have to answer. But will you ever do a face reveal? Face reveal at 1 million subscribers. We're already like almost a quarter way there. Don't worry. And during the face reveal, we're gonna do all the fun things that I loosely, non-seriously promised to do throughout my life. You're gonna get a mukbang video, an ASMR video. Those are the only two that I can really think of, actually, but it'll be a fun time. Okay, maybe not a mukbang channel, because that's actually kind of weird. But no, I might eat spaghetti. Who knows? But I hope everybody had a good time. I hope everybody learned a thing or two about Blender, about what it takes to make a thing. Hopefully now people will stop commenting, "Where's the next part? Question mark. It's been 3 months," and I go, They take time. I'm sorry. I was very worried during the production of this video that I would take forever to make it, and then it would come out and nobody would actually like it because it wasn't the terraforming video, and I would have cried. Real tears, real human tears. Yeah, you drop these on the floor, they're a slipping hazard. But that wasn't the case. It came out and everybody was seemed to enjoy it. So now I'll make the next one, and the next one will be even cooler. Oh man, no, actually I'm not gonna hype it up. Never mind. Oh no, Bells, stop it. Get out of here. Alright, what song is this game? What game is this song from? I'm thinking Jet Set Radio. Aye, we got it. But yeah. Why is Math Boy a menace? Why are we all menaces? Question mark. Why do you choose to use Cycles as your render engine instead of others like Eevee? I'm still pretty new to Blender, and I see a lot of people use Cycles. So Cycles is a physically accurate rendering engine. Let me get you a pretty good example on here. Cycles is physically accurate in terms of how it does everything, or at least how it generates its image. So all of the sweet light calculations that it does, all the shadows that it does, all the bounce lighting that it does, that's all physically accurate, and that in turn makes renders look quite nice according to people's standards. Whilst Eevee is pretty much just a kind of like a super zooped up game engine of a renderer. It can do kind of the same things, but not to the same quality of Cycles, at least in most regards. You can get some slamming looking pictures out of Eevee here, and it's blazingly fast. Like, it's super duper fast. You could like shots take seconds to render in Eevee here, whilst Cycles takes however long your computer makes it. But for my case specifically, when it comes to these animations, these characters, specifically their faces, take where are you? Give me Isabelle. Nope. Characters. Nope. Come on. Open the folder. Let me in. Isabelle. We'll get the normal one. These characters, because of how their textures work, and how their face requires, or what kind of setup is required for their face, makes it so that it's not possible for me to render them inside of Eevee. Instead, we get once it finishes compiling, we reach the calculation limit for Eevee. So instead of getting Isabelle's face, we get these purple, these pinkish looking things, and that's because Isabelle's face is actually like just her eyes alone, for example, is this big mega node that's plugged into a bunch of other nodes, but inside of here houses every single texture that makes up her face. So we have all of the different eye shapes that she can make, which is a total of what is it, 15? Yeah, 15 eye shapes, and the various texture images that are needed to make it look and render correctly. That's just too much for Eevee, at least for my particular use case. So I have to render in cycles so that I can actually see them in their nice forms. Oh no, I hit a render. My stream might crap out for a hot minute. But yeah, that's at least why I specifically use cycles over Eevee. And on top of that, it also just generates some pretty sexy looking images, because all the shadows and all the lighting and the bounce lighting and all that stuff is all physically accurate, while a lot of that stuff has to be re-cheated back in Eevee because it can't actually calculate any of that stuff. How it works so fast is pretty much by taking as many cuts and cheats and optimizations as possible, so that I can make the fastest, prettiest image as fast as possible. If that makes sense. I'm probably not explaining it the most correctly, but yeah, they just have different use cases. What I believe Blender Institute's intentions for Eevee were so that you can quickly preview what your render is kind of going to look like as fast as possible without necessarily having to wait for renders, which it does pretty well. I get to see, for the most part, my beautiful characters and what they're kind of gonna look like in terms of like simple lighting and stuff, and then you can make creative decisions faster at the speed of art. Wow, pretty cool. But then Blender 3.0 came around and said, hey, do you want to render 7 to like 11 times faster than you normally would with cycles? And the internet collectively said, yeah, how you doing that, Mr. Wizard? And then some guys over at Blender were like, we pretty much rewrote the entire render engine, so now it works like significantly faster. And the entire internet collectively said, holy garbanzos, Mr. Muffin Man, what sorcery is this? And they're like, well, we rebuilt it from scratch, and now it just works a lot faster because we added in a bunch of modern day algorithms and all that nonsense to make it almost as fast as Eevee in some situations. And yeah, people, myself included, lost their minds and use cycles again. Zabowie. But yeah, it's just because it's physically accurate. Physically accurate. Ooh, physical. Accurate. Physically accurate. Sorry, I'm skimming the chat. Are so dang professional. If I saw your lowest crafting video on, I'd probably totally thought your channel would be like a team, or props for being a one-man team. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but I do get mistaken for a whole team of people, which is flattering, but also kind of not at the same time, because I'm doing a lot of nonsense that I could theoretically give to other people, but I'm a one guy. Densle's just a one guy, at least for now. What inspired you to make Animal Crossing? To make the Animal Crossing series? Literally nothing. I was trying to fall asleep one day, and then in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, I think I can get the Animal Crossing assets. Do you want to like quickly do like a one-off kind of thing? And I'm like, maybe. Why would I do that though? And I was like, well, you're trying to learn Blender, so it'd be a nice way to like get a feel for making like a little short, so that later content you have that experience. And I'm like, okay, I think that's a pretty sound reason. So yeah, it was originally just a one-off to just learn some more Blender, and just animate, do some 3D stuff, because I was in the process of picking up Blender and doing more, or working with more of it in terms of with my videos, and I had no real experience on how to animate it in it, how to render in it much, how to do like pretty much anything in it. So I was like, yeah, let's make a short. And I did, and I made a lot of crafting, and then it did pretty well. And then I'm like, well, at the time when I thought of doing like the idea of doing the series, I wrote out a couple episodes for it, a couple like tiny skits. Picked the easiest one, which was all this crafting, and then put the rest on the back burner. And once they kind of kicked off, I'm like, oh shoot, people seem to like them. I went back to the drawing board, did another one, and then I'm like, well, I guess we'll just make a series. And then completely paused my entire creative life and made the series, or at least I'm making the series. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good so far. At least I'd say so. Is there any background on your character? Which one? Anyone from the video, or like me, like Densle here in the corner, because maybe. Shot by shot basis. But what's an estimate on your general all encompass render time per project? So I render everything at nights. So like I have this program called I have Prism here, and Prism has a plugin for Blender that lets me submit shots to a quote unquote farm. Which is this program called Deadline that I use. Where are you, monitor? And through this, I can hopefully there's some stuff in the list for it. Come on. Yeah, all right. So through and inside of this, I can queue up different shots so that I can have a list of Blender files that need to be rendered throughout the night. So as I'm working throughout the day, I just kind of throw them up in here, and then at night I just go, all right, all you guys turn on, and then the computer boots up, and this program will handles opening Blender, rendering the frames, and then pushing those frames to a folder somewhere else on my computer that this program helps me organize and keep track of. So I do all my rendering at night, and for the most part, it usually takes like a couple hours to render like a chunklet of shots. And so if I were to give it like an hour number, maybe like 3 days ish worth of like render time, 72 hours ish. No, actually that seems kind of extreme. Maybe 48 hours. But yeah. I render it at night, so I don't really keep track of it all. Like I literally will queue up a shot, go to bed, and then come back to find out that it only actually took 10 minutes to render, and my computer's just been on all night. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, Bertha. I didn't mean to do that to you. But it's a good time. Oh Lord, you've been commentarying for 5 hours, buddy. We stream for forever here. All right, you get a stream once a month, and I stream for 10 hours. And plus we're in Q&A/Hangout mode, so yeah, grab a snack, eat some saltines, I don't know. In the world of your shorts, are the core characters like Isabelle one and only entity, and they constantly travel to work at different islands, or for each player, or are they clones for each island? Ooh, that's a fun question. One that I can't answer on the stream, or at least that's a lore question. Like you gotta wait for those videos, my dude. Do you have a pet? I personally do not. We have a family dog though that I get to visit every now and again. Love that boy. Do you have anybody? Hey, does anybody remember me from the other live thingy? Samson and Kathleen. Sorry, Caitlin. Welcome back. I love you explain the dialogue you were having with yourself. Yeah. You're great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. They're very informational and great for a beginner like me. I've done animation, but I'm still new to 3D like Blender. Buddy, the journey to the top Well, it technically never ends, but it's always fun nonetheless. Once you get more familiar and comfortable with things, and like you start figuring out who you like to follow and who actually inspires you, and that just keeps the trains going for forever. Yeah, it's a wonderful time. A wonderful time. Where am I going with this? This is my first time coming to a stream. Hey there, Tatum. Welcome to the party. What's up? By the way, love your videos. Thank you very much. I can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry, but thank you very much for your comment. Hey there, Chana. Welcome to the stream. How do you make them? I'm just wondering. You should have been here for the whole 5 hours. I was explaining all of that, but Blender and a lot of time. But yeah, we animate things here and there. Any tips for someone who's really new at animation? I'd say the best thing that you could probably learn to do is get super familiar with your program, because you only really become efficient at doing a thing once you understand how all the tools work, and what they do. So I'd say yeah, get good using whatever the tools that you like using, and everything else just kind of falls into place as you slowly learn more ways to get the most use out of the things that you currently know. Other than that, what you were asking about animation? Yeah, also get comfortable with doing acting, and like, I want to say recording yourself, but yeah, I don't think you really need to do that. But just get comfortable acting and like doing things, because you need to get comfortable using reference or making reference or finding or working with reference, because that's your best teacher. How you actually move your body or whatever, how things actually move, is the best way to learn how to make things move. And yeah, that's a good time. I think. How do you make them? Well, we get our characters here, and I go, all right, Isabelle, I need you to do me a huge solid. I need you to do the sickest backflip you could possibly do. And she goes, on it, boss. We get a keyframe, we get another keyframe, then we get a, oh, wow, we are doing a thing, and then she does a complete loop. Oh, come on, I do a complete loop, and she does a complete loop, and then sticks the landing because she's an absolute champ. She goes, yeah, and it's like that. And then it's back to normal, and then as a whole she goes, yeah. Okay, that's actually way too slow. We're gonna speed this up a heckin' lot. Oh god, how do I use Blender again? Yeah, look at that, girl. You got what it takes to be the to win the Olympics. Wow, crazy. And then we can take that and we can turn it to Bezier. Yeah. And we pretty much just redo that for 170 shots, and then we get an animation. Then we just render it and put into our editor, and then and that's how we make the videos. But thank you for coming to this animation tutorial. How do you come up with all the little stories in your Animal Crossing animations? You take stories, or you take various things that you can do in the game and exaggerate the heck out of it from different perspectives. Or in other words, you just give yourself little narrative rules to try to follow and work around. Like, what's a good example? I guess in the Collector, when Mask Boy, or not Mask Boy, when Kevin's relaxing and Isabelle's speech bubble tries to hunt him down, I'm like, okay, well, Isabelle's at her desk, and we're setting up the rule that speech bubbles exist in the world. So what if we just break it off and have it fly in the air, and then that floats over the land or whatever? And I'm like, what if that thing is now like heat-seeking Kevin or wherever he is? So it goes on a hunt, and then we have a little sequence where it's going for a hunt, and then it finds him, and then it spooks him so that he goes, he grabs the speech bubble and throws it off to the side, and then that sets up another joke for later, so he can break the speech bubble over his knee. And like, I don't know, it's just funny little jokes or funny little gags that that I think are pretty funny because we're just exaggerating slash retelling what it would be like to be in this game world from not a player's perspective. And that's pretty much every story or every short in an essence. That's a pretty neat time. You should have eat some juice. Oh, you're right, Sage. Tell us about Mask Boy. I don't need to sleep. I need answers. You need to sleep so that you can sleep enough times to then wake up to the next video being released to where you can get your answers. Intends to hire you to make a series. That'd be pretty fun. Though I'd imagine it wouldn't be anything close to what I'm doing now. It would probably just be a sequel to the Animal Crossing movie, where they get abducted by aliens again. You inspire me. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, thank you for like being around and watching it and stuff and actually seeing it. I'm super glad that it's inspirational. How long did it take you to make Isabelle's Dream? About 3 or so months. I started it roughly after the last one town meeting, about a week or two after, and then I was pretty much working on it up until the day before it released, and that was like 2.5-ish months. Wow, that's just Asgore's theme. No. No, it is. No, it's not. Wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. Girl boss. Girl boss indeed. Do it again, Isabelle. That's amazing. But, yeah. You're so my guy. Awesome. I'm glad. Having such a good time. Nice. I'm glad you're having a good. I'm glad you're having a good time. You feel like you should draw Mask Boy? Oh, please do, and then send it to me so I can put it in my Mask Boy fan art folder. Ooh. Okay. Okay, guys. I need to ask you guys all a really. I need to ask you for a really big favor, actually. Like huge favor, massive favor. So, I have a TikTok account, okay? It's just Densle MS, and I have like 4 posts on there, and all of my posts don't actually circulate to anybody. Like nobody really sees them. They get like less than 10 views of like a post. Okay. Could you guys all do me like at least anybody who has a TikTok account, can you guys do me a huge favor and go to my TikTok and heart or comment or share no, actually don't share because you've already seen it. Give some attention to the latest post because I don't want to not use my TikTok account, but at the same time it feels like a waste of time. But also you don't actually have to. I'm mostly joking because I don't actually ever post anything to that account. I just thought it'd be funny to ask. Oh god, they're already doing it. I'm getting notifications. Stop it. But don't stop. Please help my channel actually get views because people keep reposting my content on TikTok and that all gets like a gazillion clouts, and then I post my own thing and it gets seen by like my grandma, and I think that's it. But also not serious. Don't actually worry about it. Does your AC player look like Mask Boy? No, they do not. They look like a regular player. And they're very cute. Is there a continuation to town meeting? Technically, Isabelle's Dream. I don't get everyone's obsession with like direct sequels to videos. Like I'm telling a big story here, and it's just in parts. Yeah, come back to the next video. Where technically the town meeting 2 is Isabelle's Dream, and Isabelle's Dream 2 is going to be the next video, and then that video sequel is going to be the next video, and then that video sequel is going to be the next video. So, you know, do take that as you will. have to say I love your storytelling and animation skills. Gives life to the characters in an amazing way. Can't wait to see more. Oh, thank you. Oh wait, that's a name. Star Goddess Koto? Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'll heart your post. Oh god, you guys are actually doing it. Wow, I thought I would just say that as a joke, but it's actually, but thank you. Actually thank you. It really does mean a lot. Wow, what an influencer not telling us to hit the notification bell. Make sure to smash that notification bell. Wait, no, it's make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Make sure to smash that notification bell so that you get notified every time I release a new video. And then I'd have a sponsorship segment where I get sponsored by like NordVPN or something, and then I also plug my merch, which is also in the description if you want to buy a sweater of some sort to help a brother out. But also don't, because it's clothing, and not everybody needs a sweater. Yeah. Or also support me on Patreon. Link also in the description. I post milestone updates when I'm working on videos, so you get to see them. You get to see chunks of it in work in process stuff as you're going, or as I'm working on them. And yeah, it's a pretty good time. It helps pay the bills. No, actually that's it. Yeah, it helps me pay the bills. But yeah. Right. Okay, is that? Yeah, your link didn't work for me on TikTok. Oh no, big sad. Oh wait a minute. I think you're actually onto something. Hold on, I might have to. No, stop it. Go to the thing. Go to the U, and then go to the U description, and then I go into the socials link tree, and then I click on Tink Tonk, and then it gives me an error. You're right. Hold on, I'll literally fix that right as we speak. Can I just take this? Good enough. Let me go to this other website, which I use to manage the Linktree page, and then we log in, and it's gonna be dumb and be like, you need to verify your account by sending us an email, and I'm like, stop it. It didn't do that actually. It's fine. And I paste in the new link, and now if you refresh the page, it should get you going. That is all. Thank you. Are you planning on leaving Mask Dude unsolved, or will you give him an explanation? See, here's the thing with if I were to do that. There's a lot of fun for the fandom and for you guys to figure this stuff out as you go. And if I come out and explain away everything that I was trying to do, then it takes away from a lot of like people's personal interpretations of things going on. And at some point, I probably would like to do that and just kind of like sit down and be like, all right, guys, so here's what's going on. But also, I get a real good kick out of seeing people theorize and come band together and talk things out and go like, what's actually going on, etc., etc. Who is Mask? Is he actually a guy? Is he just Tom Nook in a mask? Question mark. Find out next week on the season finale of Mask. So in other words, maybe. But not anytime immediately soon. Yeah, no, if you don't use TikTok, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You make such incredible art. Thank you, Ruby. I really appreciate that. So, what program are you using? All right, Evelyn. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this specifically. I'm gonna tell you all the programs that we use. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready for this list? Number one here is Blender. Blender is a free, open source, 3D modeling, animating, lighting, rendering, compositing, editing software that I use to do pretty much everything. I get the characters, I animate them to do sick backflips, and then we also model where we work on modeling them and rigging them and sometimes sculpting them and animating them and rendering them. And all that have you. I'll give you that backflip one more time, actually. Yeah, amazing. Everything that we render is brought through DaVinci Resolve here, which is there's a paid version and there's a free version, which is a free, not open source, unfortunately, video editor with a bunch of sweet, funky tools to edit videos and documentaries and movies and all that stuff. It's just a video editor with a heckin' ton of nonsense also tacked on to make your life quote unquote easy. But that's subjective. And yeah, we use this to put together the video and make it all look all nice. But oh no, sound. What do you do about sound? Well, we actually do sound in DaVinci Resolve here, at least for the most part, except for music. Music we do in a program called Cubase Pro, which is where we do actually the dialogue blips from this point onward. Please do a thing. Why aren't you making sounds? Why are you hurting me like this? He's not doing it. It's not doing the sounds. It's because it's completely lost its resources. But in here is where we do music and vocal dialogue sound effects. We also have this other program called Adobe After Effects, which I didn't actually anticipate opening right now, but I was trying to go to another program and it got in the way. So we're talking about Adobe After Effects. We use this to do simple and sometimes complicated compositing work, as well as any 2D animation. This is taking way too long to open. I'm sorry for wasting your time, but we're getting there. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Almost there. We gotta wait for a window to pop up to tell me the project to open. There we go. I don't know which shot I did last, or which was the most fun to look at. This one? Oh no, this is the one with the screens. Oh no, this one's super RAM heavy. Get out of here. God, this shot. No, wait, that's another version of the same shot. Oh no, that was, I think, the You Got Mail. No, it wasn't. Hold on, crew. I just gotta wait for this slow program to catch up to itself. Just give me, just give me a second. Okay, we use Adobe After Effects to do 2D compositing and 2D animation stuff for like Wisps big board or his big name tag or the PowerPoint presentation that comes up on his monitor and so on and so forth. And that's falling apart. We're just gonna give it one of these. And then we also use Affinity Designer to do any 2D graphics work. Thank you. We can actually jump into here's where I'd come to do texture editing and stuff, like making the pop-up for Nook's laptop, or the phone screen that goes behind Mask Boy's phone and stuff, and this texture maps that I can actually properly mask out the TV things. Hey Rad, welcome to the party. Or what else did I do in here? And the this Susie things. There's a couple versions of her that are in here, and we use this for all things vector arts. Wow, pretty fun. We're still going over wrapping up, not yet. My foot is itchy. What other programs do I use? We use Natron from time to time to do what we do in After Effects, but with a little more control on very specific ways of doing things, like masking. Because it's just a little more free flowing than doing this kind of stuff in After Effects from time to time. Oh God, what else did we use? And then there's a plethora of obscure programs that I have to use for like one or two times from time to time, like Foobar 2000 when doing sound converting. because the game files aren't actually in like MP3 or anything like that. They come in some other file format and need to be converted to an actual usable file format. You get the idea. There's a bit of an army of applications at play here, and yeah, it's a good time. It's a pretty fun time. Did you get all that, Evelyn? because I'm not saying it again. Even though I absolutely would say it again if somebody else were to come out of nowhere and go, "What programs do you use?" And I'll go, "Oh, do I have a tale for you?" But yeah, it's like 5 or so, 6 or so. I don't know. I wasn't keeping count. Bam, bam. But yeah, it's a good time. Am I late to the party? Unfortunately, Agent, kinda yeah. It is now 5:30, and I'm running out of ideas on how to keep you guys entertained. But we're alive. It's a pretty good time. Where do I live? In Canada. In the Canadian world of Canada land. Come on up. We got pancakes. Pancakes. Oh, actually, I might make some after this. Oh, but it is also 11:49. But there's no real curfew when you can't make pancakes. Like, come on, come on. I feel like the best 3D animators are the ones who use Blender. Nah. The best 3D animators that use either Maya or in-house proprietary software developed by either Pixar or DreamWorks or Sony Entertainment. No, I think they use Maya. But Blender's making strides. It's pretty good. I don't think it'll ever replace Maya, but it certainly can work alongside it. Are you using a high-end PC? Yeah, we're using a pretty high-end PC. Well, technically, portions of it are more high-end than others. Because I had a 3090 that literally at the end of rendering this video, it kind of just looked at me and started like having a coughing fit, and then just wouldn't turn back on. And I'm like, "Oh, are you all right, mate?" And it turned to me and said, "Nah, I'm done. You spent whatever money you did on me, and I'm out of here." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you, technology. You're really helping me out on these through these hard times." And he says, "Bet," and then now it's in a box on my table. Hey, Densle, who I've never heard of say this before. What programs do you use? Oh, buddy, we got a fun. No, get out of here. Stop it. Yeah. No, this doesn't come off as weird. But I like your voice, the way you talk. Thank you, Strawberry Milk. It's very surprising. I get that a lot. Almost as if I have a quote unquote nice voice. I'd never believe it. But I appreciate the fact that you guys actually like hearing it, because I think I sound like a child. I think you're playing New Leaf music. Great, I'm glad you like it. Fluffiest is from Canada too. Oh yes, Canadian high fives. Let's go. Waffles are better. Okay, here, buddy. We're not here to pick sides. Okay, we love all baked cake related pastries. Cake related? No. Oh, it is a waffle. Whatever a waffle is. Baked, fried. Pan fried. How do you make the villagers specifically say the dialogue for your videos? All right, you're just in time because I have the little program that I did that in open. No, get back here. Get back here, back of the program. Thank you. I make a little instrument that I can use that has all their little sound blips and bobs in it. And then I sequence out what they're saying by just playing random notes, kind of in sync with the dialogue. And we do that for every character, at least characters that matter. And it's a pretty good time. Like here's our dear sweet Galzabal. Galzabal is Isabelle. Eh? 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 Pretty neat. pretty cool. Pretty good time. But it's very time consuming. Like it's me sitting here doing this and then doing this for like every bit of dialogue. And I hate it. I wish there was a better way to do it. But this is the best option I got so far. Aside from recording characters speaking in game and trying and hoping that they have no background audio. But yeah. Do I like Metallica or any other metal bands? I used to be a pretty big Metallica fan. Actually, no. That's big is a very over exaggerated word. I listened to some of their music while back in the day, and I classify myself as a casual fan. But in terms of other metal bands, not really. I'm not much of a metal guy. Although I do appreciate the genre. Like there's some pretty good content in there. Content, songs. Metal's cool. You do have a very nice calm voice. Thank you, Magic Squirrel. We live for Densle's little yeah. Why? Do you have a Persona / OC? I'd love to draw some fan art for you. Technically, this guy in the director's seat, maybe not wearing a suit, but yeah, just a character with like a letter D in a circle for a head. That's pretty much Densle. Actually, I don't even want to bring it up, but it's very funny. In the Discord, there's an ongoing wave of people creating Densle fan art, which is just this logo, this D logo with legs attached to it, and they keep calling it Legsle, or Den leg. I don't know, whatever they've been calling it, and it's disgusting. But I'd be lying if I didn't say it's super funny. And the first case we're talking about, that's really awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the guy. The little guy you got, like it was awful putting it together. This whole window I set up like at the last second so that I could make this live stream. But I'm like, I really want to have a guy constantly turning around talking to you directly. Lingle's God, sir, please, sir, stop it. What are you using? Cubase. This program is Cubase. Oh, right. Actually, hold on. I can do a quick pause and show you guys how I made Luna's little sync thing, because it's multiple layers of Luna where she goes and then she says and then that's layered again somewhere here. Here. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about this. You can hear Luna like a creeping copy of Luna's voice slipping in underneath. But we can make this max. So like it's a super faint, like monotone Luna talking underneath her own voice to make it sound creepy. And then this thing. I don't even fully remember how I did it. I think it's her sound bit, and then this distorted version of it. That just fades away, and then that gets lost in all in all the sounds, and it sounds as demonic as you think it does. Yeah. Beautiful. Probably over here. Yeah. Pretty fun. And now it's pretty much layering her. We get some reverb, so it sounds echoey. I said echoey? Okay, that's gross. And then we get some vocal synth to make it sound all warbly. And then we add a second layer of vocal synth to make it sound even more warbly. Warble. Look at this plug. I don't understand this. It's just like there's a million knobs. I literally opened it up. I'm like, all right, give me this preset, and then did that twice. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a pretty delicious time. You gotta give the stream more life into it. Very entertaining. Fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. This entire stream, I've had OBS open on my lower monitor, and I've just been staring at him like every time I speak. So I'm very with you on the aspect of this being a very mesmerizing thing to stare at. But also, don't. Would you say the Legsle is the peak of your career? I think so. I think it's pretty much downhill from here. My my next goal, I guess, would just to be canceled over it. But hopefully that ever happens. But I'm pretty sure from this point onwards, everyone's just gonna ask for Legsle animated content, and I'm not gonna deliver, and they'll be very mad at me. Luna is eternal. She is eternal. That's scary sound, but cool. Thank you. Yeah, it was just supposed to be like a background layer thing to help with her face. Her pretty cool. Does your persona not have a face? No. He's technically a D in a circle. Well, actually in a sphere. There's some plans in the works to flesh him out a little bit, but pretty much just like a humanized version of this D. Maybe not with legs, but like, you know, wearing a sweater and stuff. Well, I've been sitting into the dream realm. Yeah, she doesn't do this in the game, but I wanted to make it look funky. Hi, I'm new here, and I was wondering what programs do you primarily use to animate? What does the D stand for in your logo? Also, when are you going to show us your island? Those are all great questions. Moving on. What else do we have here? Can you make anything or anything on whatever you're using? I guess I could. I hope you don't mind if I close Resolve, because that program is gonna take all of my resources. All of the resources as I close all of my other programs. Actually, do I have enough RAM left? We got RAM and CPU. We don't need to close Resolve yet. Okay, guys. So hey, welcome to Dongle Bongle's music making stream. We're gonna get a piano here, and we're gonna make sure that we can hear it, but also turn off all of this nonsense. No, I want to mute all of these. We're gonna get a piano here. We're gonna go over here, and then why do you guys always forget what programs I'm using? Do I gotta put it up on screen? Do I gotta go into here and add a text object and call it Cubase, and then write the word Cubase in it? but put it over here in the center, and then like make it scaled really big, but also hold on, I'm gonna make this look nice. And then also make it what's the Animal Crossing font? Nunito, Nunito, black, regular, with big text, and then also make this react to my voice so that it also kind of keeps bobbing to the sounds of me speaking, and then we all could look at Cubase. Big Cubase. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. It's been a long day. It's been a pretty heckin' fun day Monday. If I do fun day Monday myself. Wait, how do I make this bigger? I want you to do this, and now I want you to do this, so you're super tiny. And every time I speak, it goes, Cubase, get yours today. Alright, that's egregious. What was I doing? I was gonna make a piano thing. Oh wait. And we can go over to here, and we can turn on my actual piano. And then I can preemptively warn you guys that I don't actually know how to play piano, but we're gonna try anyways. Come on, get synced. And yeah, you get the goods. Yeah. But then we're gonna get a cool piano because this one sounds kind of butt. We want one that sounds super duper nice and warm, and really makes you feel like you're driving home on a Sunday afternoon. Wow, Sunday afternoon. Then we're gonna drown it in reverb because that's the next logical step in the music making process. Where's reverb? Oh no, I'm going too deep. I've never been in this part of the program before. Places. Here we go. Send to effects. No wait, this is reverb. Level. Wow, so majestic. It really makes you feel like an Isabelle going into a dream. Though if you haven't really guessed yet, I'm pretty much just wasting your time. We've been here for about an hour and a half, and I've done nothing of real value for you. I hope everyone's been having a delicious evening or time, whatever time it is by you currently, because it is now past my bedtime. Oh, that was probably pretty loud. I'm sorry, purist. Can you sing? I wish. I can speak, but as soon as we put pitch onto that, we lose it all. Play the kalimba? No, that's all the way over there in a bag. And I gotta pull it out and then move my microphone to the optimal kalimba position, and then I hit one note, and then go. I actually don't know how to play the kalimba. I just kind of bought one off of like randomly one day because I saw it on Amazon. So you know, I don't actually know how to play any instruments. I'm just a guy. But yeah, we would do a thing in this program. We'd go and we'd make a song, and we'd have it go meh, and then it's beautiful. Wow, amazing. And then we're gonna go into here, and we're gonna get another instance of contact, and we're gonna add our drums. Give me this. Give me the big gurgling kahunga drums, please. Yes. Yes, there you go. We're not gonna actually put those in because I have actually no intention of making any music tonight, but you get the idea. Cubase. It makes songs. It makes the music. It make it a tunesies. It make it a tunesies. Play Freebird? I don't even know how that I don't remember how that song goes. Who needs hearing anyways? That's facts. Checked out the new Pokemon games? I have not. I don't really play Pokemon games, unfortunately. But I hear it's open world, and you can finally throw Pokeballs at the Digimon, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh no, I had some things I could play, but I don't actually remember any of them. I'm not gonna try. Says the dork while he's playing the piano. I'm not even playing the piano. I'm just running my fingers over the keys. And my piano's also uncomfortably too far from me, so I have to reach with my left hand to play these higher octave notes and then like stretch to get lower. Or also have to like completely move my setup, and then I can't read any of your chat because I'm away from my computer. But yeah, I'm just a guy. I don't know how to play piano. Legends of the Next Breath of the Wild Pokemon. Oh snap! We finally 15 years old. Ooh. Now play the violin. I could set that up, or at least a digital violin. But I need my tablet, which is in the other room. And I also don't know if it would work on stream because I have not tested it in months. But we see in theory could. It's such an eerie shorts of Animal Crossing. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not creepy. No, that's what a creepy guy would say. I'm totally creepy. Believe it. Believe it. Oh, wow, I can't believe I caught the stream. Have a great day. You too, the Moody Fire. I hope you had a good time. I don't know if you're leaving or if you're just joining, but hello. We're all just hanging out because I'm procrastinating on ending the stream. But it's a good time. What's that? We're getting some Dangle karaoke? No. Go to bed. It's been 30 minutes. It has been 30 minutes. It has been 30 minutes. Bam. Bam. Here. Would it make you feel better if we turned this piano into a cello? And said, Dina, my dear sweet Dina, can you do me a Tina favor and play some of those delicious chords that you got there on that string instrument? Thank you. Oh, it's actually probably really quiet for you guys. Let me just... Jason, why do you want to know what programs I used to make the videos? I just closed them all. I just closed them all. I asked for permission. I said, is it alright if I close the 7 programs that I have open, that I had open because I was explaining what programs I used earlier? And everyone unanimously said yes. But it's okay. It's totally okay. Thank you, writers, for joining the stream. It's not bedtime yet. It's only 4. It's a school night. You got school in the morning, kiddo. What's your fave village? Like a whole village? I guess the one from The Hobbit. That's pretty cool. Oh, but to answer your question, Jason, we use Blender for all things 3D animation and rendering. We use DaVinci Resolve here for all things video editing and the compositing to some degree. We use Cubase here, which is this program, to do sound design from time to time, music production, and vocal dialogue for the characters. Do it again, Isabelle. Do it again. Yeah. And Adobe After Effects and Natron to do compositing work as well as Affinity Designer to do 2D vector art or artwork for the series, or for things in the video. The video, Joe. I just joined. What is going on? What is happening? And what is this? Pablo, unfortunately, the director's commentary is pretty much finished. It finished actually like an hour and a half ago, and now I'm just wasting everyone's time by doing nothing in this particular program other than playing Isabelle? Question mark? Pretty cool. That's pretty much it. This video the stream will end soon, and it will be re-uploaded, or it will be put in the live stream archive as a thing, as a director's commentary. Director's commentary. Commentary. Where do I post the art? Discord. You can send it on Twitter or Instagram. Mainly Discord though, because Discord's pretty much where I spend most of my time, anyways. And yeah, Instagram, Tumblr. No, I log on to Tumblr like once a year. Yeah. But among these videos he's made, which one's your favorite? I don't okay, no, that sigh sounded very defeated, and I did not want that to come across as such. I don't really have a favorite necessarily. I kind of like them all for their own specific reasons, but also dislike them all for their own specific reasons. But if I had to pick a favorite, I would probably say it's always going to be the latest, because that's the one that I have the most experience doing, which in this case was Isabelle's dream. Because, boy, do I love doing dream sequences. Do I love making abstract garbage. Oh, man, it's so fun. Literally, like, Bigabells, Luna doing weird abstract distortion effects, Wisp going... I visit many islands, and then islands going. That's cool. That's a fun time. I have nothing else to listen to. You could watch a movie. You could watch a show. You could watch the street outside, etc. What do you think about Elgato Panel? Saw it can be used for editing. I have never used it. I couldn't say for sure. I didn't actually know that you can even edit videos in Elgato software. I thought it was just for streaming and collecting and sending your video output to places. You message? You can just post in the Discord in the art section. That's where most of it goes. Hey, what's your favorite part of animating? Lighting, because we get to make pretty pictures, and that's the funnest part for me. Just lighting, because animation's all well and dandy, something you can make, so you can spend however long you need to make something look like it's moving correctly, but if it's lit poorly, then it completely ruins all the effort you've put into it up until that point, at least in my own experience / opinion. So yeah, I chuck lighting to a very important step, but also it's very fun because I like lighting, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty good time, if I do say so myself. This was going to be going inside the head of Mask Boy. Maybe. Well, no, not maybe. That's probably never gonna happen. But I did want to do some promotional art that implied that, because there's some various poster styles that I kind of want to try recreating. But maybe in the future, we'll see. Are you not tired, Densle? Densle never gets tired. Do I have to bring back the Cubase text, or change it to say oh no, I guess maybe because it'd be this. Oh no, that seems really big. That might not fit fully in frame. Oh, there you go. Well, hold on. I'm making a surprise. If we just do this, and it goes, I'm never tired. Meh, 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 meh. Oh, actually, we can make that say meh, 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 meh. Yeah, you get the idea. At least I hope. You get it. Don't worry. It's a good time. Yeah, we're vibing. We're having a good time. We're laughing. We're eating cereal with each other. I hope you got Frosted Flakes, because I got Cheerios. Cheerios. So I can make the joke. Cheerio. Governor, and then sorry, I'm laughing at how awful that joke was. Like, I wasn't going anywhere with it, and I just decided to keep going. So I'm sorry. That's the hair show you can use for editing software and other things on the PC/Mac. Oh, nice. Real nice. Take care, sarcastic Flareon. Thank you so much for hanging out, chatting about, and being part of the party. Hope you have yourself a great rest of your day. And oh, hey Thor, welcome to the party. You're right. We were doing a director's commentary, where I direct the commentary and then talk over the video. Can you create Animal Crossing dialogue sample real quick? Technically, this is what all this stuff is. Like, it would just be me taking this thing. So I will explain the dialogue thing to anybody who knew that just kind of showed up and was wondering about how to do it. We have an instrument here that plays that can play a bunch of different sound bites of Isabelle's little sound blips. They're all just mapped to a key on a keyboard. And then I would take that and I would just draw in like these little MIDI blocks, these little note blocks to just trigger different sounds. And down here, this little scraggly line looking thing is pitch modulation. The higher point is, the higher pitch it is, and the lower that is, the lower the pitch. And the right along the center is no pitch bending at all. So yeah, so I would just go in and I would just sync myself up to some text, and then come on, let me in, Cubase. I would just bring the video in, kind of bring it to where text begins to speak, and then I would just hand draw in essentially all the dialogue that they're saying. And I tried to do it per word to make it feel like they're actually saying a sentence rather than just kind of like chattering off sound bites. But that got hard pretty fast because it takes a lot of work to put them all in and then try to pitch bend them all and sync it all together. And I eventually kind of fell off of that and stopped worrying about it. But yeah, it's a good time. It's a pretty good time. It's okay, Macaro. Macaro. This stream will be archived, and you can rewatch it again if watching a... Oh god, it's 6 hours. Watching 6 hours of a live stream is your cup of tea. I'll probably timestamp it so that we actually... So it's not super egregious. But that means me rewatching it. But yeah, that's how we do their dialogue. And then we take that and we export it, and then we bring it back into our thing where we cut it up even further, well, at least with this sequence, where we cut it up even further to do even more pitch modulation, so that they sound like they're actually talking and doing a thing. And it's neat. It's pretty delicious. At least I want to assume it's delicious, but teach their own. If you hate it, I'm sorry. If you love it, I'm sorry. Again, I'm new here. It's also cold where I am. Do you have any stores with neat merch such as hoodies and mugs? Yeah. It's the description. We got merch. We got hats and hoodies and mugs and sticker and button, and that's actually it. I think we have 2 sweaters, a beanie, and a mug, and a button, and a sticker. Feel free to purchase it, or no, we'll end on that. I'm not gonna say otherwise. Feel free to get a sweater. They're pretty comfy. I pretty much wear the hat all the time these days, and it's a pretty good time. Take care, stars. Hope you had a good time and a great rest of your day. Hopefully the next time you come around, I will be streaming something cooler, like I don't know what's in this. Something cooler. Ooh, very flashy, cooler. It's gonna be great. Garbage pierced. You don't gotta baby me like that. Yeah, you do actually, because I'll lose track of time. Yeah, I think I'll probably wrap things up here. Since it's all Cincinnati. What software are you using for your animations? I'm curious. We use Blender. Blender is the backbone to all things, to most of the pixel generation in this series. So all the animating, rendering, and all that fun stuff. Do you like what you do? I love what I do. I don't think I necessarily recommend it to everybody, although anybody who was curious about getting into it and was worried that they couldn't do it can absolutely do it. But it's a lot of work. Nice. Real nice. Okay. Button like on a jacket or a hat first. Because it could be. You could make it a button on a jacket. It's a pin. It's a pin with the good old logo on it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. I think that's pretty neat. If I do say so myself. How did you get into animating? I just kind of started. I wanted to do animation, or I wanted to start doing animation stuff, so I just got into it. I got into it at first with MapleStory animation, doing 2D stuff in After Effects, and that helped me learn a bunch of the fundamentals, and we just kind of grew from there. At some point, I needed to try to transfer it into 3D, and then we did. Learned some Maya, that was a fun time. Learned some Blender, that was a fun time. And now we're animating, and that was a fun time. Take care, Pink Wednesday. Hope you had yourself a great answer to that question and the rest of your day. When's my B-day? You're not getting that. You're gonna send me happy birthdays and stuff. I know your games. I'm not terribly familiar with this channel. What other platforms can we find you on? Okay, if you go into the link in the description, there's a Linktree mega link, and that has links to everything. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, Mumbler, TinkTonk, Facebook, SoundCloud, Bandcamp, Spotify. There's a link to the Discord if you wanted to hang out in the Discord. And yeah, It's a good time. I'm on the internet. I'm an internet boy now. Call me Internetgle. Okay, don't actually call me Internetgle. That doesn't roll off the tongue as well as I thought it would. Thank you. Your birthday, is it today? No, it's not today. If it was today, I'd make a big deal out of it and go, "It's today!" And then everybody would spam the chat with "Happy birthday," and I'd feel all warm and fuzzy on the inside. No, it's not today. Whoa, this is the actual creator. I share your videos with all my Animal Crossing friends. So good. Thank you, Bae. I hope you like the content, and I'm honored that you're around to watch it. Yeah, I'm the director. I'm Director Dongle, the guy who makes the stuffs. Yeah, thanks for watching. All right. So, everybody, actually I can switch to the other screen. Winding down. Go bow what a bab. All right, my dear sweet baboos. I need some outro music. That's Friday Night Funkin'. No, give me this. No, give me this. Yeah, just loop this. Actually, that'd be great. Everybody, I hope you all had a wonderful time here at the live stream. Here at today's Dongle Bongle Wild director's commentary. Actually, I should probably bring the guy back. Hold on, let me take him. Where's the thing? Copy. We go back to the wind down, and we're gonna paste that. Thank you all so much for coming around and hanging out and chatting around. It is almost 12:30 for me, and I've been streaming for the last 6 hours, so I gotta look at eating something. I hope everybody had a great time. I hope you all learned a thing or two about animation, about art, about what it's like to really be. You know, we should probably make this guy a little bigger. I don't think you're fully understanding the ramifications of the bee. All right. I hope everybody has a great rest of your wonderful days, whether if it's late or not at the same time. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. I hang out there pretty regularly, and just kind of chat and mingle around. We also do some gaming live streams every now and again, where I just fail at playing games, but also streaming them in the Discord. What else was I gonna say? I'm supposed to have an outro. Remember to like and subscribe and comment and do all the fun stuff to help the quote-unquote algorithm put me on top of Mr. Beast. I think that'd be pretty cool if I could I guess become the Dongle Beast. Remember to hug your parents, because they love you. Shoot, there's something I was gonna ask you guys to do, but I forgot what it was. Oh, thank you all for loving the voice. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you dig it. Shoot, I feel like I was supposed to say more, but I can't remember any of it. Other than me continuously saying just like and subscribe. Subscribe to Densle too. If you like this commentary stuff, then if you haven't seen any of the other commentary stuff, like the edited videos that are on Densle 2, I highly implore you to check those out. They're pretty much this, but condensed down and edited with more memes. Those are a good time. Make sure to eat fruit and what have you. Well, oh, plug the art station. Oh, right. Hold on. I should probably show you this. So I have an art station as well. If you guys are a fan of seeing all the things in high quality, well, not really super high quality, but seeing the full resolution images of all the renders, throughout all the videos, I've been putting up these massive dumps of. Oh no! Give me where's this? Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of this. No, get rid of this. Yeah. Here, actually, I probably get rid of this. So here on ArtStation here, we have all of the previous videos. I can just point to them here. We have Isabelle's Dream. We have Town Meeting. We have The Collector. We have Inboxes. We have Morning Turnips, Great Pietro, and Wally's Crafting, as well as the art to all my other videos. That is all up here for your liking. You can click on them and go, wow, look at all the art that he did for that one music video that you look at and go, I'll watch it later. But in it, there's a pretty cool shot where the helmet or the crown, Frost King's crown is crying Polaroids because it's a sad song. Yeah, if you like any of the videos any of the Animal Crossing videos that I've done and have not seen any of my other stuff, I'd highly implore you to check it out because you might dig it. Feel free to join the Discord because that's a fun time. Feel free to do nothing that I just told you to do because it's a free world and I can't make you do anything. Actually, I'm just an embodied D staring away from you whenever I don't talk. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yes, I remembered. To come back, I guess in a couple days, I'll probably be live streaming all of your. I'm sorry to read aloud thing. Get out of here. Yeah, come back on the next live. Come back sometime either later this week. I'll probably be live streaming me doing some gathering asset video or some asset gathering. Maybe some rigging, maybe some prepping stuff, and maybe you might be able to squeeze in some hints about what's gonna happen in the next video. Pretty delicious. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I should be live streaming sometime later this week, and actually starting the next video. Because I have nothing else to do with my time other than make the next video. Oh no! Why is the music so scary? Play a happy song. Play the accordion version of that. That was really nice. Where is it? 5 stars? Yeah. Thank you all so much for coming out, hanging out, chatting about, loving life, eating pasta, and all the things in between. I hope you all have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. I love you. I'm hovering over the stop stream button. I'm gonna click it. That's it. I have nothing left for you. Keep on keeping on. My sweet baboons scaring me. No, it's a good